Harvey. Yes, particles that already exist with our atmosphere, seeding clouds, making more cloud coverage, and also when you see these airplanes, whether you want to say it's spraying a chemtrail or a contrail, either way, the cosmic ray influx seeds these aerosols and makes them bigger, and they stick around and they expand, and they appear to be like a film that's covering the sun. I know when you look at the sunset, sometimes the sky looks like it's got a thin layer of wax paper in front of the sun. And believe it or not, guys, that is the product of cloud nucleation from cosmic rays interacting with particles in our atmosphere. So as far as chemtrailing and geoengineering, I believe, and I'll let Mari speak on this too, I believe it's done on a scale that's a lot smaller than I think some people think it is. But that's just my personal opinion. I haven't really, even Casey spoke on the level of geoengineering in the interview that we did with Casey. And he said it was done, but at a small and let's look at what happened in the past and compare it to the data that's happening now. And that's where people are getting this aha moment on we are cooling and the climate is definitely changing and it's being affected. Whether or not you agree with me if it's cooling or warming, the point is that we're getting ready to see some major shifts in how we grow our food with the extreme weather destroying crops all over. There's still people, Puerto Rico still is not fully powered yet. They're still cleaning up from Maria. There's still areas that haven't even started the cleanup yet. So imagine that happening, Rex, for the next 5 to 7 years, constantly and increasingly in size of storms and intensity.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially like you said, some of these island areas, they're getting nailed with these massive hurricanes. And I read that this year, although it might be a little bit less extreme than last year, it's still going to be really, really bad. So I would like to know how this solar minimum, and let's talk about this because, I've got a really nice Celestron telescope. I've got the sun filter on it. It's good enough to keep up with any amateur. And I have, I've spent hours gazing at the sun and you can see sometimes these solar flares and stuff like that. But looking at the charts going back 10, 20 years, it looks like the sun is definitely cooling down and it's getting ready to take a nap or something like that. So how does that make it hotter here if it's a solar minimum? And how does that cause volcanoes and earthquakes and these great cataclysms that you speak of?
Well, you ask how is it making it hotter here? And actually, if you would, Mark, go to royspencer.com for me. I'll go ahead and address that really fast because, yeah, we're actually doing the opposite of there we go. All right, this is based on since we've had satellite data since 1979. If you guys go to drroyspencer.com, he is a person who believes that climate is natural, not man-made, either warming or cooling. He doesn't have a side. He's just reporting the truth. And what this stat shows here from 79 to 2016 is an increase. And if you look in 2016, which was at the end of our last solar maximum, actually 2014 ended the maximum, that was the peak, but 16 ended it. That's where the warming has stopped. Now, if you look where we are right now in 2018, we've dropped almost a 0.5 degree Celsius in our lower troposphere. And also, why is that important? Normally, this is the part that takes the longest to cool of our atmosphere. And the fact that it's cooling so rapidly right now, this graph clearly tells us that it's matching the sunspot data. We have right now in 2018, 61 days without sunspots already. We had 104 in 2017, and in 2016, we only had 36. So if you look at 16, where it was warmer, we had more sunspots. But as the years progressed in 17, we got cooler because the sun saw less sunspots. And in 18 right now, we're looking at already, I think we're on a 9-day stretch right now without sunspots, and that's happened multiple times already this year. But Rex, we're already 61% without sunspots, and we're only a quarter away from the year. So to address the warming part, we're actually cooling right now, and there's a lot of misinformation about ice in the Arctic and ice in the Antarctic and the reason why it's snowing so much. So I hope that kind of clears up what I'm trying to correlate with sunspot data and temperature. Clearly, it's represented right here in this graph from 2016 into 18. We see the drop in temperature go along with the drop in sunspots as well.
You know, I'm really glad you're showing this. And it is also fascinating when I listened to the interview that you had on your channel, the Grand Solar Minimum. You were talking to John Casey, Mr. Casey, and he was describing the same thing. And he was saying, hey, we're in these cycles and it's natural, it's going to happen. And I'm going to myself, okay, well, there's a lot of people that will go out into the sun. And even though the temperature may be 80 degrees and they're used to that 80 degrees temperature, I'm sure you've even read multiple articles about how people get burnt extremely fast. They feel like it's a lot more intense, the sun on their skin. People talk about how the sun looks a lot more white than it used to, how it used to be yellow or orangish color. Now you'll see that it's really bright white. And this is where this is what I feel about this stratospheric aerosol injection program. And folks, please don't take my word for it. Go directly to this. Type in CIA director / Bilderberg Group confirms stratospheric aerosol injections. You can go directly to the CIA.gov's website, and he talks about how it's a global program. It's a $10 billion a year program. He even says it's relatively inexpensive. And then there was an article that came out in 2013 in Norway talking about how they were going to use, how the entire world was going to be the, what's the word I'm looking for here? We're the guinea pigs. The entire world is under an experiment. And they talked about these different computer programs that they were doing to run these tests to see what it'd be like if they attempted to block the sun to cool the planet because they didn't want the ice caps to melt. Supposedly, this is according to the models and the fake math and the fake data that they're getting from the UN or the altered data, whatever. But they said that if they started spraying, that if they stopped spraying, that the Earth was going to have to make up for all the spraying that was done previously, because it's so out of balance. So once they stop spraying, the weather's going to get even more intense to make up for the spraying previously. So maybe what you're talking about is, you know, this cooling, basically this grand solar minimum has some type of effect on the atmosphere, on the actual ozone layer. So they are attempting to block it to prevent some type of even more intense solar radiation. And I can confirm with what that gentleman says about the UV lights as far as radiation is concerned, because I've been tracking the radiation levels since 2013. I have 2 different Geiger counters. And in San Antonio specifically, the levels have gone from 0.07 microsieverts per hour, which is relatively low on average, to now it's up to, 0.1, 0.12, 0.14. So it's gone up 50 to 100% over the past 7 years. And I can't confirm what that's from, but the radiation has increased. So I think this is very interesting. So let's talk more about the information that you're presenting. What do we need to look out for? And what are some other key data points? This is fascinating.
Well, and you mentioned about how people say the sun is more biting. And by the way, what we're showing right now, this is cloud coverage on 2 different layers, the very top atmosphere and lower atmosphere. But if you're looking at the Earth right now, this is what you're seeing. And this is due to the cosmic ray influx seeding our atmosphere, guys. We don't need anything in the sky to spray to block the sun. The clouds are already doing that. Believe that. These clouds are from the cloud nucleation of cosmic rays. But it's interesting, you mentioned about how it feels like the sun's biting your skin more. Well, that UV is getting in, weaker magnetosphere. So that's where people are feeling that bite when they go out into that direct sunlight. And, what we need to look for now, though, guys, basically, is that we will see not everywhere is going to get cold. This is not a global cooling to the point where everyone is an ice cube. This starts off in the grand solar minimum. These happen every 206 years. Normal minimum cycles happen every 11. Every 200 or so, you get the big one. And all the data that we've looked at, the sunspot data, the solar flares, the coronal holes, everything is matching up right now to what is supposed to happen when you head into a grand solar minimum. But this one is different from other minimums. And when you say the sun's going to go to sleep, you're not lying about that. That's exactly what's going to happen. Less sunspots on the sun creates cooler temperatures. More sunspots on the sun, like during a maximum, will give us hotter temperatures. But right now, as far as cloud coverage and spraying goes, like I said, I can't speak on that. All I can speak on is the science that we know, that we can confirm. And like I said, all the data is available at our website, thegrandsolarminimum.com. Mari, did you want to add any kind of points that I know there's growing, indoor growing, but what else would you like to throw in? You haven't really got to talk.
I usually just direct stuff anyway. My biggest concern really with the changes that we're seeing, and here is the big thing. People can agree and disagree on whatever's going on, whether it's cooling, heating, Planet X, Nibiru, anything.
It's Nibiru.
It could be anything. The bottom line is things are weird, things are changing, and we have proof that if people don't start adapting to these changes, we're going to see some catastrophic things. And I feel truly the more people that are out there and are aware and are prepared, the maybe perhaps more peaceful things will go down. Maybe we'll have a softer landing. I think we're humans, we're smart, we're innovative. If there's a will, there's a way. It's easy to be doomy and be like, well, everyone's going to just stock up on guns and bullets and fend for themselves and all that if something happens. But, imagine if we change our mindset and actually prepare and sculpt society to be ready for something like this. The biggest threat right now we're going to see is the crop loss. And we're seeing it now. If you look at crop loss numbers, people in India are losing 30 to 40% of their crops. People in Africa, I've read as high as 70%. And look at the storms that the U.S. has suffered last year and this year alone. Look at the cold in Canada, the fact that they cannot start their crops yet, and their wheat supply is going to be going down.
Italy needs 20 dry days before they can get in the fields and start working. 20 dry days before they can even work in the fields.
Look at in Washington, the freeze we have as the cherry blossoms are coming out. There's a lot of things that are affecting our crops. And what are people going to do when the shelves start emptying out and they don't have the skills in place to garden, to grow their own food, to forage, to just basic stuff?
Manufacture anything.
I mean, I'm very concerned about, when people get hungry and they want to feed their children, things can get messy. Like, I want to be able to get the awareness out there. Like, it's easy. You can have a food supply for 4 people for about $300 for a whole year. I mean, granted, it's rice and beans, but if everyone started preparing now, they don't have to spend thousands to do it. Every little bit counts. Learn to grow, learn to, prep and have stuff ready, have some survival skills, have some books ready in case, hey, we get an EMP that wipes out our electrical grid. We have so many things working against us. It's just be prepared. I think a lot of this conspiracy community, and I've learned the hard way, we spend a lot of time arguing with each other about this is happening. No, this is happening. And the bottom line is we have so much working against us. It doesn't matter really what it is. It's like, what are we going to do to be prepared for anything, no matter what it is? What are we going to do?
Well, welcome. I want to, welcome to the new world order where everything should just be given to you on a silver platter and you shouldn't have to work for anything. It should all be given to you right now. And pretty soon you'll just be able to 3D print anything you want. So I'm being sarcastic, and I hope that people do have some type of game plan. And I am going to give a quick shameless plug here real quick, folks. If you do want to prepare you can go to My Patriot Supply. I've got a link in the video description box with Leak Project, 70 mils for less than $70. There's a limit 3 per order. So you can have 210 mils for about $200, water filtration systems, organic seeds, etc. But let's jump back to, just click the link, folks. You'll be glad you did. Quick shameless plug. Let's go back to, if we can, the solar minimum. And I want to talk a little bit about John Casey. I'm so excited that I watched this interview and he was on your channel. I mean, what a top-notch individual to come on your program. And I think that he had a stroke shortly after, which I'm having all sorts of conspiracy theories go through my head now, and I'm not even going to go there. But Mr. John Casey, the co-founder and director, also president of a company called Veritance Science and Engineering Consulting Company. Now, he also worked with, he was the president of the Space and Science Research Corporation, a leading climate science research organization. Mr. Casey is a former White House space program advisor, NASA headquarters and congressional consultant, a senior field engineer, space shuttle program. I mean, that's one heck of a resume. He comes on your program, he exposes the UN agenda, this BS math that's totally skewed. And then doesn't he have like a stroke, like pretty much days after or a week after or something?
Yeah, we had the interview back in the summer of 2017. And then shortly thereafter, I think it was a month or so, we were informed that he had a stroke. Mari actually talked to him right around the holidays, around Christmas time. And he informed us that it's a very slow road to recovery right now, and that he's more than likely, this is the sad part, he's retired from the research of this. He wants to focus on his health and get back. He says he's still about a year away from any kind of halfway normalcy. So he had a major stroke. His parents passed away due to the same thing. And I think other family members in his family have had experiences with this as well. So John's very adamant right now. He feels like he's got a lot left in the tank, and he's more focused on his health than he is the research, which I think that's motivates Mari and I and others in the Grand Solar Minimum community to carry on his work, his legacy, and let everybody know. Look, Rex, I'm glad you keep mentioning the John Casey interview, because it is a great place for everyone to start. Even if you don't have a lot of knowledge about global warming or global cooling, it doesn't matter. John breaks it down in a sense to where it's not hard to understand. And he's straight and to the point. He doesn't beat around the bush. And that's why I like about John. He was kind of the first person that told me, look, the government's not going to come knocking on your door, making sure you've got food when times are tough. And people are wondering why we keep talking about food. But guys, Rex, this graph here that John wants to really stress to everyone is that during the Maunder Minimum in the 1600s, we experienced famine, we experienced crop loss, lots of deaths due to this, but we also had less technology. And remember, we did not have the industrial age, so you could not blame the CO2 levels being as high as they were back then, which, by the way, they were over 270 parts per million in that time period. We didn't have the CO2 like we do now, which, by the way, CO2 does not warm. It does make things greener. That's something that can be proven, and it does help create cloud coverage. But right now, as far as it being a warming, what we've noticed is that John Casey's also said this: temperature rise comes first, and then carbon CO2 rise comes with it afterwards. So it's temperature rise first, then carbon. Once you see that peak of the carbon, the CO2, that's when the temperatures start declining. And that's what we're going through right now. So think about the population that we have right now, Rex, almost 8 billion people in the world. All right. Think about all the mouths that we have to feed. And if we have anything like we had during the Maunder Minimum, which is being predicted right now, we are going to go through a Maunder Minimum type minimum. Think about all the hunger that's going to happen. Think about all the crops failing. How are we going to feed 8 billion people when crops are going to be the same status as what we had in the 1600s and 1700s?
Well, I think it's going to be worse now because you have more cosmic rays. We have more particles in the air in general, and the albedo is reflecting more light. And going into the future, it's a bit alarming to see, as you put the puzzles, pieces of puzzle together, how they all connect and how they can all affect one another. There's just so much to it impacting our planet. Where this is going to go. We interviewed Valentina Zarkova also.
Very well known in the UK as well.
And, she's predicting, she said Maunder minimum.
She said Dalton minimum, she believes, but also if you look at her work, and I don't know if we have her graph or not, but she shows where the magnetic connection with the sun and the earth is weaker than ever in history. So in a way, her work is contradicting when she says we're only going to be in a Dalton type minimum.
No, I think John Casey was Dalton and Valentina said Maunder.
Might have been Maunder. I might have had it mixed up. I apologize. But either way, her work on the magnetic field of the sun shows that we're going to be in a deep Maunder minimum type here in the future. And actually, they're going to try to get this minimum called the Eddy minimum, named after Jack Eddy, who was really good friends with John Casey. They worked closely together before Mr. Eddy passed away a couple of years ago. So, and like I said, they've expected this minimum to last anywhere from 400 years to 1,000 years. So none of us are going to see the completion of this cooling cycle, but we're already seeing the beginning effects of what happens when we start to see these anomalies where our atmosphere cools suddenly. Like, look at the temperature contrast right now in the United States. In just 24 hours, you're going to be 75 degrees, and then the next day you're 40 degrees with snow in the forecast. These violent temperature swings, that's what's going to kill us.
And I'm also wondering how much effect this might have on tornadoes and, other just crazy weather. But as far as the volcanoes, there was a recent discovery, and I shared the white papers on this, where there is about a 99% chance that 91 new volcanoes have been discovered in Antarctica in the western slope area there. And a lot of the ice sheets, certain ice sheets and glaciers are melting from the middle, from inside. And I would think that would probably have something to do with maybe the volcanoes in the same area. I'm just a conspiracy theorist in my grandma's garage, but that might make sense. But, I wonder the next 10 years, 20 years from now, because I've also had very intelligent people that have worked with NASA as independent contractors and defense contractors, et cetera. His name's Ray, and you can listen to the podcast. He has about $10,000 worth of equipment, independent equipment, where he's testing a specific part of the ozone layer. And he is saying that within about 7 years, if they don't cut down on these stratospheric aerosol injections and different pollutants and stuff, that we could see that disappear, which in return would make it very difficult to grow crops inside. And the reason I said it was those beetles is because earlier here in Colorado, when I was talking about all those pine trees that were dying, I talked to somebody, a local in the area, and he said that it's these beetles and they only attack certain pine trees above 10,000 feet or above a certain level. But some areas are so bad. And just you can look for miles and miles and miles and you just see death. You see like 90% dead trees. And it was interesting because my wife she said something when we were coming out here. I said, look at that. Look at those mountains. It looks like blood's dripping down them. And she's like, yeah, well, there are a bunch of those trees. Maybe it must be the weather because, there's snow out here. It's early spring, et cetera. We're thinking, okay, maybe it's the weather. No, these beetles just devastated, like some areas, 90% of tree cover. And it's only at a certain height, though. Once it goes over a certain height, then they don't affect the trees. And it's very bizarre. But the reason I brought that up is not just the stratospheric aerosol injections, but just this global mindset that we're in right now. And these it's just amazing how something as small as a beetle can affect thousands of acres, hundreds of thousands of acres of forest. It's wild. But what do you think if in 7 to 10 years from now, because the ozone's so messed up, whether it's from volcanoes or pollution or swamp gas from Uranus, people are having to grow their crops inside and we're at a solar minimum. Is there going to be, do you think that there will be places that just freeze over?
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned that because that is going to be the future of growing is indoor vertical farming. Look, we're going to be teaming up with a company that's based out of Spain right now, and they're looking to buy property throughout the equatorial region of Earth, basically everywhere in the tropics, anywhere equatorial region, anywhere on Earth. They're looking to buy up land and they want to start facilities. I've already seen the video. I've seen their plan. The future is going to be indoor growing, and it's going to happen well before 7 years. Like I said, this is only the beginning. This year's crop failures are already worse than last year's, and we're not even into the grow season yet. I mean, I know a lot of farmers live by that, have everything in the ground by June 1st. But let's face it, right now, there's a lot of places that can't even get seeds in the ground. So solutions, yes, Rex. We're going to have to start learning how to grow indoors, vertical indoor growing, not just growing food, but growing things that are useful for nutrients like moringa. You could eat less food if you're eating the correct nutrients and taking care of your body, because that's going to be key when you're talking about if we do happen, and we're not even talking about the space weather effect from the grand solar minimum. With having a weak magnetosphere, we are, again, sunspots are low and unlikely, but have we ever have to face a situation where we're facing an X-class solar flare that hits us head on from a sunspot that's directly in the Earth's way? You're talking about grid failure. And how long does it take to get the grid back up? Does it affect the entire globe, or does it just affect half the globe? Like I said earlier, Puerto Rico lost the entire grid in that little island down there, and they're still struggling to get things back to normal. So on top of just what the weather is going to do, but we got to look out for space weather. We've seen more fireballs and more meteors in the sky. I believe that's also due to the weak magnetosphere that's not pinging these things back out into space. So we're seeing increased activity, not just weather, but space. And then you factor in earthquakes and volcanoes, which, all factor in from the charged particles coming into our planet's atmosphere. And believe it or not, they do make it to the core of the planet. That's what's heating everything up in the core. Are this influx of cosmic rays going straight to the core, heating things up, getting these volcanoes awake. And meanwhile, the atmosphere is cooling. So now you have contractions, and that's why we're seeing so many of these earthquakes and volcanoes, especially during the minimum times. This is common.
Do you remember the film 2012?
I do.
And the
I don't know if it's going to be on that level, but it's a crazy movie, man.
Well, and you know what's even crazier is there is an essay written by Chan Thomas called The Adam and Eve Story. And it was classified for a lot of years underneath the CIA, and now it's declassified. You can go directly CIA.gov. You can read the actual document. I was fortunate enough to pick up a hard copy, and now if you can even find a hard copy, they're like $1,500. I got it for like less than $10, and it was signed. So hello, I scored. But anyway, the reason I'm bringing this up is I have a rhyme to my reason here. He talks about how you can go back into biblical times and these cataclysms that happen. And he says that with his very well researched, very knowledgeable, and I think the 2012, that movie, I think they got their storyline from this essay, because so much of what he talks about is in that film. And he essentially talks about how the internal core of the planet, every X thousands of years, something causes a release of gray matter. And when that gray matter releases, it's like an internal explosion, like an atomic bomb explodes inside of the Earth. And that causes, these tectonic plates to move. Yeah. And that causes the poles to shift. And that causes like huge tsunamis and tidal waves and volcanoes and stuff. But what you just brought up, the reason I'm saying this is because you brought up these neutrinos and stuff like that. Well, these different neutrinos can heat up the core of the Earth, and that could be what causes this, reset every 10,000 years, 6,000 years, whatever. But that's fascinating, because I just read an article about how in Park City, Utah, because they've got more underground tunnels in Park City, Utah than they do in New York City. I'll bet most people don't know this, but old mining town, you can't find much about it on the internet. You really have to research this. But they did a study several years ago where they went to the deepest mine in Park City, Utah, and they were testing neutrinos to see what kind of effect they had. So let me ask you this, and I'm still not convinced on a binary star. I am pretty convinced on a bunch of planetary type objects that orbit the sun with very weird orbits. Now I'm talking like Mike Brown and Batagen white papers. I've never seen a picture of Planet X ever. All the stuff I've seen is lens flares and some very good pictures of lens flares. But these documents talk about, and that's cool, and I respect people that believe in that. But I've been able to debunk everything I've seen. But I do believe there's these planetary objects out there based upon research and people that are a lot smarter than myself, and I can show you the orbits. And I wonder if these planetary objects, like Sedna as an example, could have a magnetic effect on our planet in connection with this solar minimum that could cause certain events like volcanoes or earthquakes. Now, what are your thoughts on some of these white papers that have came out by Badagen and Brown? Have you read any of them?
I haven't read the papers, but Mari and I really believe in that the possibility of a planet X on the outside of our solar system is very real. We've talked about also being that we are magnetically connected to our sun. And I believe that our stars are connected as the universe is just one giant magnetic grid. So when you bring up the possibility of other planetary objects throughout the solar system affecting the minimum, I haven't gone that deep into that research, but I could see that being a possibility. And in fact, Mari and I stumbled across a very interesting theory that we're still in the midst of researching, but it has something to do with what you're talking about. In August of 2017, there was a supernova about 58 million light years away. Now, I don't know if it affected the sun, but the following 20 days after that, in September of 2017, our sun had been in a minimum all year, and all of a sudden just woke up and we had solar flare. We had 2 X-class solar flares. We had some intense hurricane. That was Harvey and Irma. So we had a very active month, unusual activity from the sun. And my thought now is, what if these supernovas are connected somehow? And if that one 58 million light years away affected the sun, I'm not saying that's what happened, but if it did, what happens when we have one of these supernovas closer to us? And Mari, I'm going to let you pick up from there and kind of talk about what we're also looking into the possibility with what might be happening within the next 3 to 5 years.
Well, first off, when it comes to planetary effects on the sun, there is papers regarding the grand minimums. That's I'm not going to pronounce his name right. It's Landshite.
Carl, it is Landshite.
Carl. I like saying Carl. They actually want to call it the Carl minimum. Some people want to call it the Eddy minimum, but he deals with planetary alignments and grand minimums. So he has some interesting, I believe we have that linked off of our website.
Yes.
So there are theories of that. As for the supernova, we were researching just weird space stuff like we do. The supernova, we just found this interesting connection between the one that happened in 2017 and then just a matter of time after that, we had the 2 X flares, which they are researching right now. They're saying that these 2 X flares sort of sent a signal to the sun to put it in a dormancy mode. There's actually scientists that have released statements on that and are working on papers right now about that. And we were discussing supernova going into the future, where a scientist has predicted that 2 stars will collide into a massive supernova that will be visible from Earth. I think it was in 2022 or 2024.
24, I think, but we could be in that time frame anyway.
And I haven't really researched this, so if this supernova last year had that effect on the sun, that's sort of interesting. But
this one's what, 1800?
This is much closer. I believe it's 1800 light years. Scientifically, they're saying this shouldn't be a big threat, but I'm more interested in just seeing. Well, we're all going to see it from Earth. What's going to happen? I am skeptical what kind of activity will spur from the sun because of it. I'm
just trying to put, like I said, we can't prove this yet, but if a supernova from 58 million light years away possibly could have helped jumpstart the sun in September, is it possible that this one that's going to be only 1,800 light years away, could it do something quicker? And also, Valentina Zarkova mentioned this as well, but there will be a period where our sun goes back to a slight normalcy period after about 7 years of minimum. It's a possibility that it goes into a more normal, stable period, but not like what we're used to right now. It's still going to be crazy, cooler, and intense, but not as bad. 19 through 23 is supposed to be the peak of the minimum. That's where we're going to see the most challenging conditions here on Earth with the climate, with the crop situation, everything. And, you know, we keep talking about John Casey, but he also predicts a very catastrophic event from an earthquake or a volcano between now and 2033. So this is one of those things, Rex, where we just have to wait and see. There's so much research that you can do. There's something you learn every day. I don't care how long you've been researching this. You will learn something new every day about these cycles, about how they occur, and how natural they are. And there's so many scientists right now coming out. 41,000 scientists have signed a petition stating that CO2 does not drive the climate and that the sun is the main driver of our climate.
You're a conspiracy theorist, and I think we need to put you in a concentration camp so they can re-educate you. And yeah, you can only have your lights on for 15 minutes a day, and you can't use air conditioning. But
as long as I get pudding.
Well, now, is it organic? Is it organic pudding?
Butterscotch, that's all I require. You want to put me in a padded room, just make sure I get my butterscotch pudding.
Butterscotch or scotch?
Just the butterscotch for now.
So we've got almost 1,500 viewers live here on Leak Project on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/clandestine Time Lord. I want to thank everybody for being here live with us. And you definitely need to check out this awesome website, thegrandsolarminimum.com, also on YouTube, because there's just so much information about space weather and this solar minimum that we seem to be approaching. I would like to know what you might recommend as far as, I don't know, I mean, and solutions. We've talked about preparing, but what is something that maybe we could do as far as technology? I mean, there's got to be something that we could do. I mean, you've got these type 3 civilizations that are discussed. And let's go deep here for a minute. We might as well. I mean, you're on the Leak Project. You've got to talk about some woo-woo just a bit. Put on your tinfoil hats. I do have tinfoil hats, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know. And it's got this really cool EMF liner, which will help protect you from generation.
We've got Faraday ones.
Those are awesome. Hello. If you don't have a tinfoil hat, have a Faraday hat. Those are even better. But wait a second. I had something I was going to, where was I going with this? I lost my train of thought. Let's go back 30 seconds.
What
do you remember
humans can do to change things?
Yes, technology speaking. Thank you. Type 3 civilizations. The Fermi paradox talks about specifically these, why don't we see extraterrestrials if they're out there? Because there's so many planets, there's so many stars that there should be somebody out there making contact with us, right? I mean, sending out radio signals or something. And there's a whole bunch of different theories as to why we haven't made contact yet with an extraterrestrial civilization. But it also talks about type 2 and type 3 civilizations and what's called the Great Void. And you have to make it through like this position in time to make it to that next level, to like that type 2 or type 3 civilization. And one of the big arguments or talking points about why we haven't found another civilization out there is because they get to a certain point and then they get destroyed, whether it's from a natural cataclysm or they blow themselves up because of war, whatever. So what do you guys and Mari, gal, what do you think about this? I mean, what's your take on the Fermi paradox and extraterrestrial life? Do you think we're the only ones in space? And if not, how come we haven't made contact with anybody else yet?
Go for it, Mari.
You want me to go for it?
Well,
they actually there was some.
We just go for it.
This is WTF Sky stuff right here, so I'll let the Queen take this one.
The Queen, stop. There was actual classified documents, or they were declassified documents on trans interdimensional beings. Yep. So I am very skeptical about it, but believe the human brain and mind, we all can see a certain spectrum. It's very limited. And there is so much out there that our human brains cannot comprehend.
Yeah.
So if there are, say aliens or interdimensional, I can't say this, it's 12
the folks in the clouds
past my bedtime, Rex. So, all right. I'm real big on sound, vibration, frequencies, all that. There's a lot of unknowns. So, is that why we're not seeing it? Because we're sort of stunted right now. We don't know how to limited. Look for it. We don't have the spectrum. Some people, there's a lot of people I've run across on YouTube with tinfoil hats that talk to aliens and interdimensional beings and all that. So maybe they have that special frequency, or, who knows? I just,
we are not alone. If that's the question you beg to ask, yes, we'll firmly stand on that. We know that there's UFOs. We know that there's alien life forms. FBI leaked out some classified documents that Trump declassified back in January of 2017. This was right after he got elected. He was inaugurated on the 20th, and I think by the end of the month, this file had been declassified. Now, they blacked out some of the information, but in these FBI files, they're talking about encounters with interdimensional beings and how that these interdimensional beings are here on a mission to help, and that the frequency is too low on this planet, and that they're here to help keep the frequency up. Mari and I talk about this all the time. The human brain is not accessed the way it's supposed to be, and I think that's intentionally done. I
think we're purposely programmed to be dumbed down to not tap into our full potential. You
mentioned the movie like 2012. Those movies and The Day After Tomorrow, those are there to program people to strike fear into them about these types of cataclysm events. Now, will that stuff happen? I'm not going to predict that it won't, but I can tell you this, the movie The Day After Tomorrow, we won't see such a rapid climate shift like they did in that movie. This is just part of the programming of the mind, keeping the frequency down and keeping people scared, because that's where you have the most control. Am I not right? I mean, if you got people scared, you've got control.
Well, if you've got them in that fear mode, there's one of two options for most people that are scared. They're in that fight or flight. So they're either going to run or they're going to stay there, and they're going to put their dukes up and they're going to go to battle. And I'm really glad that you're starting to, you're sharing your beliefs about the possibility of space travelers, extraterrestrials, whatever you want to call them, because I think that a lot of people will get so worried about what somebody else is going to say about them. Oh, well, you believe in aliens, so everything you say is kooky. Well, I think that if you don't think that that is a possibility, maybe that's kind of an ignorant statement just because of how many planets and stars there are in the universe. And then that person might say, oh, well, everything else is a dome. It's all holograms. It's a flat plane, whatever. I get it. The flat Earth phenomenon seems to be this, I don't even know. I mean, I think that maybe a lot of people are saying the Earth's flat just because they think it's funny, but it seems to have taken a mind of its own. And I'm trying to figure out what's the reason for that. Is it what's your take on that?
Well, and you say we believe in aliens and everything. Well, we believe in science, and science leads us to believe that we're not even from this planet. If you realize, take a look around you, we're the only species on the planet that's tearing up the planet. Everything else that lives here is not doing what we're doing. So in my mind, when I look at science and we go back in time and look at these ice cores and measure all the data that we can get from that and the sediments, and they go back hundreds of thousands of years, there's different kinds of species on the planet. Also, pandemic, it's not automatically linked to these grand minimums, but there's some people out there that believe that these cosmic rays somehow affect pandemics, where they supercharge illness or bacteria and create a super strain of flu. So I believe that some of the deadliest strains of pandemics that we've ever experienced is likely from cosmic dust or cosmic rays, that bring in from, more radiation from the sun during the period of time of weaker magnetosphere. So the science tells me that there's no way we're the only living beings in the universe.
I find when people get into topics, they cling on to an answer that they find, and it turns on the blinders to other possibilities. And it's very challenging, especially with these sort of alternative topics, to zoom out, be objective, and just look at things as a whole and accept all possibilities. Just be objective. It's very difficult. I'm sure you've been a witness to how difficult it is to stay zoomed out, stay objective, and try to stay peaceful, yet still contemplate interesting topics.
Interesting topics are what Leak Project is all about, is, looking for that cutting edge fringe, doomlicious exotica. And I want to thank you for coming on the show. And I hope we can do this again, do an update in the future.
Absolutely.
And, it was a real honor to speak with both of you. Ladies and gentlemen, check out The Grand Solar Minimum on YouTube, also thegrandsolarminimum.com. And any other words of wisdom you want to share with us before we close out tonight?
I just be good to one another. There's so much hate and anger in the world, and it's hard. It's easy to get sucked into it. Just center yourself and find some peace, and just be prepared for anything, and just have faith in the unknown. I just want people to really be prepared for anything, because right now the biggest thing in our near future is food supply challenges. So get ready, be smart, and do your research.
That's the number one thing. The reason why the grandsolarminimum.com exists, we have multitude of links and graphs for you to look at for yourself. That way you don't have to just take our word for it. You can pull the data that we're looking at for yourself. But really just repeating what Mari says, guys, in the future, when the shit does hit the fan, we have each other to rely on, and that's it. The government's not going to come knocking on our door making sure we have food to eat. So it's very important while we can to get as educated as we can about growing food and how to be self-sufficient and how to live off the land, how to be productive in your community, whether it's volunteering a garden or whatever. Get used to stuff like that. Whether we're cooling or warming, it doesn't matter. Just to know these basic skills in life, it's good to have regardless. That way you're ready. And that's really all I have to say. Rex, thanks for having us on tonight.
Right on. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here at the Leak Project. Make sure to subscribe, youtube.com/clandestine Time Lord. If you've already subscribed, make sure you're still subscribed, because sometimes the gremlins like to jump out and eat your subscribe button. Also go to leakproject.com, become a premium member, be excellent to each other, and be the change you want to see.
If you go back and you trace the origins of climate change vis-a-vis the UN and its Intergovernmental Panel and the well-described Maurice Strong, you'll find out that all of this got started back in the UK when Margaret Thatcher was trying to battle coal miner union strikes that were devastating their economy. She wanted a way to get out from under coal as a fuel source so she wouldn't have to mess with the unions anymore. She went to an outdated scientific theory from 1896, which was disproved when it was first proposed. And she said, aha, this man-made CO2 thing might do it. I can convert us all to nuclear, and we can get rid of the coal unions, and I'll be free of that problem. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how it all started. The Iron Lady herself had no idea this was going to be so corrupted and become so global that it would come back to haunt future generations of UK citizens, much less the US. But that's exactly how it got started. Nigel Calder does an excellent video on this subject, and he explains all of that. But what we find when we go back and we look at all these UN reports, curiously, there are two little universities in England, the Hadley Center and the University of East Anglia. They're two of the most primary centers for excellence on climate change used by the UN. They come out with a database called HAD-Proof. It's a combined data set of global temperatures and other things. So why is it that two little obscure unknown universities in England became the source of all this? Because Margaret Thatcher pumped lots of money into them to tell us, right or wrong, but in a predetermined method, to tell us that CO2 produced by man is at the source of all evil. And now you know the rest of the story. That's how it all began.
Finally, we'll turn to Dr. Spencer. I will say, Dr. Spencer, that I know that Senator Sessions very much wanted to be here and introduce you, the senator from your home state, and because of the vote and the scheduling mishaps, I think it looks like he would not be able to do that, but I think he would want me to let you know that he was very eager to do that, had asked my permission to do that, and was ready, willing, and able to do that. So you'll have to go forward without his introduction, but I'm sure he wishes you his best.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for the invitation to you and the committee and to Chairman Boxer. First of all, given everything that's been said today, and following on Dr. Pilkey's excellent testimony right now, I want to put everything we've been talking about into a little broader climate context. And this is a chart that will be submitted as part of the record tomorrow, and at least a few members of the committee might be able to see it. The point here, which I will restate orally, is that, yes, we are unusually warm right now, just like we were 1,000 years ago during the medieval warm period and 2,000 years ago during the Roman warm period. Now, those previous warm periods couldn't have been our fault. The point is, climate varies naturally. I know the title of today's hearing is something like climate change, it's happening today, or something like that. Well, yeah, and it's always changed. The question is, so what? How much of that change is due to humans? That is a question which I believe I am the only witness today who has actually actively researched and published on. For instance, we have a new paper that's just been accepted for publication, which looks at not only the warming we've seen in the atmosphere over the last, let's say, 50 years, but also the warming we've seen in the oceans. Dr. Cullen mentioned the importance of not just focusing on the atmosphere, but also looking at the warming in the oceans, and she's very correct. And we've done that, and when we take into account how much the deep oceans have warmed since the 1950s, and take into account the effect of El Niños and La Niñas and increasing carbon dioxide and all of the other forcing mechanisms that the IPCC uses in their climate model runs, we find that the climate system is relatively insensitive, consistent with the big graphic that was shown earlier, where it showed that we're not warming nearly as fast as the IPCC climate models suggest we should have been warming. So the point is, a lot of evidence now is being amassed, which suggests that the climate system is simply not as sensitive to our addition of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere as most scientists think it is. I also want to say, since we're talking about most scientists, I've heard 97%, 98%. There's a recent paper by John Cook and co-authors who looked at thousands of research papers which have been published in the scientific literature to see what fraction, support the scientific consensus on global warming. Well, it turns out that the 97% consensus that they found, I am indeed part of. And Senator Sessions mentioned he would agree with it too. And my associate, John Christie, he agrees with it. In fact, all skeptics that I know of that work in this business all are part of that 97%, because the 97% includes people who think humans have some influence on climate. Well, that's a fairly innocuous statement. And that's something that continually annoys me, is those of us that are called deniers. It's never actually, I think the D word was actually used by the chairman today. It's never actually been pointed out. What is it that we deny? Also, this 97%. Well, what does the 97% consensus mean? What do all of those people agree to? Well, they agree to something fairly innocuous, and it's something that most of us agree to, that humans must have some influence on climate. The question is how much? And how much influence makes all the difference in the world if you're going to be basing policy decisions, carbon taxes, regulations, legislation, whatever, on them. It makes all the difference in the world exactly how much warming we can expect due to human activities. I'm going to leave it at that. I think just to point out that some of the statistics that have been given today, I think, are only giving half the story. For instance, Jennifer Francis has talked about the decrease in the Arctic sea ice. And I know something about that because I'm the lead scientist on NASA's best instrument for monitoring that decrease in Arctic sea ice. But what she didn't mention is that Antarctic sea ice, over that same 30-year period that we've been monitoring, has been increasing. So there's a lot of half-truths in this business. You can point to some areas that are changing, some areas that are changing in one direction, some are changing in another direction. At some point, we have to ask ourselves, is all of this just mostly part of what the climate system does naturally? With that, I will end my testimony.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spencer.
One of the big questions in solar physics is why the sun's activity follows a regular cycle of 11 years. Researchers from Helmholtz Zentrum Dresden Rosendorf HZDR, an independent German research institute, now present new findings indicating that the tidal forces of Venus, Earth, and Jupiter influence the solar magnetic field, thus governing the solar cycle. In principle, it's not unusual for the magnetic activity of a star like the sun to undergo cyclic oscillation, and yet past models have been unable to adequately explain the very regular cycle of the sun. The HZDR research team has now succeeded in demonstrating that planetary tidal forces on the sun act like an outer clock and are the decisive fact behind its steady rhythm. To accomplish this result, the scientists systematically compared the historical observations of solar activity from the last 1,000 years with planetary constellations, statistically proving that the two phenomena are linked. There is an astonishingly high level of concordance that we see as complete parallelism with the planets over the course of 90 cycles. Everything points to a clocked process, states Frank Stefani, the lead author of the study. As with the gravitational pull of the moon causing tides on Earth, planets are able to displace the hot plasma on the sun's surface. Tidal forces are strongest when there is maximum Venus-Earth-Jupiter alignment, a constellation that occurs every 11.07 years. But the effect is too weak to significantly perturb the flow low in the solar interior, which is why the temporal coincidence was not long neglected. However, the HZDR researchers then found evidence of a potential indirect mechanism that may be able to influence the solar magnetic field via tidal forces, oscillations in the Taylor instability, the physical effect that, from a certain current, can change the behavior of a conductive liquid or of a plasma. Building on this concept, the scientists developed their first model in 2016. They have since advanced this model in their new study to present a more realistic scenario. There's a small trigger with a major impact. Tides utilize instability. In the hot plasma of the sun, the Taylor instability perturbs the flux and the magnetic field itself, reacting very sensitively to the tiny forces. A small thrust of energy is enough for the perturbations to oscillate between right-handed and left-handed helicity, which is the projection of the spin onto the direction of momentum. The momentum is required for this may be introduced by planetary tidal forces every 11 years, ultimately also setting the rhythm at which the magnetic field reverses the polarity of the sun. When I first read about the ideas linking the solar dynamo to the planets, I was very skeptical, Stefani recalled. But when we discovered the current-driven Taylor instability undergoing helicity oscillations in our computer simulations, I asked myself what would happen if the plasma was impacted on by a small tidal-like perturbation. The result was phenomenal. The oscillation was really excited and became synchronized with the timing of the external perturbation. Solar dynamo with an added touch. In the standard scenario of a dynamo, the rotation of the sun and the complex motion of the solar plasma create a cyclically changing magnetic field. Two effects interact here. The plasma rotates more quickly at the sun's equator than at the poles. This leads to the omega effect. The magnetic field lines frozen in the plasma stretch around the sun and convert the magnetic field into a field aligned almost parallel to the sun's equator. The alpha effect describes a mechanism that twists the magnetic field lines, forcing the magnetic field back into a north-south direction. What exactly causes the alpha effect, however, is a subject of dispute. Stefani's model indicates that the Taylor instability is partly responsible for this. The researchers consider the most plausible scenario to be one in which a classic solar dynamo is combined with the modulations excited by the planets. Then the sun would be completely ordinary, an older star whose dynamo cycle, however, is synchronized by the tides, summarized Stefani. The great thing about the new model is that they are now able to explain the effects that were previously difficult to model, such as false helicities as observed with sunspots, or the well-known double peak in the sun's activity curve. Besides influencing the 11-year cycle, planetary tidal forces may also have other effects on the sun. For example, it's also conceivable that they change the stratification of the plasma in the transition region between the interior radiative zone and the outer convection zone of the sun in such a way that magnetic flux can be conducted more easily. Under those conditions, the magnitude of activity cycles could also be changed, as once the case with the Maunder minimum, when there was a strong decline in solar activity for a longer phase. In the long term, a more precise model of the solar dynamo would help scientists quantify climate-relevant processes such as space weather more effectively, and perhaps even improve climate predictions one day. The new model calculations also mean that besides tidal forces, potentially other, hitherto neglected mechanisms would have to be integrated with the solar dynamo theory, mechanisms with weak forces that can nevertheless, as researchers know, have a major impact. To be able to investigate this fundamental question in the laboratory too, the researchers are currently setting up a new liquid metal experiment. As always, we'll keep you updated on the Grand Solar Minimum channel. Please like and share.
Hey guys, it's Mari from WTF Sky. I'm doing a series going over basic terminology that Lee and Jake use when discussing the grand solar minimum. Today, I'm going to give you an overview on TSI. What is it? Total solar irradiance. Total solar irradiance is the dominant driver of the Earth's climate. The global temperature of the Earth is almost completely determined by the balance between the solar radiation and the response of the Earth's atmosphere via absorption, reflection, and re-radiation. Roughly 30% of the TSI that strikes the Earth is reflected back into space. space by clouds, atmospheric aerosols, snow, ice, desert sand, rooftops, and even ocean surf. The remaining 70% of the TSI is absorbed by the land, ocean, and atmosphere. In addition, different layers of the Earth's atmosphere absorb different wavelengths of light. Changes in either the TSI or the composition of the atmosphere can cause climate change. Thanks for joining us. You guys have a great day.
What you plan to do, and to see someone actually doing something and preparing. So I just applaud you for doing that. It's not easy having a YouTube channel and starting out. So I've seen you, I've watched all your videos and seen you grow from week 1 to
It is Outsiders Weather and Ice Age Watch, where we get all the latest on global cooling. This week, after several decades of extremely dry weather, residents in southern regions of Morocco woke up last week to an unusual snowfall that impacted the oasis towns of Ouarzazate and Tarouda, which have not experienced snow for 50 years. The freezing citizens of these Berber coastal towns are shivering under the influence of a very low pressure, with temperatures set to remain between minus 0.4 and 1 degree Celsius in coming days. And motorists beware in Morocco, because the snowfall is blocking over 3,000 kilometres of those Moroccan roads. Despite the freezing cold weather and temperatures, many Moroccans went outside to enjoy the unexpected snowfall. Well, they'd better get used to it, because 7 new scientific papers have now forecast global cooling. During 2017, over 100 papers linking historical and modern climate change to variations in solar activity and its modulators, clouds, cosmic rays, were published in scientific journals. Low solar activity, fewer sunspots, and increased cloud cover, as modulated by cosmic rays, are highly associated with a cooling climate. Solar scientists are now increasingly forecasting a period of very low activity that will commence in the next few years by around 2020 to 2025. This will lead to climate cooling, even little ice age conditions. Ooh, not looking forward to that. Professor Horst Joachim Lüdecker and Professor Karl Otto Weiss of the University of Applied Sciences in Saarbrücken predict a temperature drop from now to 2050, a slight rise from 2050 to 2130, and then a further drop from 2130 throughout the following century. Meanwhile, Professor Bakram S. Natiev from the Institute of Helioclimatology predicts a coming decrease in temperatures of 0.5 degree, with a decrease of up to 1.5 degrees Celsius in his hometown of Geneva. He also predicts that sea levels will fall due to more snow and glacier accumulation on the continents.
People cannot possibly plan for every contingency. They can't.
Well, I watched the original video many years ago about the story about CO2, which was a propaganda deal from Margaret Thatcher during the coal strike.
We might lose the power grid. I mean, who knows? The grand solar minimum, with volcanoes, with earthquakes, with solar flares penetrating Earth's magnetic field when it's down. I mean, right now, this is the weakest we've seen it in 200 and some years.
But I did notice a huge difference this summer. Very difficult to grow anything. We planted things over and over and over up here just to try to get something to grow.
I've always kind of been interested in the cycles, and my background of taking botany and horticulture classes basically found out there was larger cycles repeating over smaller cycles, and even larger cycles of ups and downs in climate, dry periods, warm periods, cold periods, wet periods.
I look at details. I was raised in the military. My father was a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. He was a pilot. At the end of his career, he was a helicopter rescue pilot in Vietnam before he got shot down. He was always like, Cynthia, it's not enough to have a plan A and a plan B. You better have a plan C, D, E, and F, because if anything has taught me anything, stuff goes all to pieces in seconds, and you better have a backup plan to your backup plan, to your backup plan.
I think the most important thing for people to do is to try to build their relationships with the people in their neighborhoods and their community, depending on how big their community is. And they really need to get to know what other people are doing and how they're thinking. Because if anything happens, that's the people that's going to be knocking on your door. And I think the other thing is kind of keep your mouth shut.
Thank you for staying rational and sane, and I'll talk to you again.
I wasn't expecting a lot of callers tonight.
Well, and this is the beginning.
It was so good. It was better than watching the Cleveland Browns.
Wow.
Matt taking shots on the live show.
Please join us for our next call-in show on Patreon. Like our supporter Richard said, no one is as smart as everyone working together.
Good morning, and in this presentation I would like describe briefly most recent study for prediction long-term solar activity. And the question is why we so care about this why we so care about this. First, we know what sun is the most important star in our life. It is not because provides some heat, light, but also, especially with the current development of technologies, we became more and more sensitive to space weather conditions, disturbances from the sun. And in addition to this, because we have planned go to Moon, Mars, and maybe in future to another planets, effects related to solar activity became extremely important in terms of we would like make plans of very far ahead to take into account the possible extreme conditions. And on this chart, you see a number of different missions on different stage of operations, which attempt to study conditions in different layers, from subsurface layers to heliosphere. For example, one of operating currently mission is Solar Dynamics Observatory. One of goal of this mission is provide full disk high resolution observations, which help us to understand global dynamics of the sun and in particular evolution of magnetic fields. But of course, because importance of the sun, we have very long records of observations, which start in very, very early days. And on this chart, you see sunspot number variations for 400 years. But actually, we have even longer. But on this chart, it's just systematic observations. And sunspot cycles, sunspot number, it is a kind of characteristic level of solar activity. There are many attempts to predict solar activity with very different methods, but usually they doesn't work. And the reason for this because we have very limited information for this. In present time, we are very lucky because we have synoptic observations of solar magnetic field. So in this time, we have a solid background to study how magnetic fields evolve. And on this chart, you see combined observations, ground observations from SOLIS instrument and two NASA space missions, SOHA and SDO. And you see how distribution of magnetic fields with time and latitude, and the black and white colors correspond to different polarity of magnetic fields. And we would like use this data to make more reliable prediction for next solar activity. But of course, we have, it is not such easy just because our knowledge about solar dynamics is very limited. And it is restrict us to make really highly realistic models. In the same time, we have very limited knowledge about observations. What it means, what even if you have observations, they cannot give you a vision on a whole picture how solar flows, solar magnetic fields evolve in time. And in same way, our models not able to reproduce in a very realistic way what is going on the sun across whole interiors and surface. And this slide essentially illustrate what if we have some kind of true condition, which we don't know, it is red curve. We have model, it is a black curve there, and some observations. And you see it is discrepancies between all of these. And data assimilation technique, in fact, allows us to make estimation uncertainties both in observations and our models, and correct our model to our correct our model to observations and make understanding of current state of solar activity more precise. And this technique is widely used for prediction of weather, and say you can see what kind of weather will be tomorrow and later. So, but idea is the same. And of course, I'm not going to discuss about these equations, but I would like give you just a simple overview. We have a dynamo model which describe evolution of global magnetic fields. And of course, it is, even if you have very good technique, it is some very serious requirements to model. We must reproduce with our model general properties of solar activity. On left-hand side, you see, in fact, a few images of which illustrate solar activity. One of them, it is hand-drawn images of sunspots. And we have very long records on this. Importance of such observations because we can calibrate our model and test how it works. But of course, it is the most important to have physical quantities from observations. And thanks to currently available for solar cycle observations of magnetic field, we can do this. And you see just example continuum intensity from HMI instrument at the top and in the bottom solar magnetograms. And these analyses, in fact, allow us, because again, it's still uncertainties, allow us to create a kind of ensemble of models which describe conditions of the sun. And after this, additional analysis, statistical analysis required to find the best, like most correct conditions according to our knowledge. This technique previously was used to predict solar cycle 24, and we used annual sunspot number variations. This prediction was done in 2008, and we are happy to see what this technique works pretty well. And on this chart, the red curve, in fact, corresponds to our forecast, and empty dots actual observations. And again, because we have limited observational data, we try and first, it is some difficulties how we can combine in this data to predict solar activity. We decided to do separate prediction for each hemisphere using available synoptic magnetograms. And on this slide, you see our forecast for solar cycle 25. And in this plot, in fact, you can see, say, blue curve correspond to our model solution, which is corrected according to observations. Empty dots, it is just not real sunspot number, but sunspot number is estimated from magnetograms. And the red curve and dark green curve just overlapping with the red one is our prediction. And you see, if you compare solar cycle 24 and 25 for both hemispheres, we have significantly weaker amplitude of variations. And this approach, according to our previous experience, work very well for in most cases for 8 years ahead, but it potentially can work even longer, how it was shown for cycle 24. And of course, because we made the forecast for each hemisphere, we can discuss about total solar activity. It is presented on this slide. And in context of time evolution of solar activity, you see sunspot number observations records for several hundred years, and you see our prediction for solar cycle 25 in fact shows what next solar cycle will be will be significantly weaker than current solar cycle with some uncertainties, and probably it will be a weakest solar cycle for last 200 years. And to conclude of this, to understanding solar activity is one of most important problems in our life because we so highly depend from solar activity conditions. And one of way to make a reliable prediction is use a data assimilation approach, where we combine our model which based on our present knowledge and available observational data. And this technique already have been successfully tested for prediction solar cycle 24. And in current time, we use available observations, ground observations from National Solar Observatory and also from 2 NASA space missions to make a prediction for the next solar cycle. We expect that what solar cycle will be significantly weaker than the current one. And we expect to have extended solar minimum, and solar maximum will happen in 2024-2025 with probably a double peak of activity. This work was supported by SHINE program, NSF, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
All right. So last night we had a pretty startling, in my opinion, revelation of what's happening with their solar cycles. NASA announced in an article June 12th that Dr. Irina Shively, you butchered it, 4 times. Sorry, doctor. I do apologize. Anyway, we'll leave this information on our website so you can go check it out. She does leave an email as well. But Bay Area Environmental Research Institute, and also funded by NSF SHINE program, AGS 1622341. Solar activity, space weather, and technology. So this first part of the slide, and this is the person who wrote the article for NASA claiming that solar cycle 25 is going to be the weakest that we've seen in the last 200 years. So why does this person say this? Well, this presentation right here is going to give us the answers to that, or at least explain how they came to this conclusion. Take a look at our sunspot cycles. We all know the Maunder minimum very well. And then, of course, the Dalton minimum, which you see is not quite as a deep minimum as the Maunder minimum. And then now the Maunder minimum, which many people are trying to have it named the Eddy minimum, is approaching us. In fact, we're here. And this paper talks about it. This presentation talks about it. The evolution of global magnetic fields has been observed for 4 solar cycles. Here we have the butterfly diagrams. We've all seen these before. Notice how visually weaker they appear, not just in strength and intensity of image here, but smaller wings. If this is called the butterfly graph, so I'm saying the wings look a lot smaller than the 2000, 1990, and the 1980 era. Data assimilation approach allows us to obtain reliable forecasts by taking into account uncertainties in both data and dynamo model. We use the Ensemble-Kalman filter method. It allows prediction of future state of the sun by relating observations of the surface to the state of the solar dynamo inside. And here we got a bunch of NASA math for all you people out there that love this stuff. I'm not even going to pretend to recite this problem. This method worked well for prediction of the current solar cycle number 24. The prediction below was made in 2008 at the start of solar cycle 24. So here are the predictions that they were looking at for solar cycle 24. The white dots are the monthly sunspot data. I believe the red line is probably the prediction. So looking at what they predicted for solar cycle 24 was pretty accurate. And we all know how weak of a solar cycle 24 was. We've already talked about how it's been the weakest in 150 plus years. Okay. So here's how they came up with their 25 prediction. The method has now been applied to predict the upcoming solar cycle number 25. So we take a look at these 2 cycle spots here that were the northern hemisphere and the south hemisphere. And these numbers are tremendously much lower than what we saw last year at this time. I believe from a respected solar physicist who everyone kind of got behind and said, hey, solar cycle 25 is going to be about equal strength of solar cycle 24 or slightly above at max. What we're seeing here, folks, is beyond more than 50% lower solar activity than what we've seen in solar cycle 24. Plain and simple. So yesterday we talked about NASA confirming the grand solar minimum for the cycle 25. We are now entering the grand solar minimum. When you make a claim that we haven't seen cycles this week in 200 years or so, We all know how grand solar minimums work. They're every 200 years or so, 200 to 206 tops. We're right on schedule, guys. So not only did NASA release that we are in a grand solar minimum without coming out and saying it. I mean, folks that follow this theory, all you have to do is connect the dots, guys. And that's why we're doing this tonight. We're trying to help you guys connect the dots. Now, this scientist is being supported right now by NASA. And I've read several papers on NASA that talks about man-made global warming. I've read several papers on NASA that talks about, you know, not heading into a grand solar minimum. This changes everything. And on top of that, we have Zarkova's work who's getting ready to come out. And we're going to be able to dissect that as well. And it'll be interesting to, now that we know that NASA is confirming one form of the dynamo model, it'll be interesting now how much more widely accepted her work will be, especially just being peer reviewed and accepted.
She has the double dynamo.
So she has the double dynamo model. So, and we'll get more into, I'm not even going to attempt to act like I know how to compare right now because there is so much information that we still need to go over.
Using different layers of this.
And, Mari has explained to me in the background, thankfully, that she's using more than one layer of the sun. So very interesting stuff. And I'm anxious to see what kind of data we get in the future from the Parker probe. So I'm very, very excited about what's to come. But right now, still dealing with this. So this is how they decided to go with their prediction for solar cycle 25. They used the same method. They applied the method that they used to predict 24. And look how close they came on getting it right. Not bad. Not a bad prediction, especially for something, I'm telling you guys, this is huge research. This study is huge. This presentation of explaining why and how we're going to have the weakest solar cycle in the last 200 years, this is big news, guys. I got to be honest with you. I can't speak for Mari. I can speak for myself. I've been back and forth about when's grand solar minimum, when's it going to happen, what's going on. But to me, it's more clear than ever that 2020, the beginning of cycle 25, we are entering the grand solar minimum. And 26 and 27 and 28, I remember when I first started research, I was told those solar cycles would be just as worse. In fact, I also was told that 25 was going to be about what they are now predicting. And here it is. And I remember seeing a graph for 26, 27, and, I think Mari would probably agree with me on that. I feel like that this upcoming grand minimum is going to be more of this than the Dalton minimum, just because we're talking about something that happened around the same time. Around the last time we got out of a minimum was 1819, 1820, okay, almost 200 plus years ago. So we are right on cue for the next grand minimum. Maunder, Dalton, modern. It's to me, this does a really good job for people that follow this topic. This is a lot easier, I think, for most of you to understand, because if you've been here for a while, you kind of have a grasp of this. So when we see this kind of information being posted on NASA, that's where I get excited. Now I'm trying to be as layman's term as possible for all you newbies out there as well, because again, I'm no expert, but what this is saying, this is the reason why this study was done, why they came out and said that the solar cycle we're heading into is going to be the weakest in the last 200 years. This presentation is showing us why. It goes on to read that the results show that the next solar cycle will start in 2020, reach its max by 2025. Again, that's pretty puny. Cycle 25 is expected to be even weaker than the current solar cycle. So what we were told last year, where some scientists had a bug up their butt, didn't like that this sunspot theory was actually proving correct. We all know what this is going to do to anthropogenic global warming supporters. This changes everything. This is a complete game changer. Not just the article last night, but the actual fact that we are being shown why by this NASA scientist, why she thinks that this is going to happen next. And here is another simulation of what's to come for solar cycle 25. According to this forecast, upcoming solar activity will be the weakest in the last 200 years. Once again, confirming what they wrote in that article. And here we go. Conclusions. Predictions of solar cycles requires linking dynamo processes inside the sun to observe sunspots. This is very difficult due to our incomplete understanding of the physical mechanisms of the solar dynamo, and also due to observational limitations that result in significant uncertainties in the initial conditions and model parameters. Using the data assimilation technique, we have made a successful prediction of the current solar cycle 24 before it started. That prediction was made by using sunspot number data as a proxy for the solar magnetic field. The new approach takes advantage of synoptic observations of magnetic fields emerging on the surface of the sun to produce a more advanced and reliable forecasting method. For this work, we combine observations from NASA, space missions, SOHO, and SDO with ground-based data and the National Solar Observatory. Using the current available observational data, predictions and prediction uncertainties have been calculated for solar cycle 25. The results based on both sunspot series and observed magnetic fields indicate that the upcoming solar maximum of solar cycle 25 is expected to be significantly weaker, not average, not slightly above, not a little bit above 24, significantly weaker than that of the current cycle, which near its end. The model results show that a deep extended solar activity minimum is expected in about 2019 and 2021. The maximum will occur in 2024 and 2025, and the sunspot number at the maximum will be about 50, with an error estimate of 15 to 30%. The maximum likely will have a double peak or show extended high activity for over 2 to 2.5 years. I just, to end on this, the fact that they're saying this is going to be significantly weaker, the maximum will be about 50, and that's about, it could be 15 to 30% higher or lower. A lot higher than what we saw in solar cycle 25, well over 100. Well over 100. The normal is solar cycle 23. Actually, it's probably closer to cycles 22 and 21, or closer to, that's what your normal max is, around 180 to 200. But we are well below that, folks. And that warming, those summers, I can't imagine how next summer, how we recover from this upcoming winter here in the Northern Hemisphere. I live in the Northeast, and I tell you, this information is, it's time to kick it in high gear, folks. When it comes to getting your prepping plans done, being ready for this, it's right here in our faces right now. And I want to thank this doctor, this scientist here at NASA, for putting together this small presentation to back up the reason why we are now seeing from NASA that this is going to be a significantly weaker maximum, not just by a little, significantly. That to me, and we can see it right here in the prediction map. It's almost at 50, almost below 50. And you see the little error rate here, the little bar. Let me go ahead and point that out just so you know what that looks like. This is what this little thing right here is the top of the error rate, and then down here is the bottom. So they're saying that there is a possibility that the maximum sunspot numbers for the maximum could be below 50. What's next after 25 and 26, 27, obviously. But from the information that I've looked at and everything that I've put together, and I think we're going to have a lot of clarity too when we speak to Dr. Zarkova here in the coming weeks. But a lot of things are pointing right now to this very prolonged period. And they even explain it here. That we are going to be in for a prolonged activity, or lack of activity, I should say, over the next several decades. So, again, I wasn't expected to hear not just the confirmation that the grand solar minimum is upon us, but it's confirmation that this could be a significantly long time of low solar activity that could go on for a longer period of time than was once expected. And again, Dr. Zarkova's work, we are going to get to go over that with a fine-tooth comb. I can't talk tonight. Good Lord. We will be going over it extensively before we talk to Dr. Zarkova.
You're doing good, Jake.
Well, I can use less of the peanut gallery. Thank you.
I'll edit it out for the next time.
You know, I guess I'm a little tongue-tied. This is a lot to absorb. Over the last 2 days, I've had a lot of time to think about this. And I remember in the very beginning of this channel, I had Ice Age Farmer on. We were doing a live hangout together. And I always kept saying, I was the guy that was rooting for the soft landing of this. I was the guy rooting for it. Christian, I remember his comments back when I said, I think this will be a soft landing. And I remember him telling me, I hope you're right. I really hope you're right. He didn't think that this was going to be a soft landing. So there's a lot of people that think that. There's a lot of people that think that this is going to become a lot serious situation than we imagined right before our eyes very quickly. A lot of people have thought that. We thought maybe this was just techniques to be clickbait or fearful. But some stronger concern now into those claims, especially when we see NASA, the one and only NASA, come out with this conclusion and supporting the work that we're seeing here. And also coincidental that Valentina Zarkova's work has been accepted as well in her peer review process. So a lot's happening, guys. And I said to Mari the other day, I said to her, where did you find, how are not more people talking about this? And, because she brings me the articles, so half the time, I don't realize the work she has to do. And she told me this was buried. You had to dig for this information. This was not just something on the front page of NASA. So it's buried. You have to know what you're looking for to find it. And we found it. And we're bringing it to you. And I think it's time, these last two videos we've done, last two nights, I think it's time to really analyze these last two shows, this presentation, this article, go over it yourself. And then think about everything that we've talked about weather-wise on this channel and what we've showed you on these graphs and previous minimums and sunspot cycles and the weather that happens during these periods of time. It's historical information right here and here. So we can't say, it's going to be just like Maunder or Dalton. But what we do have is an idea of how things were historically and where we're at now and what we're due for. And a lot of folks are saying we're going to be due for a lot of low solar activity for a long period of time. Some folks said it was going to be like a Dalton-like minimum. I'm not so sure about that now. We will see. And we will also dive more into Dr. Zarkova's work as well in the coming weeks, and you guys will not be disappointed as to what is coming with that. All right, so let's switch gears a little bit. So now that we know that our sun is going to go into a slumber, a deep one, green revolution, solar and wind produce just 3% of global energy. So where I'm getting with this is if we're only producing 3% now, what are we going to be producing in 20 years from now? Wind and solar energy generation is growing, but it's still an incredibly small part of the global energy mix. Meanwhile, fossil fuels, coal, natural gas, and oil accounted for 85% of the global energy consumption in 2018. In fact, BP reported that the U.S. led the world in oil and natural gas production growth. U.S. petroleum output saw the biggest annual growth ever recorded in any country, BP had said. In other words, the shale is booming. The U.S. surpassed Saudi Arabia and Russia in 2018 because the world's largest oil-producing nation. It has a link that wants you to go look at Democrats spend climate change hearing, avoiding talk about the Green New Deal. Yeah, because it's embarrassing. Oil remains the most used fuel in energy mix, BP reported in its annual energy review. Coal is the second largest fuel, but lost share in 2018 to account for 27% of its lowest level in 15 years. So BP is coming out with a study that says that CO2 is at its lowest in 27% in 15 years. Output. Man's output at BP was 27%, its lowest level in 15 years. Think about that. And we all know that the parts per million is at 415. It was lower in 2006. It was lower in 2016. Carbon emissions are going up in the atmosphere at 415 parts per million, but yet BP says that we are burning less coal. Anyway, share of natural gas increased to 24%, such the gap between coal and gas has narrowed to 3 percentage points. The contribution of hydro and nuclear remained relatively flat in 2018 at 7% and 4% respectively. Strong growth pushed up renewables to share about 4%. So BP breaks it down for us. 27% in the coal, 24% in the natural gas. And then you have small shares of hydro, 7% and 4%. And then down here at the bottom is renewable shares. Renewable energy generated from wind, geothermal resources, solar, biomass, and waste. China is the world's largest renewable energy producer, but also uses the most fossil fuels. The two biggest sources of renewable energy, wind and solar, only produced 3% of global energy in 2018. Wind, solar has basically grown rapidly in recent years, but it's not enough to keep greenhouse emissions from rising because it's not us that's doing it. I have to include that. Limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial times would cost as much as $122 trillion by 2050. That's the down payment, folks. That's not the total cost. The United Nations estimated in 2018. Politicians and environmentalists are pushing for the 1.5 degree goal, but energy experts and economists are skeptical. BP estimates carbon dioxide emissions jumped 2% in 2018. That's the fastest growth rate in 7 years. BP's estimate is less than 3.7 increase in emission projected by the Global Carbon Project late in 2018. So emissions rose on higher energy demand. The oil giant mostly attributed to the jump in demand to extreme weather in North America and Asia. Remember the cold last winter, record cold that is. Demand for natural gas grew nearly 2.5 times faster than for renewables, driven by U.S. and environmental policies in China to improve air quality. Coal's share of global energy demand is at its lowest point in 27 years, though its actual use has increased. And that's important to note as well. People know that if they want to stay warm, keep the lights on during some of these brutal winters. Coal is our savior, unfortunately, for all those out there who don't want to burn coal. I get it. You want clean air and clean water. And I do too. But I think there's a lot of carbon capture technology out there that's helping us with that as well. And we're starting to show a decrease in numbers. UN chief poses for time cover Yeah, this one's funny. This guy here, he's standing on some islands, I guess, for Time magazine. And here, let me show you guys the image real quick. That's cute. I love it. There's the old Time. Well, it won't show us the image, but whatever. You get the point. Time magazine cover shows UN Chief Antonio Guterres standing in waters off a Pacific island that is allegedly sinking into the sea, except scientific studies indicate it's not. Studies have found that most low-lying Pacific islands either remain stable or increased in size over the decades, including Tuvalu. One researcher noted that the loss of land is unlikely to be a factor in forced depopulation of this area. So Time magazine is jumping on the smear campaign of the lies of rising sea levels taking out Pacific islands and other areas as well. This alarmist. Now, by the way, scientists have proven that there has actually been growth on this chain of islands. Time magazine also makes a mention that Fiji's islands are going to have to be moved as well. I also saw an article, though, thankfully, someone's reporting the truth. It's funny because mass media, or mainstream media, I should say, wants to convince you that the sea levels are rising, it's eating up Pacific islands, and we're all going to drown, thanks to man-made global warming. But in reality, you go to weather.com, and there's a video about some Hawaiian islands that are actually reappearing. They're growing. So there is so much proof out there that geologists are telling us that these islands are growing, in fact, not disappearing. They're not flooding. They're not going underwater. Just more from that mainstream media who wants you to believe that you're causing all of these problems with the climate. And that's just simply not true. Shutting down Middle America and blue-collar workers. We talked about this a little bit last time when I was mentioning Dayton, Ohio not recovering from their economic loss with the GM truck and bus plant. And, you know, another person left a comment about how they have acquaintances from Dayton that drive to Cincinnati and Columbus for work. Folks, that's an hour 15 to an hour 30-minute drive for most people from Dayton. So that's how bad the economic situation is. So imagine losing these auto industries due to your lawmakers, your people that you elect into office. They're shutting down certain things for policy and tax purposes and just money to put in their pockets. But here's a great article here on What's Up With That explains what happens to people when policies as obnoxious as the Green New Deal are put in place. This is an interesting number here. Nearly 350,000 German families have had their electricity cut off because they can't afford to pay their power bills. German families and business had to cope with 172,000 localized blackouts in 2017. The country has banned fracking, hydraulic fracking, and imports U.S. coal and Russian natural gas. Unfortunately, more than 3,000 elderly people die every year because they cannot heat their homes, and this is in Britain, exposing them to constant chilly temperatures that make them more likely to contract and succumb to respiratory or heart disease. The situation is likely to get even worse. In stark contrast, abundant natural gas supplies from the fracking revolution have driven prices down in the U.S., saving some 11,000 American lives each winter, according to the recent National Bureau of Economic Research. Multiple widespread blackouts over the past 3 months in South Australia were caused by elimination of coal-fired power, 52% reliance on wind turbines, storm grid instability, and inability to predict weather conditions or peak power demand. Again, more articles are coming out every day, guys, that are telling us right in our face, this isn't lie. These are, and what I like about What's Up With That is that they leave links to get to these numbers, where they got these numbers from, what articles, where they pulled this from. Guys, this isn't some blog spot here that's just giving a biased opinion. These guys aren't funded by big oil or anything like that. Actually, wasn't Anthony Watts recently received by the Heartland Institute? I'm not mistaken. Anyway, point I'm trying to make right now is more and more we're seeing negative effects from solar and wind, and we read about how bad other countries have it by relying on solar and wind, how expensive their electricity bills and heat bills are now, and how 350,000 German families, I mean, they got some serious cold this year, guys. Serious cold. Serious hail this summer so far. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our weather section.
Do you like this show? Give us a thumbs up. Want to support us more? Share to your favorite social media platform, buy a t-shirt, or become a Patreon. All links are in the description below.
Good to see you dressed up, Jake.
All right. Welcome to the Grand Solar Minimum channel. Tonight we're going to do something a little different. Normally I have Lee Wheelbarger on, and Lee is a wealth of information. But tonight we wanted to reach out to another individual. His channel is called Ice Age Farmer. Am I allowed to pronounce your first name, or are you just...
Absolutely, sure thing.
Christian, thank you for joining us tonight. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's my pleasure, Jake and Mari, and thanks for having me on.
The reason why we kind of reached out to him, and we talked a little bit beforehand, and, you know, there's a lot of people that talk about what to do, but there's a very few people out there that actually are doing what they're saying. And we noticed that about your channel. The first time I've seen your channel was you were in a discussion with Morning Dew on one of their hangouts, and I saw in the background you're growing back there.
That's right.
If you wouldn't mind telling me, or if you're allowed to elaborate, what kind of operation as far as like...
I'm absolutely allowed. I mean, that's what my channel is about. I am allowed very much so to elaborate. Okay. So I mean, the thing here is that I think the data is, you know, I was listening to the show last night. Lee really spoke well. The data is staring us all in the face, and the conclusion is hard to avoid when you're looking at that data. And just the fun part, briefly, is that even if you haven't reached that same conclusion, there are actually numerous perfectly valid reasons to take control of your own food sovereignty, right? You've got big ag producing their GMOs. You got the big state trying to take control of everyone's food supply because they want you to be dependent on them. You got Carrington events, the CMEs that could be coming naturally from the sun, and there's more of those lately. We saw that the power outs in April was crazy. Radiation from Fukushima, the economic woes, the political strife, you know, World War III looming on the horizon, and the man-made EMP. I think a lot of that is actually all concocted as a distraction from the natural events that are going on around us, because you know, the climate chaos is the giveaway, right? The very real thing that we're looking at.
Yeah,
trying to figure out what's going on. You could also throw in the geoengineering just as sort of an example. Like that's also a tell that there's something, I think, going on at a deeper level than, you know, like actually the deep state was sort of service, and it's like we're seeing this sort of, I think it's a pretend battle between Trump and the deep state. Well, I would suggest that geoengineering reveals that there is truly a cryptocracy, a deeper state. And until someone stops or starts talking about chemtrails or what's going on there, then, you know, we're just seeing the show, the sideshow, the distraction. But yeah, no, I think these are all perfectly valid reasons to start growing your own food and take your food security into your own hands. I like to call these sort of the swords of Damocles. All of them are right over our heads. All of them threaten to come down and take down the system by which most of us depend, or on which most of us depend for our needs daily, our food needs daily, and take it down. So, yeah. I mean, the truth is that the edifice of the system that provides that security to us is crumbling. And underneath this superficial structure, we see just a fully rotten core. It's barely functioning anymore. It's very ugly. It's a beast of a system. And to see that, and then to continue to depend on that system for your survival and your family's survival, it's just insane, right? I mean, that's madness.
Yeah, and you know, you touched base quickly on control of our food, and it was your video you did about the owner of Amazon purchasing Whole Foods, and that, like, it wasn't just you. I was actually surprised that was making national headlines, but the mainstream media wasn't touching the points that you were touching. Mm-hmm. And I found it interesting that you know, I heard it on your channel first, and then I heard it in mainstream media, And I just kind of grinned a little bit when they left out, they took out the important part, that what was really important about that purchase. They just kind of, hey, nothing to see here, folks, just a rich guy buying up all the food. That's all.
That's right. And even the financial analysts sort of stop short of going into the deeper, that does mean that a lot of Americans here in San Francisco are walking around saying, well, I spend all my money either at Whole Foods or Amazon. So now all of my spending is going onto one roof. And they know intuitively that there's something weird about that, but I don't think they can quite put their finger on it. But yeah, I mean, you're dead right. This is yet another sign that the members of the cryptocracy, right, the wealthy, the elites, whatever you want to call them, I don't think they're that elite, are aware, very much so, of what's going on. They're actively working against any of us finding out what's going on, and they are positioning themselves to benefit from the grand solar minimum and the effects that are going to be coming. When you see Jeff Bezos purchasing the single largest distributor of organic foods in the nation, when you see Bezos Investments and Eric Schmidt's VC firm both as co-investors on the first rounds of funding for companies like Plenty, which is an indoor vertical growing startup that is getting plenty of press. They just bought Bright Agrotech, which is like Nate, Dr. Nate's company. He does a lot of aquaponics videos on YouTube. Basically, if you look for any aquaponics subject, you'll find Nate on YouTube, and he's very informative, but they just bought him out. So the big money has come in, the institutional investors and the guys that control these things, Eric Schmidt, Jeff Bezos. This is Google and Amazon incarnate. And they're just moving in to take control of the food supply. And they're doing that because traditional agriculture is already failing. And so, you can listen to videos on YouTube and think these guys are crazy, but this is actually happening. And when you see big money institutional investors positioning themselves like that, you need to take this kind of stuff into consideration.
Well, and you mentioned aquaponics, and I've heard that in my comment section. Again, I'm learning just like a lot of people are, so I'm very green. I'm a novice. What is aquaponics?
Sure. So aquaponics is like it's a very self-contained way of growing where, so if you look at like aquaponics or even on a larger sense, permaculture, the general idea is that in our modern way of life, we just spend money on something and we kind of use it a little bit and we throw it away. And that's just a very narrow slice that we're very wasteful. It's a very narrow slice of this larger cycle. Everything on Earth that's natural has these large cycles. So aquaponics is kind of like a self-contained microcycle where you've got fish and you feed the fish. The fish emit waste, ammonia mostly. There are bacteria in a cycle. Anyone that does aquaculture, I should say aquaponics is a portmanteau of aquaculture and hydroponics. So you've got fish that you're growing, and then when you feed the fish, they put out waste, and that waste feeds the food, the plants. And the plants in turn are cleaning the water for the fish. So it's a self-contained system, and all you do is put in food for the fish, and you get out really rapidly growing plants. It's pretty nice.
Wow. That sounds very self-efficient. So how long have you been looking at this? Like how long has this been going on for you as far as the growing? Has this been something you just always done in the first place, or did something catch your eye, a story, or?
That's a good question and a hard one for me to answer. I think it's been, and maybe this is more true of folks than I would imagine, but it's been a very gradual awakening, right? Of sort of pursuing these various rabbit holes and going where they lead you. Sure. So in many ways, I feel like it's been a tremendously circuitous route where, I just explored, spirituality and any number of things that really don't necessarily flow into a conversation about the grand solar minimum, but actually it was pretty much a straight line from where I was as someone just beginning to look outward. So I've always been sort of a digitally focused person, building systems, really distributed complex systems, and totally becoming just investing myself and my awareness in these systems and an understanding of how they work and how you tweak one little parameter, and the complexity theory means that all these things are going to go out of balance. So it wasn't until I really took that way of thinking about systems and applied it into the external world that things sort of fell into place for me. And it was, up until that or up until that point, that sort of skill set had served me well in a very narrow professional sense. And I just sort of trusted. And I think a lot of people are guilty of this. I will say that I think a lot of people are guilty of this, of just trusting that the people who are, in the heads, the Board of Education is probably doing what's best for our kids. The people who are the head of the FDA are probably doing what's best for our food and drugs. They just sort of trust that the people in these positions are actually looking out for our interests. And the bottom line with a big state is that's just not true. And in a lot of cases, it takes some element of pain to get people to question that assumption. And in a lot of cases, that when people start digging, I like to think there's a switch that's flipped, and they go into sort of like individual research mode, and that's when you start pursuing those rabbit holes. So yeah, so over time, to get back to your question, as I've learned more about, as I've seen more and more the extent to which as I said, the system that I depend on and that my family depends on for our daily needs is rotten and corrupt to the core, then I think it is incumbent upon us to start moving in the direction of becoming self-sufficient.
Yeah, we the conversation has become a lot real here the last few months. Mari and I have talked about that as well. Something we want to start featuring on the channel is, we have a homestead book, and I'm not going to sit here and act like that I'm the #1 outdoorsman. I've got a lot to learn, and fortunately we do have some time, and that's why I think it's important that the conversation has to start now. People have to start becoming aware of what's going on around them. And I wanted to touch base real quick. You were talking about going through other rabbit holes to find this subject. And that's the same way I've arrived to what's happened. Lee kind of snagged me out by the neck with a cane, like the old showstoppers, and said, look, here's what's going on. And the sun's doing this, and here's why. And then he started teaching me about cloud nucleation, and, it made sense. And his theory had always been, and this really helped me get out of these rabbit holes, was that if you can see it, then you can test it, and you could analyze it. And I can't remember the other thing, but that's how things are real. You can run tests, you could see it physically, you can measure it. If you can't see it, it's not there. And then the next thing you have to start looking for is, okay, well, what's causing these issues in our atmosphere, with our temperature, with our climate? And, the more Lee talked to me, the more I started understanding. I like I said, I still have a lot to learn, but it makes a lot of sense now. But I can see how these effects from what's happening, the beginning of what's happening, can be villainized by a lot of people out there who are ill-informed, or maybe just sick in the head. I'm not sure. So
yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, and that I think a lot about that as well, because there are, I guess there are people, as I had just phrased it, for whom the switch has not yet been flipped, and they don't investigate things deeply. They don't look frankly beyond the headlines, and at sometimes I don't even know that it's worth our time to try and break them out of that trance. It is a literal trance. It's
frustrating, and you're 100% correct, because no matter how polite and how kind you can be to these folks, they simply just don't want to hear it. They will deny any fact that you throw at them, and to try to help them understand. And it's unfortunate that there's so many people out there that are discrediting NASA and their work and other scientists, and I find it insulting, actually. But I don't care if you don't believe that we're going into a mini ice age, or if we're going to global warming. I'm not upset with you at that. All I'm here for is to raise awareness. I want the conversation to start, and then I want to start talking about solutions and how to get along. And that's it. I'm not here to predict anything or say how cold we're going to get, but I don't think it's very productive for either side, whether you believe in global warming or cooling. I don't think it's productive for either side to argue about what's happening. Right now, we need to focus on that. What are the facts? What have we seen so far? And the facts are coming in kind of alarming. In 2017, here on my side of the country, we're in Buffalo, New York. There's been so much rain in the southeast part of the United States. I think a meteorologist in Dayton, Ohio, I got a hold of him, asked him a couple questions. He's totally on board with global warming. He's a meteorologist. I've always looked up to him. I've always trusted him for the weather. And his reasoning for not believing in the trend that the grand solar minimums normally bring in was because there's just too many other factors in place. And then I left a link for Adapt 2030, and it was a recent one about the 18-to-1 ratio of record cold temperatures being broken compared to record heat temperatures being broken. And his reply was, it's fake news, that Adapt 2030 is fake news. And that's when I realized, like, this mainstream media will never talk about what we're talking about right now. And that concerns me a little bit because they're not even willing to look at the fact. They don't even want to open the book and see what's in it. They're just like, no. This is what we've learned. This is what we know. There's no way we're global cooling. That's what it feels like to me. Like they just don't want to accept new theories and new peer-reviewed papers, such as people like Dr. Kirby from CERN and the cloud nucleation theory and all that. It's like that's too new school for them, and I think it scares mainstream.
I think it goes worse than that. It's not that it scares them and they don't want to see it. They're actively holding the book closed. They actively are suppressing this information, and this is really obvious to me and I think it's significant. I think it's really significant. I put out a video about this yesterday when we see NASA putting out this big press release and a nice produced video about the solar minimum and some like light and fluffy effects that it might have this, and this can be coronal holes, but no discussion of what that actually translates into.
Right.
And now when you go to YouTube and you type in solar minimum, you don't see your channel, and you don't see my channel or ADAPT 2030. You now see NASA's warm and fuzzy solar minimum video. And it is as if, and I believe this is the case, they noticed that this meme had started to gain some traction, and they knew they needed to see that namespace with some videos that would keep people who are just sort of superficially dipping in and they hear the term, and so they go Google it real quick and then they walk away later because there's nothing there, right? It's just sort of they've muddied the water, and I think that's really significant that we saw that happening yesterday, because it means that our conversation has reached a pitch that can no longer be ignored.
Yes, and what I found really interesting to me with that NASA video, they showed how the highly charged particles enter the Earth, and Lee has actually told me how this happens as well. So when I saw this actually being done on NASA, to me, NASA almost is adopting the electric universe theory by showing where the highly charged particles are entering our planet. And if I'm not mistaken, that's kind of where electric universe, that's the way Lee has described it to me anyway. It's, someone asked me about if we're getting highly charged particles, how is our magnetosphere weak and not being revived by these highly charged particles? And simply because in electric universe, those highly charged particles enter in through the poles, just like they show in NASA in that video. So I thought that maybe it's just me, maybe I'm overdoing it, and but it just seemed a little interesting to me how NASA kind of agreed. And I don't care if you're EU or not. I think everyone should have their own opinion and do their own research and go with what makes more sense to them, and not what about your buddy says. If it makes sense to you, go with it. But I don't think it should cause a divide. And I think it's silly too in the community. I've noticed that some people don't take very well to EU people, and it's unnecessary.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what your thoughts are on that. You don't have to divulge if you don't want to. I understand.
I was still thinking about how, we said that the sheeple are it's almost not worth talking to them yet, because it's not, you can't break through the trance. Yeah. But I'm still, what still is bothering me is that just as we see people who are so inculcated into the cult of global warming that they dismiss all new data that doesn't agree with it, or they just flip their models in a way that doesn't really make sense to fit the data. So too do I think, am I discouraged by the fact that when we talk to the Planet X folks or the pole shift folks or even the flat Earth people, they're violent. They are just virulently upset at you for having something that isn't exactly the words they want to use. And I would say two things on this. First, even if our models are totally different, if they both suggest that we should be building a community, a resilient community where we're self-sufficient, then we should be working together.
Thank you.
And secondly, I don't see, given that that's true, and that should be the end of the conversation, even then, I don't see that these models are necessarily mutually exclusive. The poles are obviously shifting, right? I mean, that's something that we can see the data on that. So I don't know.
Yeah, some are saying magnetic pole shift. I've seen another channel mention it on his one of his videos 4 years ago. I don't really feel like mentioning him right now, but
sure.
A lot of interesting things happening, and it's like Lee says all the time, we haven't seen these things in 206 years or so. So of course, it's easy to misidentify with what's really happening and you talk about the violence of some of the other communities when you try to explain to them what they're looking at and the colors they're seeing. And you're right, they react violent, and that's due to their a lot of those channels that create the content are so dictatorish about it. They force it down their throats. They tell them this is the law, and if anybody disagrees, then they're wrong. They're just dead wrong, and they don't give an explanation to why or how. And that concerns me too, because that shows a lot of short-minded thinking. When you're not worried about something that's going to happen in 7 years, that to me, those are the people that are going to end. Those are the ones that's not going to survive this. The ones that think, hey, that's 8-9 years away. What's that?
Mm-hmm.
Looking at in the chat, I have a question here. It's talking about aquaponics. It's an aquaponics question. He says, what do you plan to use for your source of CO2 when the outside air will be too cold to use?
I hadn't really considered that the outside air could get that cold. As long as so I have had some interesting experiences lately just with the cold waves and the heat waves that have been hitting my area of the country. And it did cause some issues with my fish and with the plants, but which suggested to me that this might be a better endeavor to take in a more controlled environment inside. I think indoor growing is going to grow a lot. And that's not just based on the climate chaos we're seeing now, but as I said already earlier, when we see millions and millions of dollars, plenty, that ag tech startup that's doing vertical indoor farming is funded to the tune of like I think it's $36 million in their last round. So they are really well funded. And that suggests to me that that indoor farming is probably where we need to be focusing our attention. Yeah, I don't know. Cold air in the aquaponics system to be circulated. I haven't really thought about that.
That was a question from, what was that?
That was from Adapta Dave.
That was Adapta Dave. That was the handle name on that one. So he probably threw you a curveball on that, but that's something to ponder, and that's good that questions like this are being asked. It's not to make you look like you're not intelligent, because obviously you know what you're talking about. But this is, like I said, this whole purpose of this is to raise awareness and try to figure it out now before it's too late. We can't wait until this shit's right. If anything, it could be pretty close to being on our doorstep. I'm anticipating a winter that might be a little more stronger than what we've had. I know here in Buffalo, the last 2 years have been pretty weak. You don't really see much winter effect over there, do you, in San Francisco, ever?
It was more that it wasn't that it got cold. It was more that we had a ton of rain, like more rain than so much rain, in fact, that the drought that most of people have been hearing about for years is just over suddenly. And it's hard to believe that much water could be replaced that quickly. Beyond that, though, I mean, Florida. That's right. Yeah. And then the Sierra Nevada, the snowpack hasn't melted there, right?
I was going to ask you about that.
It's only 100 miles east of me, and people are going to ski this weekend. So you do see it. It's just not like, it looks a little different.
I was going to ask you about that because I haven't heard about it in the news very much. Oroville Dam and that melt, earlier this year, they made it sound like that this melt was going to happen all at once, and 10 feet of water was going to head towards the dam. Is there any talk anymore about Oroville Dam? Last I heard something about November, they won't be able to have all the repairs done by rainy season.
I think they're in a world of hurt generally there, the engineers over there. It sort of became a trickle of headlines to the point where people got tired of it, and so they stopped covering it. But yeah, indeed, they were actively saying that the inflow from the melting ice from the snowpack hadn't been as great as expected. And we would perhaps suggest that that's because the snowpack isn't entirely melting due to increasing glaciation.
Yeah, but colder temperatures in the upper atmosphere. I mean, obviously.
But they are actively trying to manage that situation.
That makes sense, Christian, because there's been a lot of heat that way. And for the fact that there are people heading to the slopes this 4th of July weekend, I mean, that's not normal, is it? They don't keep their resort open this late in the year, do they?
No, it's extremely unusual.
I mean, and that's the thing. And people that are for global warming, that's fine. But the one thing that they don't understand is some of these records that are being broken, these aren't just 20-year records. Some of these are over 100, 125 years old. So we're seeing stuff that's stuff that hasn't happened in a long time, and there's a good reason for that. So, I don't know. Is there any other questions in the chat, or did you have any questions?
People are talking about growing indoors and outdoors. I think, the main reason we wanted Ice Age Farmer on is he is, in belief of the Grand Solar Minimum. He sees the challenges that are ahead, and he's sharing his knowledge about aquaponics and growing and sustainability on his YouTube channel. So I, would love to just spotlight channels like his that are a wealth of knowledge, that are willing to share and innovate and discuss and sort of brainstorm, ways for people to, be more sustainable and be more, stable in this volatile society, no matter what the reason is, whether it's a grand solar minimum or just severe weather or, anything, just to be more mindful to how they're living. And, I don't know. You want to fill in for me? It's late. Jake.
No, and it goes down to patience too. We have to have patience with this. This is, I don't think this is something that's going to be a sudden impact. I mean, we're going to see this over time. We're going to notice our food prices going up over time. Again, I don't want to be a prediction. I want to be ready. And the next question I was going to ask you, Christian, was when things get to the point where you really have to rely just on what you produce, what are some of the things that you're going to grow in a period where you have to rely on what you produce?
Sure. I hope you're right, Jake, that we have a soft landing here. When I study the possibility space of how this could go out, then it's clear that there is there's constantly an immediate risk. I mean, I already enumerated some of the swords of Damocles, but that CME from the sun and the one that we saw in April that wasn't even an X class, but still managed to bring power outages to 17 different metro areas. That's a slap across the face to anyone who thinks that things are just fine and we can turn on our lights tomorrow and they'll be there. So I hope and pray for the soft landing, and I think that the fact that it's not necessarily a sure thing means that it just makes it all the more important that we already start taking steps every day towards self-sufficiency, even in whatever capacity, wherever you are, you can afford. I think that's just, it's mandatory at this point. To your question, what is it that and again, hopefully it's a soft landing, and so this is something where we can augment what we're getting from the store now, and as those food prices rise, we can remain solvent and keep paying the bills, as well as enjoy some food that we're growing on our own. But in a worst case scenario, if the food stopped coming in from the store altogether, the things I'm looking at right now, I sort of break down food into two different areas. One is nutritive, right? What is the food I'm going to eat that's going to give my body what I need to survive? And then calories, where do I get the energy just to burn to get through the day on a sort of like a machine sort of setting? And then nutritive is the more interesting question, because there are some exotic solutions that you wouldn't have known about if you were just doing, I don't know, a couple hundred years ago before we had the information age and you could reach out and see technologies or plants or whatever that's growing around the world. And at this point, we can see spirulina, which is this algae back here that is sort of a superfood. It grows, it's tremendous amount of protein by weight, and it's packed with tons of stuff in it. Even more of a superfood, so much so that it's called the multivitamin plant is the moringa, and you absolutely should check out this plant. The moringa tree is prolific. So I started a few trees a month ago, and they're already like a meter tall, 3 feet tall, and they can grow to be three meters in their first year. So they grow ridiculously quickly. And my hope is that I can sort of get these running where I start up a batch of trees and then harvest them 3 months later, and every couple of weeks or whatever the frequency needs to be on some cadence, start up that next batch and keep it producing, because just a few of these leaves and whatever you're making for dinner for the calories could get you over that could basically satisfy your body of what it actually needs. I mean, there's plenty of case studies of moringa as a very cost-effective way to curb malnutrition in third world and developing areas. So it's a well-studied plant, and it's a cool one. It's very tropical, which means that it could be a challenge in an ice age to grow. But yeah, it does speak to indoor growing and working in
What do you think a shelf life of? I mean, let's just say you do a good job of harvesting as much as you can. What's a shelf life on something like that? Is it something that you can just keep around? It's stored.
The moringa, yeah, you can actually. It depends. You can actually dry out the seeds and the leaves, and so I think you can buy powdered moringa. You can definitely buy powdered moringa leaves and then just add that to your smoothies or whatever. But you need like some equipment to do that, to do the powdered freeze drying. So I don't know. I think it'd be better I always think it'd be better to have fresh living foods. That's it's kind of a different conversation, but switching to a living diet, like the main thing that's made the biggest dent in me growing the food that I eat every day is the microgreens, which are immediately behind me. And because the aquaponics work great, but it's still, you're waiting a month for a head of lettuce, which is faster, but it's still, how many freaking trays of aquaponics can you afford? I just don't have that much space, right? It's not a realistic way to rapidly grow micro harvests and keep these things going. The microgreens are amazing because you can plant them and 3-4 days later, you've got just a tray of fresh living greens, which are full of enzymes that you need to digest the rest of the nutrients you're eating. And it's fantastic. So the microgreens have been for me a terrific way of making a pretty significant, I think 30 or 40% of my diet now I can attribute to that.
I'm hearing you talk about what we're gonna be eating. Is that us?
It shouldn't be.
Oh, anyway, sorry. What I'm hearing you talk about what you're growing back there, and it's amazing that you're talking about you're growing herbs that we add to our food, so we can have a small amount of food to eat. But with these plants that you're growing, they will give us the nutrients we need. So it's really interesting to hear. Like, I was waiting to hear things like you're going to grow carrots and potatoes and stuff like that. But you're really thinking outside the box. You've really put some time into this. So that's, and that kind of work I really appreciate too, because this is the kind of things that people need to know. Mari was shaking her head in agreement that the first thing that you mentioned, spirulina, superfood. As soon as you started talking about it being a superfood, she was like, yes, it's amazing.
That stuff is fantastic.
So these are the things that we probably do need to talk about besides the obvious. I was thinking about, I sound like a moron now thinking about it. What do I want to grow in my garden?
Jake is a guy that doesn't really eat vegetables, so I sort of pity him.
I'm probably gonna be the one that suffers the most during this point in time. I'm gonna
eat that beef down, baby.
I'm gonna eat leather with A1 steak sauce on it, just pretend it's a steak, like it's just real chewy.
So headed towards the chat, I'll share some interesting comments. Summer BC, he or she has shared this in the chat before. Alaskans build 2x4 grow boxes on the ground with a plastic plate on top, and they just wipe the snow off in the morning for a small greenhouse. So I guess they are in Alaska, and they have 30 of them, and they have little 2x4 grow boxes covered in plastic, and even in the snow, they're able to grow.
And those are the people we need to be listening to, because if they're already growing in Alaska and they're finding out ways to grow in the cold weather, that's the kind of information I really want to hear as well.
That's right.
Like how to, and sharing people that know how to do it and bringing them on the channel, and that's exactly why we have you on right now. Your channel is very interesting. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to screen share, Jake, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Briefly, I appreciate that, and I just want to add that it seems completely daunting from where we are as people who are like plugged into the modern lifestyle, and we're not thinking about these problems before, to suddenly ask yourself, crap, how would I come up with all the stuff that I eat every day? And so I guess two things on this. The first is that it is as much changing what you eat on a daily basis to be what you can make as it is growing that food, right? Yeah. I don't know if I said that well, but it's not just that I'm going to go start growing Big Macs in my garden, because it just doesn't work like that. So I have to adjust the way that I...
How'd you know?
Yeah, sorry, Jake. I have to adjust the way that I eat so that it matches the kind of food that I'm able to produce. And then speaking to the Alaskan situation, people have been, we like I said, it seems daunting, but we're in a really good situation because people have been solving these problems for a very long time. And in the situation, I think well, at least personally, I find myself in, is not that that this knowledge isn't out there, but that I don't know what it's called, and it seems like we are now responsible for pulling together these pieces of the puzzle. Because in the permaculture world, they talk about, you know, a climate battery and keeping the, you know, storing the heat of the sun and the earth by day that radiates out into your greenhouse by night. And in the housing world, the alternative housing, it's called earth berm houses, or you know, Wapini greenhouses, or straw bale, or earth ships. Or different people have taken these core philosophies of self-sufficiencies and codified them into their own language and their own way of doing things. But these core concepts are what we need to find and mine and bring, I think, as you said, to everyone right now.
Well, and I'll tell you what, we're looking through your channel right now and showing everybody the videos, and I see the views. We want to help increase this, not because we're trying to make you popular, but you have a lot of good information. This stuff is what we need to be focusing on too, not just talking about what's going on and what could happen, but these videos are real live action, not just talking about being self-reliant. You're actually giving tips. You're showing people how to do this. You're documenting what you're doing. And, hopefully we get to look at this for a little bit longer, and you call it a soft landing. And yeah, you're right. I guess I'm just a hopeless romantic and hope that we do get that soft landing. I don't want to come off as, gloom and doom, but the more I do my research and the more conversation I have with other people about it, it doesn't look good to me anyway, in the next 15, 25 years.
It's hard to disagree with that.
Yeah. So
it's just good to give you a platform and show people on our channel that you are a definite awesome resource for starting out, growing. And, to me, you're one of the few channels on YouTube that are into, the Ice Age and survival and all that. So we're definitely pleased you came on. Do you want to tell us about your website?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So I can be found at iceagefarmer.com. And then I'm rocking, of course, twitter.com/iceagefarmer, facebook.com/iceagefarmer. But the main platform is the channel. That's where the videos go and are linked to from the blog. And there's, I appreciate everything you said. I think there are as many questions in those videos as there are answers. And a part of that is because community, I think knowledge and skills are what we need to bring into this, but also building community is probably is the most important thing. And that's why spreading awareness so that we can build that community is absolutely fundamentally important right now. Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah. And I look at my channel as I'm not trying to be, I want to reach out to people who, how can I say this? Maybe not your average guy who just wants to have a few things answered. Layman's terms. I got Lee to explain to our brilliant subs. We've got tons of ideas that come in every day. I'm very impressed with the following that this channel has. And so Lee, thanks to him, he really helps put it all into perspective. But, everybody is doing their part right now from what I see. And like I said, before we started this show, I really think there questions or answers, your work is still appreciated. Nobody else, I haven't seen anybody attempt to do what you're doing right now either. So instead of talking about it, you're actually doing it. And that to me, that's what it's about, is action finally. And, and hearing you talk about some of the things you're growing, like I said, to add with our regular food, for a guy like me, it is alarming. We take for granted the food supply that we have now. I can't imagine the average waste in a household right now. I tell my kid every day when he's eating dinner, be very thankful for this food tonight. Don't you dare waste it. Trust me on that. I'm trying to teach him that we take things for granted, and stuff like the comfort that we have right now is, how much longer do we have with that? How long can you afford it?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be the next question, before you finally have to go off the grid. But it seems like you've got a pretty good handle and a good head start going right now. So
Elvis has a question. He wants to know, how are you making out with natural medicines?
Sure. So I am definitely trying to grow a suite of different herbs that I think are have a number of uses, and I don't know how else to say this other than I think the even in today's life, the number one thing you can do for your health is to clean up your eating, right? So if you're eating those Big Macs, you're not going to. I just don't think you're going to feel good. And moving to a diet of living things. You know, there's a reason when you look for like cookbooks of living fresh foods, raw foods, these kinds of things. There's a disproportionate amount of these authors who are like stage 4 cancer survivors, and it's because these are medicinal diets. These living foods are they are just packed with the life energy that we need to survive. And when we're going and eating dead processed foods, it's sapping our energies to try and live off those things. So number one, I think, is nailing your diet. And you know, the frequency with which I get sick as I've made the change into these living foods, and even more so with the stuff that I'm growing now, I feel great now. So I guess that's my number one answer. But yeah, and first aid is a different thing altogether. But I don't know if I answered that question very well.
Well, and you know, the diet is, you know, Elvis, that's a good question, but you're right, Christian. Diet is everything. I used to weigh 307 pounds. I'm down to 215. I've had it all for 10 years, but I can tell you when I was that big, how miserable I felt every day. And I didn't want to go to work, and I didn't want to do anything with my kids. You know, my routine was McDonald's in the morning for breakfast, McDonald's for lunch. And then, you know, I was a bachelor, so I would have a large pizza to myself and a 2-liter. I mean, this was my diet every day. And then as soon as I changed that, which I'm not a healthy eater now, but I don't eat in the quantity and the amount that I used to. But I think the point that you're trying to make is that there's foods out there that we may not like in taste, but are good for our bodies and give us the fuel that we need. And the quicker we get used to that, and that feeling that we'll get with it is going to be well worth it. I think today's society, we give up nutrition over taste, and the taste always seems to lead us to the problems with the heart and overweight and diabetes. And I got diabetes at the age of 24 due to my diet. And I've done so much damage. I still have to rely on insulin, even though I've cut out, you know, sugar sodas and all that stuff. But, you know, I think the reckless diet had a lot to do with my health being the way it was at a young age, and still today. So you're absolutely right. The first aid will be minimal if you take care of yourself and find the right diet for you and put the right things in your body. And it's easier said than done, because I can't tell you how many times I'm like, all right, Monday, that's it, broccoli and carrots, and that's it, nothing else. And then Monday comes along and we're going to get Chinese takeout. So, you know, it's about discipline, but this is something that's going to have to become a necessity.
I bought, there's actually a book. I'll have to dig up the title for it. But there's a really good reference guide that covers all edible plants and does a huge overview on plants for medicinal purposes. And it's probably one of the best books I've come across about. The title is escaping me right now, but I will dig it out and share it. We'll actually do a video on it. That goes right hand in hand with the homesteading book I have, that just gives you those little bits of info to go off of. But I think knowing your herbs and knowing medicinal, you know, medicine, how to treat yourself, even, you know, if you have a cut or something, there's Mother Nature gives us all we need.
Sure.
So, you know, we have to share that information. We have to educate ourselves, you know, to do that. So, and I'm reading the chat right now, and there's a lot of people that are getting into it. I'm just going to scroll through here, and there's some people talking about chickens and chicken coops and that kind of stuff. So,
yeah, I mean,
moringa, just as an example, moringa is actually an astringent.
There's a lot of people talking about moringa burgers. What's a moringa burger?
Nice. I don't know. I'll have to find out about a moringa burger. I'm looking forward to it already.
Sounds delicious. I want a meringue hot dog though.
He won't listen. I can't even get him to eat salad half the time.
Hey, I had a tomato on my cheeseburger the other day.
Well, can I put lettuce on your sandwich, Jake? And he's like, he cringes. Like the thought of it is like something green and leafy.
You know, the one day you did put lettuce on my sandwich, I have to admit it was crisp and refreshing. I was like, but I didn't want to admit that to you. So I didn't want you to know that I liked eating lettuce.
Because I could eat salad every day.
And I think it's different for everybody, and like you should listen to your body. That's the number one piece of advice is how do you feel, and if it feels good, then go for it. And if you feel bad after you eat bread, then you don't have to be fully gluten intolerant. It just makes you feel bad, and so stop doing it. Right, whatever your body tells you, listen to it. It's giving you really good feedback in a lot of cases, and we just think, oh, I'm having a bad day or whatever. And on top of that, Jake, I just want to sympathize a little bit or empathize, I should say, because dude, for me, there's if I indulge in a bunch of bread or carbs, so I'm just like, screw it, I wanted some pasta tonight. There's like a 3-day hangover addiction, sort of it's like quitting cigarettes is right up there with quitting carbs for me, because everything changed. Though even exactly when I see green, I'm like, I don't really want to eat that stuff right now. I want to just go take some pasta or some bread and dip in olive oil and just eat carbs. Oh man, carbs, I want carbs. And it's a craving and it's hard to break. But after a few days of that living food, it starts to, again, you get to the point where bread, it's dead. Why would I even put that in my body? I've got really good plants over here. They're alive like I am. And so there's a perception and a taste flip that goes as you're making that very real physiological switch.
I know it's real. A friend of mine, he did a very good job in the presentation, but he was showing me the benefits of Kangen water. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but you're talking about foods that are alive. This was water that was alive. Mm-hmm. And it's highly charged water with these electrolytes and all kinds of other things that's going on, alkaline, all that.
Oh, yeah, it's alkaline water.
I'm not gonna lie, I sat in the room with him that he gave me this pitch, and I drank probably 4 or 5 cups of the stuff, and I could instantly feel it was putting oxygen in my brain and my blood. I felt like I had a buzz, but I wasn't drinking alcohol. I mean, you know the difference between alcohol. And I guess I kind of understood what it felt like to go to an oxygen bar, and I understand why people do that now, but that's what this water was doing to me. So I'm totally on board with eating alive. I understand what you mean now with that. And I 100% believe, like I said, I drank water that I was told was alive with ions and alkaline and all that stuff.
It's like alkaline, it's like ionized.
But I definitely felt
alkalinity.
I definitely felt the benefits of drinking it. I did feel different. I did feel more refreshed. I felt more alert and awake.
I have a friend that had thyroid cancer that was on a strict diet and alkaline water, and she went to her doctor and wound up beating the cancer with her diet.
Wow.
Not that that's everyone's case, because when I say that, people get all defensive, like, oh, that's not real. But, I've seen it happen to, my own friend who had thyroid cancer, her turn around her diet, and now she's cancer free. So I can't explain it. I just find it amazing.
Well, and Lee Wheelbarger is also on board with diet. He's constantly, he knows I'm a diabetic. He's always sending me articles, foods, what to eat, what kind of herbs, what kind of things that would cure diabetics without insulin. So definitely be more aware of putting and I want to have you on a hangout one night. I think it would be an interesting conversation to watch you and Lee kind of bounce things around. And like I said, we got hopefully Dave from ADEPT 2030. We're hopefully lining something up with our schedules. He's a busy guy as well. So, but Christian, we're going to sign off. But did you have anything else before we took off for tonight?
I just wanted to thank you again for having me on. It's been a pleasure to hang out with you here and to share some great information with your viewers. So thanks very much.
Yeah, Christian, we'd love to have you back on again as a frequent guest. We value what you're doing, your knowledge. And we really appreciate you coming out tonight and having a conversation. Let's get the ball rolling for sure. All right, guys, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you around soon. back to the Grand Solar Minimum channel. Tonight we have a very special guest joining us tonight. He's the discoverer of the triggers of the ENSO variability. Ladies and gentlemen, Per Strandberg. How you doing tonight?
Oh, fine. Thank you for having me.
Well, thanks for joining us. We try to find people throughout the community who have such knowledge as yourself. And if anything, we want this channel to be the foundation of most people's education when it comes to the Grand Solar Minimum and what revolves around it. I was looking at your website, coolingnews.com. And first of all, I want to say the excellent work that you've done there. But the first paragraph of this here, it says cooling news. The sun is currently entering as what is called a grand solar minima. The current solar cycle is 24, and the coming solar cycle 25 that will follow are both set to be very weak and will only display few sunspots or possibility of none at all. However, the current climate research establishment, those who the media and the politicians trust, who are only looking for human causes of climate change, have gone to great lengths to try to convince the public and other scientists that changes in indirect solar activity are of no importance to the Earth's climate. They claim that the solar part of recent warming is too small to have an important influence because the variation, the heat output reaching the Earth, is too small to have any measurable impact, and that indirect changes of the solar activity has no effect at all on Earth's climate. Now, when I read this, and this is probably the best way to put it when people are new to this topic, and you broke it down really well, but are they even listening to themselves when they say these things? To have that statement to even be published, that the sun has nothing to do with Earth's climate at all?
Well, they look at what is called the TSI. That means the total solar irradiance, and that's the amount of heat streaming down towards Earth. And that's the variation of that is very small. So they look like during there was a warming period between 1980 and 2000. And they said it can't be the sun because it's, they just look at the heat transfer. So they thought the global warming theory with anthropogenic global warming is fit bills, so to say. And that's what they look. And then they, because, all the money is going into research for the greenhouse gas theory. So it's multiplied, and I've had this belief that it is the changes in carbon dioxide which drive climate change. So, but then the warming stopped, but then there was a big momentum behind it theory, so you just continue and continue.
I'm looking at, you talked about theories of global warming, and your first theory, which is the generally accepted one, is that the release of greenhouse gases from burning of fossil fuel and from land use is responsible for the recent temperature increase. And, here recently, President Trump has cut spending to NASA for their carbon dioxide monitoring program that supposedly is contributing to the warming, but in fact NASA has reported that greening is the main effect from the CO2. So we know right there we're starting to see the truth is slowly but surely revealing itself through the data, and I feel like people like you and others who are your message is getting through finally, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yes. Yeah, for one thing, there are no evidence that changes in carbon dioxide is an important driver of climate change. And I listed this. First of all, there are no fingerprints from carbon dioxide from real measurements that show that carbon dioxide is an important driver. You can look at the missing hotspot in the tropics. The scientists that research the physics about climate, they claim that the East Coast should be warm warming in that higher 30,000 feet above the tropics. And this is called a tropical hotspot, but it's not there. And second, the theory is that a small increase in carbon dioxide is going to warm the oceans, and that should release more water vapor, and that in return should warm the world. If you look at, they have had satellites that cover the outgoing radiation, and during El Niño period there is more heat in the oceans and the atmosphere. And what's happening is that the temperatures follow the black body radiation theory, called Stefan Boltzmann law. And when the temperatures goes up, the radiation goes up according to this law. But if there would be more greenhouse coverage from more water vapor, which is the most important greenhouse gas, then this increase should be lower. But they haven't found it. So just there you can say that there's no evidence that carbon dioxide is an important driver of the global warming. And secondly, you have the warming follow this electromagnetic variation of the sun. And somehow they believe that this stopped in the last century. But we know that in the 20th century solar activity was high. That explained much of the warming we have been seeing. Secondly, you have the problem with the climate models. They show more warming that's really happening. And if you look at people, they become very convinced of this theory because these people use supercomputers and very advanced calculations. But the problem is, to forecast climate change, you need to include all factors, and they don't do that. It's like if you compare, if you hire a lot of bunch of economists, and then you say that they want you want them to build economic models for the stock exchange in Dow, for example, for the year 2100, and we know that economic changes goes in cycles, and then you can say that you can forecast the stock exchange value 100 years in the future, but nobody would believe them.
Right.
But if you are a builder of a plane, military, civilian airplane, and you instead of using wind tunnels, you have a supercomputer, and you build a model of this plane and want to look at the feature of the plane in different speed and so on. You use a supercomputer, and it's very, very effective. So the climate models is coming somewhere in between these two extremes.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the INSO work that you've done, that you've come up with two ways of figuring this out here, as far as the two main drivers are, of course, the El Niño Southern Oscillation, and the second one is also variations in solar activity. What led you to this kind of work, and how long have you been doing this kind of work?
I have been doing it for a very long time. I started actually 10 years ago with this first website. My background is I have a degree in applied physics. So I follow the data, and I think I'm a person I think outside the box, so to say. So I'm not limited to what other people are doing. I do my own things. So I started in 2011. I have a website on climate forcing. I figured that the sun and electromagnetic variation of the sun and the Henrik Svensmark's theory, I was looking into that, and I want to see if I could find some carbon dioxide forcing. So I put together a neural network model and look up all the value data I could find, and then I tried to see if I could have some correlation between ENSO and the global temperature from satellite measurements. And I got some good result, but then I got the idea I should just look at one factor at a time. So then I figured I knew that ENSO and the global temperature was related, so I set that to 100%. And then I went through all the factors. If you go to this website, you can see I have actually the global temperature percentage value is over 100%. It's SST is called, and it's 110%. And then I went down, and I saw that after that I got to variation of Earth's rotation. We call it length of day. Sometimes the Earth is rotate 1 millisecond faster, and sometimes it's 1 millisecond slower. And that actually is an indication from ENSO. So it's called LOD. And that's related to ENSO.
Okay.
After that, you have had sudden oscillation is of course the same as ENSO. And I noticed that the solar wind speeds and so on. So I found different solar factors. Wind speed and magnetic variation, but I didn't find the galactic cosmic ray had some influence on this. What I measured was the delta T temperature, variation in temperature each month. So because it's like AC/DC. Right. If you look at DC value, it's difficult because I can't put temperature to zero. Of course, there's a Kelvin you can do that, but there are no stable temperature on the Earth. It's varying all the time. So I look at variation. That's important. So I didn't find any effect from the sense galactic cosmic rays. Just found small changes from sunspots and so on. So from there I figured that the sun has an important influence on temperature. And from there, if you go to the man down there, this Professor Cuccioli, Vincent, he is a Frenchman, but he speak very good English. And he pointed me to this idea that variation in Earth's rotation has something to do with temperature. From there, I thought it must be variation in the lunar gravitation, tidal effect. So I looked for lunar data, lunar cycles. And I found a software I could print out the position of the moon and the sun. And I have been working with this for a long time. I just finished a few days ago. I have now much better data.
Yeah, interesting enough, reading about your work involved with tidal pulses and solar activity. This was a similar conversation that we had with David Dilley. And I think his studies was a lot stronger on the moon, as here we're more on solar activity. But and also a part of the whole ENSO, you also developed something called AN, and I was wondering if maybe you could kind of talk to us a little bit about that and how you came up with that idea and its effectiveness towards your work.
Yeah, I actually 2 years ago I was invited by Niels Axel Mörner. They had a conference in London, so I went there and presented my result. Unfortunately, some of my result is I had a bug in my software, so it's not 100% accurate. But anyway, I presented my work and how I used the neural network to come up with my results. And before that I presented my result. Actually I went down to Copenhagen and on the tour. I'm a member of a skeptical group in Norway, so we went down to Copenhagen by boat, and I presented my result there, and that time I didn't have this error, but the result, I think I have data on another web page from that. Yeah, it was very good to be able to present my work to other people.
Now, I read a little bit about this, and you were showing about the results that you got. It talks about SST 110%, ENSO 100%, LOD 68%, solar wind was at 49%. Are these all the factors that go into the results of your work? Like this is
No, this is separate. I just started with this and identified that the sun, electromagnetic variation of the sun is a main factor. And then I went on further I calculated the position of the moon and the sun during perigee, the time when the moon is closest to the Earth. And I tested if I using a neural network, if I got a better result or worse result, and I modified it so I could minimize the error as much as possible. And and then I put these two factors together: the moon's effect, the tidal effect actually, and solar effect on ENSO. First I tried to use a feedback mechanism, and got statistically a good result, but it was not good enough to do reliable prediction. But then when I went to I was at a presentation in London, I had much better result, but actually it was a bug in the software whom I got 2 good results.
Huh.
So, but you can see it is still quite good, I think, from the last ENSO maximum, and also now we should go up in getting some higher ENSO result. But I'm not confident that the result is good enough yet. So I will try a different avenue to improve this with different techniques. But what I can state is that the lunar cycles and the electromagnetic variation of the sun is the main weak driver of changes in all these indices that are used in climate research. Because you can think of it that you have a lot of random noise, white noise, and then you have a weak forcing, which is systematic. But the noise is not systematic. So after time you get the weak forcing, which is going to dominate what's happening. And the problem with all the climate models, all the people, they think that they can make a good model because they have advanced thermodynamic models and supercomputer and all this. But they forget the weak forcing from outside. There are extraterrestrial forcing, which these are the dominant forcing or the climate, but they just ignore it because it's outside the boxes or the comfort zone. They have no knowledge of how to work with these factors, I think.
Well, you're right about this is out of their comfort zone, and I think 2018, there's been a lot of things that's happened I've seen in mainstream that's starting to talk about cooling instead of warming. And, you know, I'm sure you saw the headline where Trump had cut the funding away from NASA for the CO2 monitoring program. And, you know, and the biggest thing that I hear from the liberals is that Trump is ignoring science, when that's exactly the opposite of what Trump is doing. He's listening to the science. That's why he's cutting the funding to such programs. And, you know, when NASA reported that its main effect was greening and not warming, I mean, it's just common sense for the administration to take the actions that they did take and, you know, start cutting some of these funding. And that's, you know, your website talks about all about the money. And here at the Grand Solar Minimum, I kind of drive that as well. The only reason why these people are so desperate to make the public and other scientists believe that we're warming and not cooling is because for so many years, the science that we've been fed has not been correct. It's been manipulated to fit their agenda so that grant money continues to roll in. But I'm starting to see a change in that. And I think the United States is definitely, hopefully, people will follow that lead and pull out of that Paris Treaty as well, because we saw what was in store for the United States, and basically that treaty wanted us to carry that $100 billion bill by 2020. So I just wanted to get your thoughts about what do you think about politics and climate, and why should either have anything to do with each other, if at all?
It's an important factor. I look at there's going to be election in Sweden in the autumn here. And I listen to the politician. I live in Norway, but I'm not Swedish, so I follow both politics in both countries. And almost every politician in Scandinavia are climate fanatics.
Right.
Tell us this is the existential threat and all these stupid things. And, it's terrible. But yeah, I don't know if Trump is good in science, but he's sure better than the previous president. I think he's no more.
I think we all agree with that statement there.
Yeah. So it's the hope. How long it will last, I don't know. But actually, early 2001, I saw a program about Henrik Svensmak's theory. I thought that was worked better as a theory. I don't think his theory is the dominant factor for climate change, but the sun's variation is. I have a different theory to everybody else, I think. You want to hear? So,
I do.
Actually, if you look at from it outside, most of the heat is just beaming down to the warm part of the equator and the surrounding area. And then you have the Arctic or even the Antarctic, but the Antarctic is more isolated. And it's like a chimney, or a window. You open it up and all the heat is going out. If you close the window in the room, it's going to warm. So you have a flux from the tropical up to the polar region. And because recently I talked a lot about the polar vortex, but actually it's the polar jet stream. When they disturbed, you have things like it's a sudden warming.
Sudden atmospheric warming. Yeah, the anomaly that happened.
Yeah, and then you break up the Arctic jet stream, and you have cool air streaming down into the land masses, Eurasia, North America, and so on.
Yeah, that's
cooled down the ground, and a lot of heat is going up into the atmosphere and escaping Earth. And when you have change in the jet stream, you get more cloud formation in the temperate area of the world, and that you get less heat penetrating these areas. You get a gradual cooling from these winds, and that's is driven by pressure waves in the atmosphere. So for example, you have tidal pulses or your electromagnetic variation, and the changes the circulation, and you get more wavy jet streams. Now today, of course, you have the alarmist scientists that say that it's melting Arctic is causing jet stream variation.
Yeah.
Totally false. But,
they want you to believe that this sudden atmospheric warming anomaly, and that's what it was, is anomaly. They want you to believe that it was melting all the ice in the Arctic, but like you said, it indeed pushes cooler air into the part of, like, for instance, the northeast and eastern part of the United States is why they saw some of the cold records that got shattered this year. But it kills me. And
the cold makes all the heat from the ground to disappear into the space.
Right. We can't forget that.
And I think those changes are more important than variation in galactic cosmic rays variation. That's my theory.
Well, we definitely, I think, the more I've learned about cosmic ray, and this is relatively new research. It's not been around very long, and I think that's what a lot in the scientific community were rejecting in the beginning. But now I think the science is showing the proof in our skies right now, the cloud coverage, the satellite images that we see anyway, how much cloud coverage that we have. And we all know, or we're learning now, that increased cosmic rays cause seeding of our atmosphere, creating more cloud nucleation, and stuff that I learned about by watching Heinrich Svensmark, the Cloud Project. So
I listened to when we went to Copenhagen. I listened to he had a lecture, and he looked at cosmic rays effect on climate on long terms. So for example, right now we're in the Ice Age period, and we have a lot of cosmic rays, and when we don't have it, it doesn't have it. We have warmer climate, and that may be true because what one should look at is the temperature in the oceans and not so much in the atmosphere.
Right.
The long term is in the oceans because its heat capacity of the ocean is enormous. And it takes times to change. Even small changes take times to change that temperature.
Yeah, I saw something that 95% is, as far as temperature goes, 95% of it is ocean and 5% is atmosphere. So, but like I said, this is stuff that, a lot of this research is new. So myself and Mari and a lot of us at the Grand Solar Minimum channel are discovering this new research. But what I've noticed in 2018 is it seems like the drum beat's getting a little bit louder for this cooling that's happening. And I saw on Sky News that there was a gentleman that actually talked about how forecasters are now saying that expect little ice age conditions for the next few decades. And I would have never imagined or even thought of hearing a news organization uttering those words to the public. So
news organizations don't care about what's real or not real. They care about this is how many viewers they get.
Right.
So the headlines, if they think that the headlines is causing more people to look at the news than they use it. And of course, the last decades is all about global warming, and all people are convinced. A lot of people, at least, are convinced that the Arctic are melting and so on. But actually, as you know, the Arctic is going through a 60-year temperature cycle.
Yes.
About 60 cycles. And I have some data here. If you go to put in Google historic Greenland temperature data, and then you look at image.
You said historic temp in Greenland?
Yeah. Historic Greenland temperature data. And then you click on image. It's very easy to do. Then you look at the temperature graph you get from different stations in Greenland, and you see that it was warm in the 1930s and 1940s.
Okay, yeah.
And everybody can do it. And the problem is that people don't aware that where they can go and look at data. This is raw data. It's not manipulated by GIS, Goddard Institute of Space Studies.
Yeah, I think a lot of it too is like this stuff right here. When we talk about cycles, you're basically referring to here is in the 1980s. We were looking at a temperature drop, and since then we had the rise. Well, now it's that time in the cycle for that drop, and basically that's just putting what you're saying is you just have to connect the dots, and these graphs are here for that.
I mean, you should look at the real data and not manipulated data, and then you see that's what's happening in normal. It's nothing unusual at the moment. Of course, the solar activity is dropping. And
like a rock.
I put up some points here. And it's even worse in I had a link to what's happening in Iceland, and the Icelandic Meteorological Office asked why the graph was changed by Goddard Institute of Space Studies.
Right.
And just shook the head.
So I guess my next question for you is, where do you stand on the debate? I've heard people say that the Grand Solar Minimum starts at solar cycle 25. there's actually some scientists and other people who have an opinion that the grand solar minimum will actually not happen until after 2030 because some think that we're going to have another maximum. I know that cycle 24 was the weakest in the last 150 years, and they're predicting solar cycle 25 to be even weaker. I'm just curious, just opinion, where do you see the timeline beginning for the actual grand solar minimum?
As I see the grand solar minimum started with solar cycle 24. I mean, this cycle is weaker than the previous.
I agree.
What's will happening in 25, I don't know. But when we have weak solar cycles like we have now, those cycles are longer. So I think Mike's expecting that the solar minimum will happen in 2021, a few years from now. And actually, when I was starting looking into this, it was in 2006, I think. And I found out about this man, Theodor Landscheid. I think you know about him. He was a German who was interested in predicting. He predicted Maunder-like solar decline in the coming decades. So I have here, if you go to abrupt climate change action.
Okay.
There you have a frequency analysis of cycles. One is 22 year, one is 52, 80.
Yeah.
And you can see the solar activity goes in cycles. And it's a Fourier transform calculation, I think, somebody made. And then you can go down next. You can see that after 2000 there is a weak cycle. Actually, here it shows that the cycle 25 is actually larger than 24 here, but yeah, you have to wait and see. And under there you can see what's called the barycentric movement of the sun. You have heard about it? Or? Barycentric movement of the sun. So solar movement. Actually, the sun is not at the center of the solar system. Time it is moved around like gravitation. It's pushed by the big.
Is that what these images are that you have down at the bottom where it has the wolf and the square?
You see Dalton the next. You can see here, normally the sun is moving in small circles, but during solar inactivity, these circles are disturbed because of Uranus and Neptune disturbing, so the sun is going to get hanged in a smaller loops. And but actually, there was a lot of discussion about this when I started looking at this. But actually, it does. And they say that the sun is just like a falling body in the space. So it shouldn't have any effect on the sun.
That's interesting.
But that would be true if the sun was solid, or if the sun was, let's say, the same size as Earth, which is, I mean, the sun is huge. To demonstrate this, if you think of a sphere around the planet Earth, as we share the same size as the sun, then if you go by a spacecraft to the moon, then you only get halfway out to the sphere. So you can imagine how big the sun is. And actually you get different differential torque forces. Like we know that the rotation at the equator is larger than at the poles. And there exists science called helioseismology, which the scientists look at the Doppler effect of the light coming from the sun. And if you have a sunspot on the other side of the sun, they send out vibrations when the explosion occurs. So you can get to look at the sun's interior. If a woman has a baby in her stomach, you can look at with the ultrasound. It's a similar technique. And 70% down to the Earth's center, the plasma, the gas, is almost like a solid. So the rotation is the same below that level. So you have a very loose plasma at the sun's surface, but when you get in more towards the center, the pressure is increasing and the gas becomes denser and denser. And somewhere there is called the tuckle line. Somewhere down there you have a friction. And because of these movements, that's what I think. What I think is a little bit controversial, but what you get there is that the solar activity is determined by these forces. And then if you go back and look at solar activity and the temperature, these follow cycles. You have the solar minimum. The last solar minimum was Dalton minimum, and before that Maunder minimum and Spur minimum and Wolf minimum. And these minimum follow these solar cycles. At the conference I was in London, there was a man I call, his name is Nicolas Cafetta, and he had looked at this, and because the sun is tilted 6 degrees,
right?
This has also effect on solar activity, and this man, the Landscheid, he used something called Bernoulli series. You can have series on one different series, statistical series. So he expect this solar minimum to be like a Mondenman type minimum. So maybe he's right. I don't know, but you have to wait and see.
That's kind of what, when we first started our research, we do the best that we can to report on the grand solar minimum and news that's related to it. But when we first started this research, at first, we were kind of optimistic and thought maybe that we were looking at a Dalton type minimum. Mm-hmm. But the deeper we dig, the more and more we see similarities to a Maunder minimum type situation coming up. I know I heard somewhere that they're forecasting, as of this June through April of next year, they're forecasting almost 0 sunspots. So I'm going to be paying extra close attention to that. A friend of mine over in the UK, David, happened to mention today that there are no sunspots on the Earth-facing side or the far side at this point. So maybe this is that part of the forecast that they might be correct about. Who knows? I've heard so much about solar cycle 25, but the one thing I have heard that seems to be a common is that there is going to be an unknown factor to this solar cycle. But for me, I think it's going to be a factor that's going to accelerate the cooling, just because we've been told that, even if we're in a grand solar minimum, so many people have said this, that we're only going to experiencing enough cooling to take us down 0.03 degrees Celsius on that global anomaly temp thing. And so far, since February of 2016, we've already dropped off around 0.67 degrees Celsius since February of 2016. So we're already well past that threshold that global warmists have told us that we're not going to see any more cooling past a certain amount. This not even being the official beginning to the solar minimum as well. That's what concerns me. That's why I believe that things are accelerating a bit faster than some are forecasting.
Mm-hmm. And this scientist you interviewed in from Newcastle, Russian, Zarkova, no?
Yes, Zarkova.
Yeah, I think it's important. And what you can see in the solar activity is that the different north and solar south part of the sun is not in phase.
Right.
And also, you have to remember that the temperature cycle in the Arctic is going to go down the next decade, because and that's it's apart from solar activity. I think it's more towards solar lunar cycles. So you have an additional cooling effect there.
Wow.
But yeah, you have to see and wait. But I think it's also important to not be too alarmed about. You don't want to fall in the same trap as the global warming that's telling us
that's true.
End of the world.
That's true. And you know, here at this channel, we try to be as neutral as possible. Mm-hmm. We want the truth to get out, but I think our overall message, and people like you as well, is that if this is something that we've lived through in the past, it's something that man can get through once again. We're already discussed. The reason why this channel exists is because if we start the discussion now, then maybe we'll take action sooner than we need to. That way, when we start to see challenges with our crops, we adapt, I think. Right. And I think already we're starting to see places, I saw a development in Africa where the vertical growing is becoming a big deal now. And so I think there's just too many things that mankind and technology, I'm pretty sure we're going to find ways to adapt and thrive through this challenging period. And that's what it's going to be, as a challenging period. But you're right. You have to be careful on how you relate this information. You don't want to come off as a fear monger, but more of an informationalist or educator.
Right. I think that's important. Actually, one day I decided to look into this more closely, because I looked at BBC on their web page every day or second day. There was something about global warming, and I really realized it just was brainwashing. It's propaganda, nothing else. So I remember there was some gold frogs in Costa Rica was disappearing because of global warming. Wait a minute, I think. First of all, in the tropics, the temperature doesn't vary very much.
Right. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, but I wonder why they claiming that it was dying off because of global warming. It turned out it was a fungus, but anyway. So I started looking at the sun, and I looked at both sides, and I realized that this is not true. It's global warming.
Right.
So what I found a very effective method was looking at graphs and data. When I put in a question and then I look at images. And from there I could find interesting scientific papers. It's a very good method to find your way through all the propaganda. I think what few people realize is it is not about global warming only. It's about natural history,
right?
Natural sciences. You have a type of people interested who have been brainwashed that people are destroying the planet. It's like if you're going to be a priest, you're not Buddhist or Hindu or something. Same religious belief as all the others. And that's true for this type of academic research. You have the same type of people attracted to study this subject. And also, when they start to study, if they don't do the line, they are kicked out of the institutions.
Right.
They don't get any funding. But what I actually was upset me most was what I realized when I looked at it, how big this was.
Yeah.
the politicization around it. You know, this can maybe sounds like a conspiracy, but all this hysteria, the science changed from being climate mainly driven by the sun. Now suddenly it was greenhouse gases, human-caused greenhouse gases.
Right.
And that transition happened only during a few years. You know, it was through the UN mainly. We have had James Hansen in a congressional hearing it was in 1988. I don't know if you have seen. He presented this here to all the Congress people in Washington. The first chair of the IPCC, he was a Swedish professor in meteorology, and he knew the Swedish Prime Minister. The Swedish Prime Minister, he had once or twice a week, he exercised by playing tennis. And he had his professor as his sparring partner. So I think that they talked a lot about global warming. He thought it was a very good idea to scare people with.
Right.
And then Margaret Thatcher, she found this theory and thought it was good to stop the coal miners.
Right.
But behind this is the big banking families like Rockefeller.
Yes.
And they pour money and incredible amount of money to form not only NGOs like World Wildlife Fund and things like that, but also all the pressure groups. I mean, they look very spontaneous, and we have a real problem because you have people who are called activists, and they convinced that this is existential problem. You can't talk to them, you know. They're convinced. They really disbelieve.
Yeah, and what's shocking about that? You talk about activists. I now see on our website here, Craigslist, they're actually advertising jobs for college students, and the headline is "Help Fight Global Warming." And you talk about brainwashing. They're hiring these kids out of college, and they want to teach these kids that this is what we're doing to our climate, man-made global warming, and they want people to just go out there and spread this all out. And I guess what upsets me the most is we were talking about CO2 and the increased levels, and the medieval times when I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe somewhere around the 270 ppm on CO2. Now, that was the hottest time that our planet has seen, supposedly, was the medieval warm period. But if you use the data from the CO2 from then and comparing it to now, where we're at 411 ppm, shouldn't we be boiling? If we were supposed to assume that was the cause of heating, according to these people, we should be boiling past what we were in the medieval times, and we're not.
Yeah, and what you're saying is not true. I mean, we know that from measurement right now that when we have a strong El Nino, we get about the level increased by about 3 ppm per million. But when we have after La Nina, it's only 1. And if you go back, there are some studies that show that the level of carbon dioxide during the late medieval warm period was about 400 from fossilized leaves. You have this opening of how they're breathing carbon dioxide and put out oxygen and water vapor. Stomata is called. Right. And some studies show that it's about 400 ppm at that time, and that level continued 2 years after the end of the medieval warm period. So you can't trust the ice core data because it's very the bubble is not safe from diffusing these gases. You should question the data, I think. But of course, the level of carbon dioxide follows temperature. Because when the sea surface gets warmer, they release more carbon gases like carbon dioxide. When it is cooler, they absorb more carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So there are a lot of things that they don't tell us.
True.
What I found when I researched it is that wherever you look, you find things that's not true, or they admit to present this data to the people. For example, you have this when they stopped exploding atomic bombs in the atmosphere in 1963.
Right.
The level of radioactive carbon-14 in the atmosphere was 5-6 times higher than normal. But after 5 years, it was just half. That means that the carbon dioxide you exhale now, about more than half of it after 10 years is absorbed in the ground, in the plants or in the sea. They claim that increases from fossil fuel. The claim is they look at the issue between carbon 12 and 13. Much of the carbon dioxide you get from the ocean comes from underwater volcanoes. So they haven't looked at this. They say that there's a difference and it must be from fossil fuel. And of course, some of it comes from fossil fuel, but if you look at how much of the carbon dioxide comes from burning of fossil fuels, it's about 3%. The rest are natural, or it can be from cutting down forests or things like that. So its additional effect from humans are small, but they don't tell you that, so explain it for you. And also, the greenhouse effect from carbon dioxide is estimated to be about 4% of the total greenhouse effect. So if you double that, and also, the effect from carbon dioxide is almost saturated. So if you increase the level of carbon dioxide, the greenhouse effect from it should be very small.
And I also heard that with the amount of nitrogen or atmosphere plus coming out of our bedrock allows our plant life to absorb more CO2. So, there goes that theory as well when it comes to your greenhouse gas warmings and all that.
Yeah, and the sea level rise now is constant. It's the same as it was about 100 years ago.
Right.
And the temperature in the tropic earlier is very stable. Yet they say that the poor countries will suffer most by greenhouse gas increase.
Good point.
Temperature increase is small, so should not affect any plant life or animal life in the tropics. If you have global warming, you get warming in the temperate region, and it's mostly beneficial, I would say.
Right. No, I agree.
The problem is also, like, when these climate scientists, or what, I don't think that there are any climate scientists. I think there are people who are atmospheric scientists or computer geeks, or,
I agree.
It's feelings, but there are none or very few real climate scientists who grasp all these different disciplines.
Well, there are people out there who call themselves climate scientists, and then I watch them also tell the public that the Arctic is melting at a fast pace. And then you go to NASA and you look at the Arctic sea ice extent, and you've seen that there's actually growth. What we see right now, there's nothing to be for an alarm. In areas that might have lost some ice, there's also areas in the Arctic that gained ice. So, and not just the extent, but the thickness as well. Well, Per, it's been a pleasure having you on, and I hope we can do this again. Before I let you go, I was wanting to know if there was anything that you would like to emphasize as far as part of your message, part of your work.
I would like to emphasize that the main drivers, as I see it, at least, is from of course, Milankovitch cycles, but long term, but also electromagnetic activity of the sun, and also influence from lunar cycles, not so much from carbon dioxide.
Not at all. Not at all. I think everybody that watches this channel can agree with those two statements, lunar and solar activity. Like I said, we had a conversation with David Dilley, and he repeated the same thing. So, but again, it's been a pleasure having you on our
show. We should not be worried about global warming.
No, not at all.
Right. Okay.
Well, sir, we appreciate you once again for coming on. I appreciate the work that you do. I will be following you a lot closer now that I've had the time to get to know you a little bit. We're also going to direct people to your website from our website. I can't thank you enough, though.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, thank you for joining in tonight with our interview, and we'll talk soon. All right. Take care.
Thank you for tuning in to the Grand Solar Minimum channel. Today I'd like to introduce Sasha Dobler. He has a website called Abrupt Earth Changes. Now, earlier this month, I was reading articles about the flu epidemic and how deadly it's been. I reviewed articles on the Black Death and fears of the plague outbreak in Africa. I started to wonder how these outbreaks lined up with timelines of the Grand Solar Minimum. To my surprise, I stumbled upon a brilliant ebook called Black Death and the Abrupt Earth Changes in the 14th Century. I'll leave a link in the description below. As I mentioned in a live hangout about this correlation I was researching, Sasha actually commented in the video about his book that I had found a day earlier, and we've connected to discuss his research. Sasha's researched climate collapse, solid cosmic intruders, comet fragments, dust, tectonic activity, outgassing from the ground, ozone layer depletion, and even electric anomalies in the atmosphere. Sasha, thanks for coming on to the Grand Solar Minimum today.
Hi.
Hello, Sasha. How you doing?
Hi, I'm fine.
Thanks for coming on. We really appreciate you taking a little time with us and discuss some Grand Solar Minimum information.
Glad to be here.
Thank you. So with your book, Black Death and the Abrupt Earth Changes of the 14th Century, what piqued your interest to actually do such an extensive research on this?
There were several things that came together here. And my long-time interest for history and climate also, and astronomy. But actually I came onto this from inconsistency in infection patterns from ancient pandemics. And from that, I stumbled over Mike Bailey's book about the Black Death and the cosmic connection. And I found it was actually much more than just a short series of cosmic anomalies or comet impacts or comet flybys. But the whole climate downturn that actually started in the 1290s already. And first, that was basically at the start of the Wolf minimum. And there were famines already in 1315 to 20. And it turned out that the whole death toll was enormous at the time. And there was a decades-long calamity, really. That was closely related to solar activity and other anomalies in the sky.
Now, when we say correlating evidence with grand solar minimums, we don't mean every minimum, but there's evidence in some. How would you say, has it happened one time, two times? How often does this correlate, these epidemics, with the minimums?
Right. It's important to distinguish between the recent minima that we had, like the Schwer-Maunder. Usually these are more gradual effects with the weather anomaly. And it's I would like to point out that not every grand solar minimum would expect it to have such a colossal loss of life as in this 1348 disaster. I could only identify two similar events. The other one was at the end of the Roman Empire at around 540. So this is not a fear-mongering part that nothing implies that this happens in every grand solar minimum. It was a much more complex affair at the time.
So basically, with people following the grand solar minimum, your website is pretty self-explanatory. Abrupt Earth changes. So, it's proven in history that the climate and everything can make a sudden shift downward or upward, and, tracing those effects, what caused it, what did people at that time go through and whatnot.
Yeah, and I like to add that I agree with the whole gradual process with the climate. So far, it seems that way. A lot of folks were calling for below average temps for we're in the region that we are in, and I feel like that so far everything is happening like it should be. Now, there are some people that are saying that the solar activity itself has sped up this minimum. In fact, they think we've jumped ahead a year and a half in time as far as that goes. But I could tell over the last couple of seasons, some of them had started to get back to, we've been mild for a while. And this year we've noticed the cold. I'm sure there's a lot of people who've noticed the cold that aren't used to the cold. And I've always kind of believed this from the first time I've ever heard about the grand solar minimum, which was, I feel like this will be a gradual change. Now, what happens, like I said, a lot of scientists are trying to correlate an ice age in the 2030s and 2050s. I'm just trying to keep track of the grand solar minimum right now and what we see in front of us. But I think it's really important. And just like Rolf had said to us as well, mankind is going to survive this. When you talk about the loss of life that we had in the 1348 through 1353, we're talking about we have way better medicine. We're advanced in so many ways. It's just going to take a little bit more harder, physical, demanding kind of work.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could be a sudden shift where it's pretty bad. It's hard to say, and that's what a lot of people I feel when they're researching it, they want to latch onto an answer like it's the answer, and it's really truly there's not an answer. It's one of those wait and see, watch it and observe kind of things, because who really knows? No one.
Yes, exactly. My motto is more live as if it's never going to happen and prepare as if it's happening.
That's right.
Tomorrow. And then you're all set. And I'm thinking some people will be surprised, maybe positively or negatively,
or
when their predictions don't come true. I'm not really a friend of. I even don't call it the grand solar minimum. I talk about the next grand solar minimum, whether the solar cycle 24 is actually the kickoff, or if we get another bit of slack, it will have to show. But I would say prepare as if it's it. But if we get some more time, then take advantage of that too.
Yes, and that's the thing too. It's this, as we monitor this solar minimum, this grand solar minimum. It's not something that we're going to be able to see all the results for overnight. It's going to take some time. It's a wait and see. Valentina Zarkova even said it. We'll see. 3 to 5 years. We'll talk then. But certainly right now, some of the predictions that were made for this season for the winter anyway, has come true. So with the less solar activity right now, we're sitting at 9 straight days without sunspots. I think we're at like 56. I mean, it's young in the year. I get that, but we've only had 4 sunspot groupings since December. And so definitely it's starting to show off and on throughout 17. We had some streaks without spots, but the solar activity is declining. And
absolutely.
And it's going to get interesting. And the cosmic rays is kind of something that Mari and I we really want to discuss, because it does so many things, not just to affect the climate, but health as well. And that's why we brought you on.
What do you, with your findings in your original book, how do you feel these cosmic intruders have affected society in the past? And then also we'll add to that with Valentina's work, and she outlines how the supernova, it was supernova Vela Jr., the supernova, had an effect during plague times. I found that really interesting. Like all three instances when this sort of revelation came to me, watching these outbreaks and seeing the plagues in Africa and thinking about, our climate changing, the earth changing, and then stumbling upon that same day Valentina's mention of the plague with in regards to the supernova Vela Jr. happening around, 1290? And then the volcanoes going off.
Yeah, actually the volcanoes were in 1259, the biggest spike in sulfuric acid at the time already. But there were other, a sequence of eruptions in these 50 years or so around that. I haven't found a simple answer what the plague was caused or how exactly cosmic rays would have kicked this off. Obviously, there wasn't the same pandemic crisis in each drop off into a solar minimum. And what I came up with, there were an endless number of Earth changes that seemed to have influenced the whole affair. And one thing was already the famine at 1315. That's mostly left out after discussion about the Black Death. When you hear about the Black Death and how it was the biggest casualty incidents of pandemics, or one of the biggest mass die-offs, and some historians still claim it was only 30% of the European population. But then what you don't hear is that only 35 years earlier, a starvation due to crop loss and bad weather already killed 30%. So I came up with numbers that add up to 70% within these 35 years, which was quite drastic. But there seems the evidence is there for a whole range of anomalies they had that were possibly not directly related to the grand solar minimum or cosmic rays only, because these effects didn't appear in the other grand solar minimum except the 540 event. So people were talking about foul odors coming out of the ground, in the sea, then black clouds of foul smoke coming over the sea, much lightning event, aurora effects.
It's fascinating, the historical record that you've recorded in this ebook. I highly recommend people to take a look at it, and we'll share it. Thank you for sharing that book. I mean, it's a free ebook, and you have a book you're working on now?
Yes, I'm working on several things. For one, I'm trying to put together the 540 incident, and then a longer piece that tries to connect the last about 2,300 years or so.
When you did your research on the Black Death, of course, my concerns, I haven't, I know bits and pieces about what happened, but with that being said, was there a, you said you haven't nailed down a cause yet. Is that what you said earlier?
Not a definite single cause, which one could point to, but a sequence of environmental effects. And there were all kinds of strangenesses going on. Mass psychosis.
Oh, wow.
People just losing it. I described it loosely as a zombie apocalypse. That all these people dancing naked in the street and let their cattle run and just didn't care for anything. Quite something.
Wow.
People were telling from these times. And let me just see through the notes here. There's weird stuff happening in all directions with the aurora anomalies and the lightnings and all the comet fragments they claimed to have seen. And just before the plague, they said there was a pillar of fire over the Pope's palace at Avignon. And I came up with some ideas what they might have seen. We just saw that the aurora anomaly, was it last February? And there was this pillar, this spiral. David talked about this also. There was this colorful spiral going up into the sky from the aurora.
Is that the Steve, or is that...
Is he talking about the anomaly it's called Steve?
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. There were two actually similar ones. One they called Steve, and then it was an actual, at the second time, it looked like a Birkeland current with the three filaments twisted.
Oh,
I've seen the picture, yeah.
In the red sprites as well.
Is that what some of these drawings you think they're trying to describe to people? The old artwork that you see, like in the beginning of your ebook, a very interesting illustration. You see the clouds. You see what appears to be could be bright sun rays, or maybe it's lightning. But do you think that's what they were trying to? They were trying to also document, maybe the climate around them as well.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. It's anywhere. That's what I was trying to point to. Of course, modern historians would say that's all made up. There was just one bacterium, of course, and nothing happened, nothing to see here. And I found in old texts they were talking about things happening in the heavens and just miserable weather, of course, flooding, and all sorts of anomalies, which must have caused, or can have caused, the starvation alone, and then the following health crises. But they saw some weird stuff. I'm absolutely sure. They were talking about the plague as the arrows. I made a chapter on that. Arrows this, arrows that. Sometimes as the punishment from God. Sometimes it seems they're describing hail as arrows, or lightning as arrows. But they were convinced that that was what made people sick. I have different images further below of the arrow affair here, and then angels pouring vials of some poison over people. Yeah, so they were much concerned with the stuff happening in the heavens, and not much concerned with direct contagion from person to person. That seems to not have been a great concern. And it wasn't just because they were stupid and didn't know.
Right.
They would have easily found out that there's something spreading from person to person. But I can't exclude, of course, any infectious agent. They certainly had bacterial infection and fungi, obviously, with all this going on. But the consensus at the time was that this was an astronomical and, for them, astrological event also.
I'm just looking at other papers coming in. It seems like more and more people in the science community are acknowledging these cosmic rays have a major impact on Earth and just humans, even when it comes down to like flu pandemics. So it's interesting to me to sort of dive into the research. Cosmic rays can alter DNA, and it got me thinking about how things evolve and mutate and all that. You look at the wonder of how things have evolved in the past. It makes you wonder if these cosmic events actually were driven by cosmic rays mutating things and sort of evolving.
There seems to be some good evidence for that. But with Ben Davidson, of course, you're familiar with, probably most of your listeners. he does a lot about KP index and wealth issues. You're familiar with that. I made a small chapter here with some hypotheses on evolutionary effects that are related to space radiation and magnetic fields. And since we are learning more from mainstream scientists about punctuated equilibrium, which means that the Darwinian evolution is not gradual, but punctuated by evolution bursts. That's what we see in the archaeological record. Yes, it seems that also cultural developments or cultural bursts would follow solar activity and cosmically induced Earth changes. There is things change after that. The Black Death event ended the medieval warm period and the high medieval period with all the cathedral building, and dumped us into a dark age. But out of that came then the Renaissance and later on Enlightenment. Both actually were triggered in a trough of a solar minimum, interestingly.
Yeah, it's definitely, it seems to me like a lot of people are they feel themselves awaking spiritually. So there's a lot more to it than, the scientific aspect. You have that sort of quantum unknown of spirituality and people just sort of having that intuition within that things are changing. Some are, feel more the urgent need to be prepared for something, even though they don't know what. It's sort of interesting to see it grow in society, this sort of awareness that something is changing, but no one able to really identify it. There seems to be a lot of people out there searching for answers, trying to put their finger on what it in parentheses is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting times at any rate. Very interesting. We were very fortunate to be born in this time, I think.
I agree.
I'm consider myself privileged.
I was going to ask too, alongside with what you're saying right now about the great time to be alive, are you planning things for the grand solar minimum, or do you have an idea what you're going to be doing if things tend to get worse as far as the climate, and then from there it could be famine? I know a lot of people think that there will be certain areas that just won't be able to grow whatsoever if this deep minimum actually happens as it's being predicted. Did you have anything specific that you were planning to do for this, or is it kind of just one of those take it as it comes?
A little bit of both, since I'm not convinced of certain date when the drop-off will be. So, as I said, prepare now and live as if nothing happens. But I have food, I have some food, and I think many people, maybe some of your listeners, don't have food and they think it's really complicated or expensive. So I'm often a little bit confused how few people are interested, and then many people are interested and few actually act upon it.
There's a lot of
that. Yes, that's one thing, which is kind of curious. On the other hand, you have the preppers. They don't care for climate. They go for asteroids and social chaos and what else?
I mean, it really can be anything.
Planet X.
There's a lot of people. Planet X is one. That's a big thing in the YouTube community, and I won't really say my feelings about Planet X. I know scientists are saying there is a planet out there somewhere. Its influence on our solar system is yet to be known. There's some theories that people are saying it's hidden and cloaked by things, and
and they have had people come out, and Planet 9 is what they've been calling it lately. That's the last name I've heard for it. And to me, what they're saying now is what they've been speculating for a couple of years. This planet that's massive, but it's on the very edge of the outer edge of the solar system. And, that Mari and I were talking about the sun and being weaker during this minimum. And is it possible that there is one of the planets in the solar system is maybe straining the sun on its magnetic connection to the sun? Is it possible that there's something outside the solar system that could be straining the sun's magnetic connections to other planets in the solar system? So, the more you get into the research of the grand solar minimum, we find people like you, Sasha, and then we find other people like who study the orbits. There's another guy out there who's made a correlation with this certain lineup of the orbits where I think the four gas giants, all but Saturn, are on the same side, and Saturn is exactly the opposition of, I can't remember if it was Jupiter or
I think it was
Uranus.
Jupiter, Saturn.
It was Neptune, Uranus, and Jupiter and Saturn were the four planets that were every minimum the same particular lineup happened. And it's actually the Carl minimum, that's what it was. And actually, they are projecting the same planetary lineup.
Some people want to call it the Carl minimum. Some people want to call it the Eddy minimum.
I was just referring to who came up with it. But in 2050 is when this next planetary alignment is going to happen. That's happened. And Mari and I just quickly checked. We didn't go through all the minimums, but we checked back with software, SolarScope. And we went back to the last minimum, and sure enough, that orbit's there.
Well, there's several research papers on planetary alignment and the grand solar minimums and the different pulls on the planets and how that affects things. So, it's proven. What's interesting to me with researching the grand solar minimum is all the different outlets you can research that sort of lead to the same answer. You can research ice core samples, tree samples, the history of planetary cycles, how they affected things in relation to minimums in the past. And, it's interesting to me, where the science research is pointing to over the next 30 years, say.
Well, Sasha, was there anything you'd like to add to people who are listening and who are, curious about your work?
Well, one thing would be maybe as far as contagious diseases go, there are more unknowns, as Donald Rumsfeld would say. Nothing is settled. I don't have definite answer what the Black Death was or the Justinian plague around 500. But we also know that nothing's that simple. You get this little virus or bacterium, and also for that reason be careful with vaccines. I think most of your viewers are able to make a independent decision on that and do some research. So that's one. And as for preparations go, lots of people talk about safe areas or where to be when, and I'm not so keen on that. Just have areas that I wouldn't want to be. I have on my website, I have on the upper right hand side, I put this map of an insurance company, Munich Re, and they just give a general overview over natural hazards.
Yeah,
not including a flash freezing or flash floods, but you get some overview. Just basically volcanoes around there and hurricanes, and I've found that some of the hurricane areas already have to be adjusted now with the storms that came in a few months ago and hit Portugal and Ireland also, then hurricane-like storm in the Mediterranean. So things are moving a little bit. But I heard you guys have a flooding problem.
Yeah.
Is that true?
We have flooding problems bad here. We have ice jams ice jams, and the creeks are overflowing. We've been dealing with flooded basements and all that. We get a lot of people asking us, where is there a safe place to go? Where should I relocate? And my answer always is, you know what? Something can happen anytime. Like, if something could happen tomorrow, the next day, or anything. It could be like you get in a car accident, you have a health issue. You can't go through life in a state of fear. You sort of have to take your faith and just embrace the unknown and just be fearless in that faith that you're going to be all right even with unknown future ahead. You know, you can't control natural cycles or anything. So you just have to have that faith in the unknown that you're going to be okay. Because if you spend, you know, your short time on this planet worrying and fretting about it, you're going to miss all the little things in life that makes things so beautiful to be on this planet. So
that's true. But on the other hand, also, there's some risks that are more or less easily avoidable or more foreseeable. So I personally wouldn't want to be in an area that was flooded recently or gets flooded regularly already. It could turn out completely different, that you're going to have less flooding with some of the droughts that are expected in the minimum. But if you have volcanoes already in your backyards, then with the changing solar activity, you are likely to have more. So there's some areas that can be avoided. But then faith and positive thinking is important too. So I'm not going to move far. I'm in Switzerland here. And it's going to be, at some point, it's going to be cold, of course. But I'm not even that worried about temperature itself. I think that's going to be quite a late problem for most people. Well, in the early stages, I would be more considering floods and precipitation. And what's going to affect agriculture is just what the global warming crowd used to call global weirding, when they had to admit that it's not really warming a few years ago. They said, oh, no, it's global weirding. And then that's kind of tragic. They're mostly right. Well, they're completely wrong in the cause, but there's a large degree right in the effects, which for most people it's gonna reaffirm them that, well, they said it's not gonna be that hot, but we're gonna have more storms and more this, more that.
A journalist by the name of Hunter S. Thompson once said that when the going gets weird, the weird turn pro. So I kind of like to live by that.
Mm-hmm. That's good. Mm-hmm.
So thank you for taking some time and just chatting with us. I find your book a huge resource of historical facts. And you said you translated books from German.
German, old dead German, Mittelhochdeutsch, medieval German.
Okay.
Text also.
So I encourage everyone to take a look at what you have compiled for historical record. You did a great job with that, and we'll post your links.
Yeah, we're going to recommend your website and your book for sure.
And we'll have all our viewers have a look. We have a lot of new people that are new to the topic, and I'm sure they're going to be fascinated with your findings as that. So we'll probably definitely get together and talk again, because I think it's very important in this community to sort of share our thoughts and work together and try to find the answers. It's a very big puzzle that we're trying to piece together, and I think everyone has something to contribute when it comes to researching what's going on with our planet, because it's quite evident that there's change is happening.
It's time for a multidisciplinary approach to these changing conditions we have.
Yeah, and I think it's really important for anyone researching the topic not to latch on to a particular answer, just sort of take the information in and look at it objectively without grabbing onto a particular answer. I think that's where, you know, when you get into the politics of it, who's right, who's wrong, who's warming, who's cooling, you know, that people get lost in the debate rather than actually sifting through all these research papers and facts and trying to, you know, discuss what the reality is. So thank you for all your efforts. And thank you for taking the time to come on the Grand Solar Minimum channel and discuss that with us today.
Yes, it was a pleasure talking to you, Sasha.
Thanks for having me on. Anytime again, just call me.
Awesome.
Absolutely. Today we have a very special guest. We have Ralph Witcha with us today on the Grand Solar Minimum channel. Ralph has a channel on YouTube as well, many other social media sites, but we found Ralph on YouTube. He does a lot of work with Ice Age and solar minimums and plasma and primer fields. Rolf, thanks for joining us today. How you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you for inviting me.
No problem. We've been really looking forward to have this talk. Like I said, your productions, to me, some of the information that you deliver through your videos might not be so easy for people to take in. But one of my favorite things about you and your video productions, especially the Ice Age one, the dust one, at the end of the presentation that you were giving everyone, there's music, a beautiful music. And I'm a fan of some of the older classical stuff myself. So the one thing I love about your videos is that you almost, it's like the music is there for people to reflect on what they just heard. Like the music is background to digest, it's calming, it's soothing, because some of this information isn't really what a lot of people want to hear. And my first question is, what drew your attention to speak on global cooling?
You may not believe it, but it started with my writing. I wrote a novel on how to deal with the nuclear war issue, and I wasn't really too happy with it. I focused on the principle of universal love. So I thought to myself, you have to do better. Just focus directly on working together on the principle of universal love. And I wrote a novel, and it wasn't quite big enough, so I wrote a second novel to add on to it. And when the second novel was finished, the computer crashed.
Oh, no.
And so I lost about 2 months. I wasn't very good in making backups at those days. And so I said to myself, well, I mean, it crashed almost within the hour of me trying to send it. Oh, no. So and I said, what's missing? What's wrong? It's like a school teacher looked at my work and said, oh, well, that's nice, but you can do better, and ripped it up. So I said, what's missing? And it's almost like it was spoken. The idea came, the Ice Age is missing. And I said to myself, the Ice Age, we're talking about global warming.
Right.
So I put it aside, but it kept coming, and then people brought me back to it. And so reluctantly, I looked into it, and I did some studying on it. And a lot of things all of a sudden came together and make sense. And it was really quite scary what was coming together. But then it also dawned on me that we do have the opportunity to deal with all these problems. And actually, that in dealing with all these problems, we raise ourselves up above the quagmire that we are dealing with today on the political scene. And as we raise up ourselves to deal with the much larger issue, the little issues like nuclear war will be eventually resolved. So I see the Ice Age question as a challenge to humanity to get with it. And once we do that, the little things fall away. We've been dealing with nuclear war for 70 years, and we haven't come any closer to the solution. Instead, it's gotten worse. But the Ice Age, that really is an existential challenge. And when we had an existential challenge, like during World War II, the United States mobilized itself. It created a whole new economy out of it. So if you have a real big challenge, then you mobilize yourself towards it. And so I see the Ice Age challenge in that respect, because unless you see it in a larger picture, you become demoralized. Because the challenge is so big. We are literally facing, in 30 years, the Earth becoming uninhabitable. That's big. Canada will cease to exist, Russia, Europe, they become uninhabitable, and the areas within the tropics where the cold doesn't affect too much, there won't be enough water to maintain agriculture. All this needs to be done artificially. But we do have the means. We can produce fresh water in very large quantities, and we have the technological capability to deal with all that. So the Ice Age is no longer scary, it's just a challenge. But you need to understand that we do have this big challenge. That's what I'm trying to get across.
Now, Ralph, thank you for coming on to GSM. On our channel, we try to break down the science coming from all different angles. There's so much research out there basically showing that we are cooling and we're going into a cooling trend. How did you formulate your time frame using the primer field data?
The 30-year projection is built on the discovery, rather the measurements made by the Ulysses spacecraft, NASA's and ESO's spacecraft circled the sun for about 16 years, and they saw the solar wind pressure diminishing by 30% over the space of 10 years. That's huge in terms of cosmic timescales. I looked back and then I came upon these carbon-14 measurements, which showed that the minimum, the solar minimum, there was 3 big solar minima over the last 700-800 years, and each one was getting a little colder than the previous one, and the coldest was the mountain minimum. We nearly lost it there because the level that had dropped down to such a low level that there were no sunspots at all. The sun had virtually ceased to have signs of life there for about 30 years. And then all of a sudden the sunspots came back. So I tried to figure out how comes that we got the sunspots back, that the sun got reinvigorated. And it became obvious that the end of the Little Ice Age coincided with the 3 big warming spikes we had since about for the last 3,000 years, sort of in roughly 1,000-year intervals. There were great big warming spikes, the Mayonan warming, then we had the Roman warming, and then we had the medieval warming period. And the next one would be that spike that brought us out of the Little Ice Age. And that's the so-called modern global warming. But global warming wasn't done by humanity. That was done by the upramping of the sun. Since this was evidently over in the 1960s, the 1970s, if you can look at the sunspot cycles, the 1960 was the biggest one, and then 1970 was only about half that. It was really low, and then it recovered a little bit, and from then on it was sliding down towards what we have today, which is still sliding down some more. So I added this fact together that we have the evidence in the sunspot cycles that the sun is getting weaker and weaker and weaker, and we have the evidence in the solar wind pressure that is getting weaker and weaker and weaker. So I've taken the regression of the solar wind pressure and projected it forward in a linear manner to see where the solar wind pressure would be zero. If you project it forward, the solar wind pressure will be zero in the 2030s. There is no indication that the weakening of the solar system will stop then and will reverse, because that pulse that brought us out of the little ice age, the next one won't be for another 500 years or more, far too far away for us to affect it. So the solar system will continue to weaken, and eventually the sun itself will become cooler. Until now, the sun has remained steady in solar output. Only the solar wind has been weakening. The output, the temperature of the sun has remained steady within 1 or 2 degrees. It's very, very steady. But once the solar wind comes down to zero, which is sort of like an overpressure valve that vents off steam. When that no longer happens, the sun will diminish. And eventually you come to a point that the mechanism that focuses plasma onto the sun will collapse, because it's a magnetic structure that depends on the flow rate of the plasma coming in. And if the flow rate diminishes, the thing falls apart. That has been demonstrated in laboratory experiments. So I projected it forward, and I figured, well, about 20 years after the solar wind stopped, most likely the primal fields collapse. And then once this happens, the sun reverts back to a much lower level. And it won't just diminish slowly, it will just collapse back to a lower level. And that will usher in the ice age.
I just want to thank you for joining us on our channel, Grand Solar Minimum. We're really excited to discuss your book, When Technology Fails. It's on its 2nd edition. Your book is fantastic. I don't think I've seen a book that has more content, jam-packed, really useful information that everyone can benefit from, whether or not they are expecting impending doom or just want to better their lives.
Yeah, it's really great for living more self-reliantly and sustainably and healthily while the world's still working well. And then if the world totally fell apart, it would be, one of my top 3 or so books I'd want to make sure I carried with me if I had to pick up and move,
It doesn't matter what you're prepping for. Your book should be something that people have in their possession. Whatever the disaster, the great part about your book is that you can plug this into any situation. But my favorite thing about what you're doing, not only are you raising awareness of recycling, but you're also trying to raise awareness of consciousness of consumption. And that's something that is big here in the United States. I think we waste a lot of food. We have a lot of waste. And we're going to be sitting around one day thinking, man, remember all that water we used to use to water our lawn with?
Well, it's water and there's hidden waste in manufacturing. So for instance, when you have a laptop that weighs 4 or 5 pounds, there's a couple tons of waste that's generated in the manufacturing processes that that go to refining the metals and the plastics and everything that goes into that laptop. So you throw a laptop away and you think, well, I'm just throwing, a 4-pound laptop away. But you're throwing a 4-pound laptop away and the 2 tons of debris that was generated in manufacturing that laptop.
Right.
So when instead of refurbishing and making it better and stuff, we live in a throwaway society. So it would be something like 4.5 Earths if everybody on the planet lived like Americans do. We'd take, I forget if it was 4.5 or 9 Earths now, but it was some very large number of Earths we'd need to support ourselves sustainably if everyone on the planet and the 7.5 billion people we had all lived the way Americans live.
Wow. That's frightening when you think about it like that. You said 9 Earths?
I think it's 9 Earths. It might only be 4.5, but I think it was 9 Earths that we need. All 7.5 billion people live the way we did, something like that. I mean, right now we need 1 1/3 Earths to sustainably support the planet. So basically, what that means is that for 1/3 of the year, we've passed our global footprint where we're consuming more of the planet than it can regenerate. So each year we're like, it's like charging, $25,000 on your credit cards every year and paying back $15,000. You can keep that up for a little while as the balance builds, but eventually it catches up with you and you're bankrupt. And so that's basically where we are on the planet right now, is that we're unsustainably foresting, we're unsustainably fishing the oceans. There's about 90% of the commercial fish species, the biomass of the species we like to eat. Not every species in the ocean, but the ones that we like to eat. That biomass is down to about 10% of what it was when I was a kid. So we're depleting the oceans, much faster than they can replenish. We're depleting the forests much faster than they can replenish. If you think back 5,000 years ago, the cradle of civilization was called the Fertile Crescent. It was between the Tigris and Euphrates River. It was basically the biblical Garden of Eden, where it was such a wonderful climate and the soil was rich and, everything grew well. So mankind flourished. So what did they do when they flourished? Well, they cut the trees down and they built sailing ships, and they built cities, and they irrigated their fields because they had plentiful water. But that irrigation over thousands of years caused the saline quality to rise in the fields. So that Fertile Crescent is Iran and Iraq now.
Oh, wow.
So when you cut down each tree, each large coniferous or deciduous tree, like whether it's got needles or leaves, it's hard to believe the number, but it comes from a very good source, so I kind of trust the number, but I haven't done the calculation to verify it. But every large mature tree has the evaporative surface area, supposedly, according to this number, of 20 acres of lake. So what you have is the roots of the trees suck the moisture up in the soil and bring it up through the trunk, and it goes out into the leaves and the needles, and the sun hits it and evaporates, and it goes out in the atmosphere. And then downwind is more rain. So it's like this big recycling machine that the planet Earth has, that Mother Nature's made. And when we cut the trees down, then we break that cycle. And so the downwinders, where all the trees get cut down, they start drying out because those trees aren't recycling the rainfall back into the atmosphere to fall downstream as rain. And so the Tigris and Euphrates River was desertified because it was such a great climate that humans multiplied and cut the trees down and salted the land through irrigation, and it's now mostly desert wasteland. So that's what 5,000 years of flourishing civilization did to it.
Yeah, you talk about areas with no trees. I've lived in Kansas for a little while, and you talk about an area where there's no trees. It was also very dry in that area as well. 117 degrees, was a normal temperature where I lived, but it was that dry heat. And I know people talk about that a lot, but there really is, the reason why it's windy there so much is there's no trees there to block any wind. So everything that comes through the system and everything, jet streams, it's windy, no trees, it's dry. That makes sense to me of what you're talking about there.
Well, and there originally, I think it was the Great Plains and there wasn't trees, but there was a thriving ecosystem in the Great Plains where they had prairie dogs and bison that chopped up the earth, and they graze in one place and chop it up and move to another place and chop it up and all this. And so all that chopped up soil sucks in the rain, and then there was wildflowers and all this. Now we monocrop. And so in the 30s, they had the big dust bowl where a lot of the topsoil from that part of the country just blew away because, a natural cycle of weather came through where it got drier, but we destroyed the natural ecosystem with our grazing and farming techniques. And so when that natural drought came through, the soil was no longer anchored by the resilience of the native plants and by the prairie dogs and the bison chopping it up and doing their thing. And so it just blew away and never came back. And so now we farm that land with agrochemicals, where we dump a lot of chemicals in. But if the technology fails sometime and they're running out of phosphates for the agrochemicals, so we're running into limits to our growth, and Mother Nature, when nature overshoots its limits, Mother Nature is very tough on it. It's called bloom and crash. So, the animals bloom and they the algae blooms and it grows up and then it consumes all of the food or soils the area and then it just all dies. And human beings are in the bloom phase, and either we manage ourselves and manage our growth sustainably, or we'll hit the crash phase not too far down the road from here. And that's something that, when it happens in Mother Nature, is like, well, all the bunnies died or all the deer died or whatever, and, they'll come back. But when it happens to people and there's mass starvation and people die, then, we have a little more difficult time with it.
Exactly. Our channel discusses earth changes and the threats to mankind. We discuss a lot of the science behind it. We also we do know a lot of just natural cycles of the universe and the planet and how things work. We're trying to grow a community of like-minded individuals to discuss the challenges that we face ahead. I was introduced to your book, When Technology Fails, by another member of our community. She has a channel on YouTube called Radical Gardener. And I just think this book, I'm so happy she brought it to my attention, because when I went to your website, the mindset that you have, the one thing that struck me, and I emailed you this, was the one page called Positive Action. Having that hope in mankind that we can make the changes that we need. We have to see what we've done wrong and just accept that we all, as humans, have to make a better change, a conscious effort as individuals to be successful. It takes more than you, me, Jake, and our viewers. We all have to contribute. And you have several speaking points in your book about that. And that's why I thought you'd be such a great fit for our channel and our viewers.
I'm going to switch gears a little bit here, Matt. I read something that Mari brought to my attention as well. And in our community, a lot of people talk about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. And my concern is, well, two things. One, today in the stock market, we had a 675-point loss, which is really nothing compared to what we're gaining right now. But Bitcoin hit under 8,000 for the first time, I think, in a while. And that was kind of scary for a lot of people who are into Bitcoin. Knowing what you know, your prep book, and you also bring up a little bit about EMPs, what would happen if we did have an EMP? How would we recover those losses? There's not a bank that writes it down on a paper and says, okay, this is what you had.
Well, the thing about, I mean, I'm not an expert in this area, but my understanding is there's multiple servers around the world that track these transactions with Bitcoin. So, and a single EMP will, in my mind, won't take Bitcoin down. But Bitcoin uses increasingly huge amounts of energy to support it in all the different servers to keep it going. So if it became a really widespread currency in its current form, we don't have we couldn't support it.
Right.
You know, we just don't have the energy to keep all those servers, massive servers going. But in the event of an extreme solar storm, which is a guaranteed event. Now, I don't worry about asteroids that much because, like, the last big asteroid hit that wiped out the dinosaurs, that was like 50-odd million years ago. So, okay, it hit the Yucatan Peninsula 50 million years ago. You know, it's like, oh, and there's more asteroids out there. But, you know, realistically, the chance of that 1 in 50 million year event happening in my lifetime is pretty tiny, infinitesimal. Now, extreme solar storms, the last one happened in 1921, and that was 96 years ago. Or 90, yeah.
Somewhere in that area.
7 now. Yeah.
Almost 100, yeah.
And so the one before that happened in 1859, only 62 years earlier. And so the statistical average from ice core samplings of these extreme solar events is roughly once every 80 years, every 8 decades. It's been 9.5 decades from the last one, so we're like 16, 17 years overdue, statistically speaking, for the next one. So an extreme solar event like that is likely to take out the grid over most of the planet for, at least the large interconnected grids for 9 months, a year, 5 years, 10 years. I mean, when the world puts itself together again, it will look a very different looking place after an event like that. And the shame of that is that for roughly the price of a B-2 bomber, we could install the equipments to prevent the absolute worst of it happening. And so that, you can't prevent all the bad stuff from happening, but you could prevent the really bad stuff that would be like the end of the world as we know it. And they aren't doing that. And that same equipment protects both for EMP as well as solar storms. Now, there is significant difference between the two. But as far as a grid collapse, the solar storm is more widespread. It's like all over the planet, except for the deep tropical zones. But the solar storm is not going to zap your little electronics.
Right.
Like your PC is going to work, your factories are going to work, and all that. What it's going to do is take down the massive transformers that are the Achilles heel of our huge interconnected grid. So basically everywhere you see one of those giant towers with the power lines that go like a half a mile between towers and they're like 100 yards up, each end of those power lines is a huge transformer that's like 25 feet tall, that's hundreds of tons, and they're tens of millions of dollars each, and they're custom built and custom designed and custom made per order and per specific use. And there's a 3-year waiting list to get one of these suckers made now. Wow. So like in 2004, when a solar storm that was less than a tenth as strong as the 1921 one, which was 50% weaker than the 1859 one. So the one in 2004 that hit South Africa caused 14 of those transformers to fail. People say, well, why did so much fail? Well, it's because South Africa's grid was old and not doing very well and kind of limping along and sort of maxed out all the time. And so when this solar storm hit, it just poof, it knocked a bunch of these things out. So it took a year to rush in those custom-made 14 transformers from around the world so that they didn't have to keep doing rolling blackouts and say, like, your city gets power for 3 days of the week, so the other 4 days of the work week, well, I'm sorry, it's like we can't power your city. So this is a mini solar, it's a big solar storm by normal standards, but it's less than 10% as strong as the one that was 97 years ago. And so if that one happened today, the computer models indicate that in the United States alone, something like 370 of these huge transformers would blow.
Yeah.
So I talked to the scientist who ran the study, John Kappenman, and he said, I said, well, John, how many do you think could blow in the world? And he said, I don't know. We didn't study the world. We were commissioned to study America. And I said, what do you think? A couple thousand? He said, yeah, that's a reasonable guess. Well, the current capacity of the world to make these things is like 100 a year. So now imagine in this one solar storm, like a 2-day event, or the Carrington event in 1859 was like a 5-day event where the sun lit up the skies, and nighttime was blood red and orange, and amazing curtains of light like all over the sky, all the way from the North Pole to Hawaii and to Puerto Rico, and from the South Pole to American Samoa. So the entire planet was lit up at night except for a narrow strip around the equator. And because, like, imagine the poles of a magnet, there's a North Pole and the South Pole. If you put like a horseshoe magnet in sand and get the iron filings out on it, they'll stick to the North Pole and South Pole, but not to the middle. So you have the same kind of thing in the planet. You got a North Pole and a South Pole. So when this solar storm from the sun goes blowing by, it stirs things up electromagnetically much more as you get closer to the poles. So the least affected part is the area around the equator. And so then you imagine that you're relying, after an extreme solar event, you're relying on Mexico, probably not even Mexico, but you're relying on like India and the Philippines and Indonesia to put together the rest of the world again, put it all back together again. It's like, good luck. How long is that going to take? It's like, come on. And so we're totally unprepared for an event like that, and that's where it comes down to having resilient communities and having individuals that are prepared to deal with it. Now, people ask me, they say, you're an MIT guy, and you're supposed to be really into technology, and yet you wrote this book called When Technology Fails. And they say, well, why you? Why would you write a book like that? And do you want to hear the answer?
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Okay. So back in 1997, at that point in time, I'd had a 20-year practice of prayer and meditation, and in my mornings, it was usually not that. I've had like real magic cosmic experiences sometimes, but most of the time it was just a nice, pleasant way to spend time. And I could ask for guidance and inspiration on little problems, work issues like design issues. I'm not happy with something I can figure out with my brain, so I kind of ask for help. And sometimes pictures just snap into my head of like great solutions and sometimes patentable solutions to problems. Other times it might be relationship issues, with my wife or family that I'd ask for help on, and I get some intuitive guidance. So on this particular morning in Thanksgiving of 1997, I just made a generic request for guidance and inspiration. What am I supposed to do? And, God, guide me. Just generic, like we've probably all done lots of times. And I got a bomb dropped in my lap that day. I had a pictorial storyboard type of outline for this massive book dumped into my head instantaneously, like fully developed. And this was unlike when I'm asking for help on a problem at work. I've been thinking about that. You could easily say, well, the answers came from your subconscious and you've been mulling around your brain and then blah, 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 blah. It didn't come from a higher source. But in this case, this is something I'd never remotely considered in my lifetime. And I get this huge, fully developed storyboard, pictorial format outline dumped into my head. And my first thought was like, no effing way. It's like, I don't know all this stuff. I can't do this. And Jesus calls it the still small voice, the little voice of spirit, like spoke inside my head and assured me, it said, nobody knows it all. And it assured me that I had the skills and talents that if I took the assignment on, that I'd get the inner and outer help I needed to finish it off. So it took me about a year of mulling around and running it by some authors and film producer friends of mine, and they thought it was a good idea. And then Someone I got a book on how to write a book proposal, and second year I read about 20 books and doing research, and found that I thought of myself at the time, I'm pretty ecologically aware and scientifically aware, but as I started looking at the world's best scientific writings, and this is like the late 1990s, realize, and this is before .com, this is before, at the time, business couldn't be better in America, everything was booming. The internet was like exploding, and real estate, everything was going great, and oil was at like a 30-year low when you factored in inflation, and just everything was rosy. And I get this semi-apocalyptic book project dumped in my lap. So anyway, year 3, I got a contract at the end of year 2 for my proposal, and in year 3, I bit the bullet, racked up the credit cards, put my engineering business on hold, and worked 70 hours a week, 7 days a week, and finished it off.
That's amazing. I believe our channel, Grand Solar Minimum, we sort of, at least I know I started off on YouTube with that similar kind of calling, and it's sort of evolved. So, I feel a lot of people in our community have this sense of consciousness and awareness that we as a human race are evolving, and we have to stand to the attention of the changes that do need to take place, and sort of, bang our drums until the rest of the people hear it, so change does happen. I'm so thankful you shared that story with us, because I think it's going to touch a lot of the people here on our channel. Now, it's been reviewed that your book is like the Bible of prepping, and I have to agree. You cover everything from what supplies to have on hand, prepping, different emergency measures, all sorts of first aid. One chapter I do like is when high-tech medicine fails. You offer a lot of information on natural means of medicinal healing, which is excellent. Food with growing, foraging, hunting, storing, everything from shelters and buildings. I was surprised to see clothing and textiles in there, like how to actually take what's the best plant fiber to, turn it to. I mean, you really did an excellent job jam-packing as much as possible into this one book. So thank you. What is your favorite chapter in the book?
Well, the when high-tech medicine fails is certainly right up there. But then I think the 2 most important chapters are the only 2 non-how-to chapters. So the first chapter is kind of just a brief introduction, so I don't count that. But then the second chapter is present trends and possible futures. And so it talks about where we are headed on our planet from a scientific point of view. And so that's an extremely important chapter, because it really breaks it down and says, this is what we're doing to the planet. These are the trends. These are the results. If we continue business as usual, just simply maintaining our growth and consumption habits, just doing what we do, then it is guaranteed to collapse the systems that support life on Earth as we know it, and most of us on the planet will die, probably not all people, but probably a significant majority, and our high-tech global economy will just totally collapse and completely fall apart. And that's just by discontinuing with what we're doing. That's like by not making a paradigm shift, that's a guaranteed result. So then the last chapter that I feel is also really important is basically, how do we dodge the bullet? How do we consciously take the bull by the horns and take the reins, let the people of the world rise up and take the reins? Because generally, governments follow, they don't lead. So people say, well, Abraham Lincoln, ended slavery. It's like, no. Millions and millions of people joined the suffrage, joined the anti-slavery movement. And eventually they got a candidate in office to do their bidding. but it was the people that led and the office followed. And same thing with women's rights, the suffrage movement. Millions and millions of people said this is something that has to change. Like slavery was evil; it must be eliminated. Women should be given the right to vote. They shouldn't. They're not just chattels of men. And so cannibalism ended. So when you look back and say, well, people can't change, and you say, well, that's baloney, because how many cannibals do you know? How many places still have slavery in the planet on a large scale? Legal. Right. I'm not saying there's not slaves out there and sex slaves and human trafficking, but on a legal large scale. How many places? There are places where women still can't vote. But we can make changes. So the changes we're talking about to avoid utter collapse and total collapse are along the scale, require the commitment it took to stop Hitler in World War II. So when after Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt called the big industrial guns of America, the big guys, together in a big meeting in Detroit. And he brought all these big industrialists together in the room, and they said, look, gentlemen, this is a do or die situation, that we either get behind the war effort 100% and defeat Hitler, or the ones of us survive, and there'll probably be very few of us in this room that survive. The ones of us who do survive will be having German bosses, and we will not own our corporations, and we will not be living the lives we live now. And so he set targets that people thought were unachievable and that they were just way out there. In each and every one of those targets was exceeded, and in several cases they were far exceeded. They were vastly exceeded. These targets they thought were unachievable were met, every single one of them, and some of them by a long ways exceeded. So that's the kind of effort and paradigm shift that we need to make if we're going to prevent collapse. Now, in the meantime, you say, well, okay, on myself, I can work on, there's the micro and the macro and the middle level. So the micro level is me and my family. The middle level is me and my community. And the macro level is me and my country and the world. And so I try to lay out in my book actions that we can all take on the macro and the micro and the middle levels. And so I believe it's doable, but not easy. And so far, we haven't shown the guts, the commitment, or the direction and the focus to make any progress really at all towards doing it. We're just talking about it right now.
Exactly. And that's really what my next point was going to be, is that we have a lot of people talking about it. I'm glad that we met you. The book that you wrote, especially the one book, I know you have other books, but the one I'm really focused on was this one that Mario showed me, When Technology Fails. And, whether you believe it doesn't matter what your core belief system is about what's going to happen for an end time situation, whether, there's nothing wrong with clean energy, whether you believe in global warming or global cooling.
That's right.
There's nothing wrong with recycling things if you believe in global warming or global cooling. There's nothing wrong with living healthier and being more conscious of consumption. And to me, it's almost like we have to start learning how to conserve now, because if we do face a time where, let's say, our food delivery system is interrupted because of a major weather event or in a case of a solar storm, we have to start preparing, not just, having food and water and clothing stocked away somewhere, but to learn how to conserve now before an actual crisis actually happens.
Well, it's conservation, but it's also skills and networking. No one person can know it all.
Right.
So one of the cool things about the transition town movement, which is started by Rob Hopkins in England, and is that they were focusing on peak oil, which it's just been delayed by fracking. It's not gone away. Our problems are not all solved. It's just been delayed. And so their focus is to make towns much more resilient and self-reliant, to pull together, have local economies and sharing economies. And all of those skills and goals and techniques that they've developed in the transition town movement are totally applicable to building resilient towns and societies that can handle these coming changes. Now, none of us knows whether these changes are going to be black swan events. And by that, a black swan event is something that doesn't happen very often, but when it happens, it's like huge. And that's like an EMP or the solar storm or a global pandemic where, like, say the avian flu, which is 50% fatal in people, but it's really not easily transmitted from people. So the worry about like the avian flu a few years back, and it's still a worry, it just kind of, it didn't happen, so people sort of forget about it, is that people were getting sick from the avian flu in like China, and they were having avian flu was going pandemic in the birds and the ducks and the geese, and millions of birds were dying, but it wasn't transmitting easily to humans. But some humans were getting it, and when they did get it, then 50% and more of them died. So the worry there is that viruses have this ability to gene swap. They kind of get together and share a few genes between each virus, and most of the time it doesn't make a big change, but every now and then it's like bingo, they hit the jackpot. So the worry with the avian flu was that some guy is living in squalor in China, and he's tending to his ducks and geese, and he's sick and he gets regular flu, like the kind of flu like this winter that's going around that lots of people are getting, and it's pretty easily transmitted, and it makes you pretty sick, but and it kills some people, but not that many. So say he's living, kind of in squalor, and he gets this regular flu, and it's like everybody's getting the flu, and he's really sick with it. And then he happens, because he's in a depressed immune system from the regular flu, he happens to pick up some avian flu from his geese, and it starts multiplying in him. And then some of those viruses from the avian flu swap some genes with some of the viruses from his really, the flu that's going around that everybody's getting, and all of a sudden, bingo, they get the winning combination, and now you've got a 50% fatal flu that you sneeze on. You sneeze in a room full of people, and half the people are going to get that flu.
Right.
And so now it just goes all over the world and shuts everything down, and nothing works, and everything falls apart because half the world is dying from this flu. So that hasn't happened yet, but that's another example of a black swan event, along with a solar storm or an EMP attack, that kind of thing. So, we hope they never happen. And so we don't know if our future is going to be a cascading collapse as climate change and ecological degradation and the failure of the oceans to thrive because we're overfishing them and killing them, and and cutting down the trees, when all of these things, and just peak minerals, like a lot of the stuff we mine to keep our high-tech society going, those deposits are depleting. And so we just our accelerating consumption curve is running into a decelerating availability curve, and so at some point they cross and impact, and we're kind of at that point now, or very close to it. So it's like the exact path of the future I don't know, but I do know that I was shown this massive book, I believe, by a higher power for a reason, and I happened to step up to the plate, take the assignment on. And who knows, maybe there was 100 guys in the world that got gifted the same vision that I got, and I'm the one that stepped up to the plate. I don't know the answer to that.
That's a heck of a vision, by the way.
We all are very vulnerable. You really, in this day and age, you don't know what could happen next. But if you're prepared, you're going to be best equipped to deal with it. And I believe modern day society has taken so much for granted. It's going to be a real shock for a lot of people. Their families are going to suffer, their communities are going to suffer. And I have this strong faith that if we discuss this, there's still time, and I believe the more people that are equipped and ready for whatever, the world's going to be a much peaceful place. People are going to be sharing ideas. They're going to be prepared, so they're going to be equipped with whatever to make it work. I know some people in this community don't have any faith. They want to go in a bunker with a bunch of bullets, food rations, and just sort of crawl into a hole. And I feel fear breeds hate, and if we approach this with love and compassion for humanity, and everyone make a conscious effort, one step forward in discussing, being more sustainable, being more conscious about what they're doing and, you know, not taking for granted just the natural resources our Earth provides us. The world will be a better place for generations ahead.
Well, I think it'll be a much better place in several generations ahead. But the transition between now and then, I think, is going to have some pretty rough spots. But the more prepared and the more you have a resilient community, the easier it's going to be to weather the coming storms. It is my opinion. And I want to make a little plug for the other book we haven't mentioned. My When Disaster Strikes book is a smaller manual that focuses strictly survival and preparedness. And so it actually does a better job of, if someone just says, I've got to get my prepping act together, then it's better organized and does a better job of that. Now, if the world fell apart tomorrow, I'd really want the big book, because that's got all of those primitive living skills and all those old-fashioned technologies from Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln days that we could replicate. I mean, you and I, none of us is going to make a chip. You know, if things fall apart, we'll never be able to make a chip. We don't have the infrastructure. It takes a huge, complex society with a great infrastructure to make a microchip.
Right.
But we can go out and make a backyard foundry and melt down an old engine block and cast a plow out of it, or make a sword out of it, or make a pruning hook out of it, or, you know, make horseshoes out of it. You and I could do that with the information in my book. But we'd never be able, and so, you know, we could replicate some low-tech skills of revolutionary era. And I'd much rather, if things totally fell apart, slip back, at least temporarily until things got going again, back to like revolutionary era technology rather than cavemen and Mad Max and you know, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I believe too. I tell Mari all the time that, you know, in our community, our subject, our topic, you know, to get ready for what we believe is coming, you have to make good of what you have.
Well, I want to thank you for coming on and discussing your book on GSM. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, Matt.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
So let's move on tonight to another part of our show. And I found this article, Greenland's glaciers grows alarming the climate hysterics. Now, this article is proof of how mainstream media, they like to tell you the partial truth. They don't tell you the entire truth. They don't tell you both sides. Especially if it's not in their agenda, if it's not something that's going to support their agenda. As you know, this article mentions the thaw that we saw in July 8th of 2012, I believe. And this event began on July 8th, lasted for 4 days before refreezing. A NASA ice scientist, Tom Wagner, observed you literally had this wave of warm air wash over the Greenland ice sheet and melt it. And to make it exciting, this was more exciting because this happened only a few days after a giant iceberg broke off from the Petermann Glacier in northern Greenland during its warm NAO phase. And I want to add as well, based on Summit Station ice core records, this occurs about every 150 years, according to Laura Cohen, a glaciologist from NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland. With this last one happening in 1889, this event is right on time. The key here, guys, is that this warm phase that happened, that melted parts of the Greenland ice sheet, was during the warm phase of the NAO. And now we are in the cold phase of it. and we are experiencing record growth of the Greenland ice sheet. In fact, we thought, or not we, but others thought, that we were going to continue to see this trend that we've seen over the last 20 years of melting. But the NAO, the North Atlantic Oscillation changes every 20 to 30 years. And so we've seen this periodic ice mass loss over the last 20 years and has produced about 10% of the country's icebergs. Now, the study published from last month in the Journal of Nature reported that the imagery, they use airborne and satellite imagery to show that since 2016, the Jacobshavn had been re-advancing slowly and thickening. And we link these current changes to the cooling in ocean waters in Disco Bay that spill over into the Elucid iceberg. Ocean temperatures in the bay's upper 250 meters have cooled to levels not seen since the mid-1980s. So, proof that we are witnessing a shift in the phase of the NAO, and just more proof too that mainstream media, when they talk about melting, it's like they talk about a heat wave in the middle of July in Georgia. Of course, you're going to have a super heat wave in July in Georgia. Just like you would have melt during a warm phase, and cooling will create more ice and growth of these ice sheets, which is what's happening right now, colossal amounts. And of course, CNN's headline is Greenland's most critical glacier is suddenly gaining ice, but that might not be a good thing. Of course not. Anyway, we'll leave the link in the description, let you guys finish it off. Interesting article caught my eye this morning as I was drinking my coffee. I thought I'd share that with you guys as well. And some other interesting information today. Power stock, Chicago University proves unreliable wind and solar SIN prices soaring. This is another article talking about the Chicago study. I think I briefly mentioned adding chaotically intermittent wind and solar to your grid is a guarantee of rocketing power prices. The battle between the big three wind and solar superpowers, South Australia, Germany, and Denmark, is all about to whether it's South Australians, Germans, or Danes who get to suffer the world's highest power prices. The current winner is South Australia, which I have gotten many comments about how bad the energy crisis is in South Australia. Try they might, RE zealots have a hard time proving that wind and zealots. You say zealots, I say zealots. I say potato, you say potato. Thank you once again, Mari. It's a live show, folks. What do you do? All right. Meanwhile, back on Earth, a team from Chicago School of Economics have just proved the bleeding obvious. Here's what we found, and they list off this study here from April 22nd. Solar panels and wind turbines are making electricity significantly more expensive. A major new study by a team of economists from the University of Chicago finds. All right. So the reason I wanted to put this in tonight's broadcast in hopes that some of my friends on the other side see this article, and I've shared many links and papers to a friend of mine back from high school who believes in the CO2 theory at this time. And I think the reason why he believes in it so much is that the consensus is there, in his mind anyway, what he's been told all of his life. And so it's hard, just like most Americans, to disconnect from this theory of CO2 being the cause of warming. But I showed him the graph of where we have higher CO2 in the atmosphere right now at 412 parts per million. And we were at 402 parts per million in 2016. 2016, we peaked at a temperature of 0.88 above baseline, and that was in Celsius, 2016. Now, since 2016, the CO2 has risen by about 10 parts per million. So we're at 412 parts per million. So According to the CO2 theory, the higher the CO2, the warmer the temperatures. Except we are sitting at a 0.36 degrees above baseline, or it is 3.4. We actually are getting an update on this on Wednesday. May 1st is like our monthly Christmas present from Roy Spencer, where we follow and monitor the global temperatures and where they sit. But at the current time, I believe we're sitting at the 0.34 range. So we're about 0.52 degrees Celsius cooler than we were just 3 years ago. And that, folks, is significant. And on top of that, we had lower CO2 in the atmosphere. So I'm having trouble identifying with the reason why we see these carbon taxes and this attempt at solar and wind to be part of our infrastructure of power. You know, if they want to tax you because they're trying to give us clean air and clean drinking water, that's one thing. But when they want to tax you and continue to tax you because they think that they're going to save your life by controlling our emissions, apparently the belief is that if we control our emissions, we can save ourselves from climate change. And that's just absurd. And you're getting lied to twice. False reasons for taxing any carbon or any fossil fuel, and just simply lying about the effects of carbon dioxide or CO2 to the atmosphere, to the temperature. It's all lies. They don't understand it. Even people on the right side of this still don't understand that humans don't affect climate change. Some of them believe that we affect it a little bit and that we should have stricter regulations, but not as bad as what the Green New Deal calls for. But even Republicans that are trying to say that man is causing any of this climate change is insane. They're not looking at scientific research. They're not looking at what's happened since 1995 with the cloud projects and everything. There's new research out there that reaffirms different theories. So what? There is a flaw in your theory, CO2. It seemed like it went hand in hand there for a minute. But I think the more research that comes to light, the more we're starting to realize, and especially solar and wind. Guys, I shared something on Twitter today that showed like 30,000 wind turbines in the UK produced 3.7 megawatts. Something insanely low. It's not enough, and it never will be. And surprisingly, to see some of these areas trying to shut down natural gas and coal, good luck when it gets really cold next winter. Because by the looks of what's going on in Australia, boy, it is not going to be fun here in the Northern Hemisphere. And we saw tons of snow all over the Northern Hemisphere this year. Carbon taxes to blame for high gas and grocery prices. This is another story out of Canada. This is story headline number 3 for you guys. Gas prices are through the roof. Most Canadians are near bankruptcy, and we can't even afford our groceries. That is the daily reality Canadians have to deal with. Of course, the reality of ordinary Canadians is something that the entirety lost on the establishment liberals, who can't seem to fathom why people are upset by their snooty little fingers reaching further into our pockets. So it sounds like Canada has the same problem with liberals that we do. While the threat of recession looms, that's the one problem we don't have in the United States. Over our heads, we are supposed to kneel down and happily praise our overlords for their wise guardianship of our environment while we sink more money into government coffers. This is the same kind of emotion that you have to believe that you're hearing from people in France. The same conditions where people are having a hard time affording groceries. Fuel prices are soaring. I know in France they have a study out that shows that the majority of adults of the age of 38 and higher have had to resort into moving back in with their parents or family members. And, I had a person tell me that, well, that happens here all the time. Well, that's not the point. There is a surge in this kind of situation in France that never was there before. Just like in this country, we went through that as well when we had the last administration in office and the economy wasn't doing so good. I'd like to say a lot of these kids nowadays are making enough money to live off of, but we are now starting to see the prices go up on food and fuel. Right now, gas prices are slightly up. I think the national average is over $2.75. People in California, if you want premium gas, you have to pay almost $5 a gallon. And I believe there's another increase in Canada where now I think they're paying over $6 in gasoline prices for premium fuel. So, you know, we've got snow, we've got floods, and we've got high grocery prices and high gas prices. They have a recession looming around the corner. And listen, guys, it's already cold enough up there. So there is real concern right now for in these more northern regions of our world. And this is starting to get a little bit more serious, in my opinion, because the drumbeat is getting louder. First, this channel reports a lot on what happens in the United States, a couple of worldwide events that happen from time to time. But I have noticed an uptick of headline news for Canada with floods, record-breaking snow, and the cost of living, the carbon tax, how it's affecting the grocery prices. And this situation will only continue to get worse as we continue to see crop loss across the world now, not just in the United States, but across the world. So it's going to cost more money to import and export food. It's going to be, it could be slim pickings if the weather continues with this pattern that it's currently on. And before we head into our weather segment of our show tonight, Tom Harris, great guy here, he wrote a little article. President Donald Trump was right to ignore climate change in his April 22nd, 2019 Earth Day message. Instead, he focused on issues that actually matter, over which we have considerable control, protecting the nation's water infrastructure, conservation of land, water, and wildlife, improving forest health, and, of course, economic prosperity, the linchpin on which all the rest is founded. After all, without prosperity, we cannot afford to protect the environment. Trump explained in his official Earth Day statement, environmental protection and economic prosperity go hand in hand. A strong market economy is essential to protecting our critical natural resources and fostering a legacy and conservation. He is correct, of course, but this did not go over well with concern about man-made climate. Bloomberg reported that Andrew Dessler, a climate scientist, Texas A&M University, explained the statement is really the antithesis of environmental protection. They are not mentioning the gravest existential threat to man-made climate change facing humanity. So the fact that Trump is ignoring the alarmism of man-made global warming, to me, this signifies, this is also a signal from this White House that we are going to see more. And you wait, after 2020, he wins. The Democrats are going to run on climate change. And I have a feeling that once Trump is reelected, that we're going to get more truthful and transparency reports on what's happening to the climate and what's happening around the world, not just in our region. And serious preparations will begin to take place at that point. And they're going to have to, if they haven't already started, which I think there's people in the know already that have the ball rolling. This is only a matter of time. I think before you announce some type of crisis about food or crops or weather, you want to make sure that the evidence is firm and strong. And I think they're trying to wait as long as they can. But folks, I think we're running out of time to wait for that perfect moment to explain what's actually happening because, as I said earlier in the show, we are seeing the increase of these rain bombs, these cyclonic storms that hit an area over and over again, farmers losing their entire crop, records being broke of cold and snow. And really the cold and snow records are falling a lot more than it's being reported as well. Especially with the length of time that some areas haven't seen a 60-degree temperature day. Some areas are still waiting to see that 60-degree mark, and they haven't seen it since October 2018. That's an impressive stretch of time without 60-degree temperatures, and that is exactly the type of thing that we're talking about when related to grand solar minimum conditions, where we have longer cold seasons and shorter grow seasons. We still get warm in the summertime, but it's not the same. And the deeper this minimum goes, the worse those conditions get. But I thought I'd share that with everybody. Trump, of course, he enjoys trolling the likes of Al Gore and others as well. Guys, stick around. We'll be right back with the weather part of our broadcast.
Do you like this show? Give us a thumbs up. Want to support us more? Share to your favorite social media platform. Buy a t-shirt or become a Patreon. All links are in the description below.
All right, so here we go. Another find here. Some of April's costly storms: U.S. tornadoes, Canada floods, Mozambique cyclone. I believe these are the numbers from insurance companies here. Yep, Insurance Journal. It says here, article, some of April's natural catastrophes included elevated number of tornadoes, United States, strongest cyclone ever to hit Mozambique on record, and costly seasonal flooding in eastern Canada that inundated nearly 10,000 homes, according to AN's latest monthly global catastrophe recap report. And if you click here on the link, you'll see a PDF here for April.
This is just April.
Just April. So, executive summary: 250 plus tornadoes touched down. The highest number since 2011. Wow. 140 mile an hour intensity of a cyclone Kenneth at landfall. The strongest storm to hit Mozambique. Remember, we had a die also out there 6 weeks before that. That was almost as strong. 10,000 homes lost in Canada for flooding. 374 deaths reported globally due to flooding and severe weather events. Seems like a drop in a bucket, right, for billions of people, but still quite a bit of people died. And this report here is really, really, really in depth, talking about the money that, okay, like right here on April 10th to April 12th, winter weather was the reason for loss. Thousands of structures were turning in claims, over $100 million in damage just from winter weather. Severe weather, plain southeast, 4 deaths, thousands of structures claims, hundreds of millions of dollars lost. Severe weather, plain southeast, this is 423 through 425, thousands claims, hundreds of millions of dollars lost. 430 through 502, severe weather, plain Midwest, 2 deaths, thousands of claims, and hundreds of millions of dollars. Another severe weather event in the plains, southeast, Midwest, northeast, 9 deaths, 90,000 claims, and 925 plus million. So just unreal on the amount of money that we have seen flying out the window. Softball size hail, 4.5 inches in diameter, damaging straight lines across the southeast from April 5th through the 8th. The most significant hail damage occurred in Texas. Other states citing damage included parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Total economic loss was listed upwards of $250 million, with insurers covering only $190 million of that. So who pays for the other $60 million? Comes out of the customer's pocket, folks. Excellent report here, guys. I recommend this. This takes more than just me talking about it on the air for a few minutes. Everyone should go to this link. Forget about the article and the commentary or whatever. This is the raw information. Okay, so when I'm sitting here talking about, cosmic rays and floods all over the world, here it is. Here it is right here, guys. South America. Millions of dollars in lost economics. Unknown, not as much in Colombia, limited information. This figure here, just for April in Europe, millions of dollars lost in Greece. More Spain, whether tens of millions were lost as well. Hundreds of claims in the Middle East. There were no significant disasters in the Middle East in the month of April. That's because Iran was behaving themselves. Africa, 422 through 425. South Africa flooding, thousands of claims, 100+ million in loss. Cyclone Kenneth, 60,000 claims and 100+ million in losses. And think about this, guys. If there's 100 million plus loss in these parts of the world that are not considered modernized or technology and everything, I mean, think about the loss had they have been modernized in some areas. The money would be through the roof. And I bet you the majority of the loss here is from the crops. Asia, tons of stuff here. Millions of dollars in lost economics. Thousands of claims, anything from wildfire to severe weather, flooding, severe weather, earthquake. Philippines, over 5,000 claims, $50+ million in losses. And it gets worse. Australia, New Zealand. So here's an appendix at the end showing the January through March. I mean, when you scroll through this and see all the hundreds of millions and the 20+ millions and 17 millions, and look at this, Africa, Cyclone Idai caused 2 billion plus in losses. 2 billion. And then right after that, more flooding, South Africa. And of course, Kenneth, happening in May. Asia, hundreds of millions of dollars lost in economic losses. Hundreds of thousands of claims. I mean, eventually, again, this is 1 month. So in some spots it read that 250 million were done in damages and only 190 of it is going to be covered by insurance. That's a big problem, folks. And that number is going to get worse by the year. Next year, next spring. My gosh, I don't even want to think about it. You thought the snowpack was bad this year. Of course, you know, who knows? We might just have to deal with the raw cold and ice next year and not even worry about a bunch of snowfall because it's too cold to snow. Maybe. And then people will really start to feel the effects of why cold weather is a lot more dangerous than hot weather. So, important stuff, folks. Please check this article out on our website. It is the first article that we talk about tonight on the climate news. And once again, a great find from Mari. North Korea says it's suffering its worst drought in decades. We mentioned this the other night in the broadcast. They're amongst their economic issues, amongst sanctions handed down by the United States, crop shortages, and now they're reportedly suffering its worst drought in nearly 4 decades amid reports of severe food shortages. So, on top of severe food shortages, folks, not just food loss, but severe food shortages, now we are suffering the worst drought in 40 years plus. The report came in after UN food agencies said in a joint assessment earlier this month that about 10 million people in North Korea were facing severe food shortages after the country had one of the worst harvests in a decade. In February, North Korea's ambassador to the United States, Kim Song, issued an unusual appeal for urgent food assistance. We mentioned this the other night in the headlines on Global News, or Google News and Global News. Many places are now reporting severe food loss, severe food crisis, severe food shortage, major crop loss. Again, when we started this channel in 2016, it was a little bit in the news, not a lot. And then 2017, it got a little worse. In 2018, it got a little more widespread. But I got to tell you right now, 2019 takes the cake. There has been more reporting about food shortages throughout the world, more than I've ever seen here in the first 5 months of 2019. Lots of headlines. All right. So Jakobshavn, the mighty Greenland glacier, slams on the brakes. And what they're saying here, and I'll read this, European satellites have detailed the abrupt change in behavior of one of Greenland's most important glaciers. In the 2000s, the Jakobshavn was the fastest flowing ice stream on the island, traveling at 17 kilometers a year. As it sped to the ocean, its front end also retreated and thinned, dropping in height by as much as 20 meters a year. That's a lot. All right. But now it's all changed. Jakobshavn is traveling much more slowly, and its trunk has even begun to thicken and lengthen. It's a complete reversal in behavior, and it wasn't predicted, said Dr. Anna Hogg from Leeds University at the UK Centre for Polar Observation and Modeling, CPOM. The question is now, what's next for Jakobshavn? Is this a pause, or is it a switch off the dynamic thinning we've seen previously? The glacier is sited in the southwest Greenland. It's famous for spectacular production of icebergs. Colossal blocks form its terminus and drift down its fort out into the Disco Bay, onwards to the North Atlantic. More than likely, it was Jakobshavn that spawned the iceberg that sank the Titanic. Fun fact, kids. So, interesting article here talking about things doing a 180. And again, of course, we all hear that the consensus says that we are warming and the ice is melting. And for this person to write in this article, wow, it's actually doing the opposite, and it wasn't predicted. And that to me shows the amazement of, wow, wait a minute. We thought this was going to melt and continue to retreat, and now it's regaining its strength and growth and thickness. What's happening? Could the consensus be wrong? Oh my. We have much more, folks. Stay tuned. Keep coming here. Yeah. All right. Here we go. So let's get into this. Let's talk about, well, these guys are left-wing liberals who agree with the democratic socialists of the idea of the Green New Deal and how man is affecting climate change. I want to warn you guys right now that there is bad language in this, and I think it's important that this is played tonight, and it's not to be rude or crude or anything like that. I just got to know, folks. I have to know, and I want your opinion after this, and I'm sure some of you have seen this. Let's watch this debacle, and I got another one for you too. I promise there's a point to it all.
That was, to its eternal credit, the Green New Deal has succeeded in getting people talking. But that won't mean anything unless that talk now turns to actions. And putting a price on carbon could potentially be one of them. Although, let me reiterate, it will not be enough on its own by a long shot. We're going to need a lot of different policies working in tandem, and we have to take action right now. But you don't have to just take that from me. Instead, I'm happy to say that Bill Nye has actually agreed to help drive the urgency.
This is garbage, folks.
At this point, by actually doing one of his enjoyable, light-hearted demonstrations. So, Bill, please, do you have a fun experiment for us?
Here, I've got an experiment for you. Safety glasses on. By the end of this century, if emissions keep rising, the average temperature on Earth could go up another 4 to 8 degrees. What I'm saying is the planet's on fucking fire. There are a lot of things we could do to put it out. Are any of them free? No, of course not. Nothing's free, you idiots. Grow the fuck up. You're not children anymore. I didn't mind explaining photosynthesis to you when you were 12, but you're adults now, and this is an actual crisis. Got it? Safety glasses off, motherfuckers.
Oh. I mean, Can you imagine? I mean, I've never even heard Oppenheimer drop that many F-bombs in one program. I mean, good grief. Could you imagine if somebody on this side of the community actually described global cooling in the same texture that Bill Nye just did here? And Jesse Waters lined this one up perfectly. If this was an actual global crisis, nobody would be laughing. Nobody would be making a joke about this. This is absolutely disgusting. And this is the new way of things, folks. This is how you're going to get talked to when you don't agree with the consensus, okay? You're going to get talked to like this. I got a letter I want to read. Our good friend Scott Chapman. And by the way, folks, if you are from another country and speak different languages, Scott informed me today that he is willing to translate these into different languages for any customer. So I just wanted to throw that out there. If you were purchasing the PDF that he is more than happy to translate it. And while we're talking about Scott Chapman, Mari, for our viewing pleasure, is going to break down the entire presentation that took place between Scott and I about the 101 of Grand Solar Minimum. Mari has broke these down into what, 10, 20-minute videos?
9.
So we have 9 videos to watch.
They vary in time. They're shorter. They're 20, between 10 and 20 minutes long.
Okay.
And we had, the original video had 2 hours and 45 minutes of footage. So we broke it down in chapters so people can really sort of absorb the information on the fly without having to sit through a 2-hour.
Yeah, I mean, Scott joked with me the other day. He says, I made it through 90 minutes of it, and that was it. We don't have 2 hours and 49 minutes to sit around. And I think this is a great way for people to absorb the information that Scott has for us. So thanks again to Mari, our producer here at the Grand Solar Minimum channel, for taking the time to edit these videos down into chapters and help people understand. Guys, I got to be honest with you. These videos are going to be short enough to where maybe you watch it one day and then a couple weeks later you go back and watch it again because you're trying to grasp everything that we're talking about on this channel. This is a great way to understand Grand Solar Minimum science. But back to this here. Jesse Waters mentioned it great, that if this was a real crisis, nobody would be joking. But I want to get back to the point here of where I mentioned Scott. He sent me an email, and it was a letter that an educator in California had written him. And I'm working on, actually, I want to have a sit down, and I would love to talk to this guy for a few minutes and find out what it's like to be a teacher in this Common Core education system. And he has a lot of interesting comments about Common Core, which I think all of us will probably agree with his ideas and opinions about Common Core. But the point I mentioned him is that back in 1996, he went to like a workshop for science. And he's a chemistry teacher, by the way, in high school, 11th grade chemistry. And during this workshop, these instructors were showing these teachers science projects that they could bring back to the classroom to prove that man is causing climate change and that the consensus was 97%. And basically these instructors were telling the teachers, look, this is what it is, 97% consensus. And they just repeated it over and over and over and over again and drove it in these teachers' heads. Now we're teaching the kids this crap. That's what's happening right here. Here's another one. This one's even worse. George Clooney. This one's about 3 minutes long. At least this one, they actually censor out the bad words. But I mean, are you guys floored that a guy who does science projects for children is dropping F-bombs left and right to prove his point? Is that going to convince you? Would you have voted for Donald Trump if someone called you an effing idiot? Would you have voted for Hillary Clinton if someone called you an effing idiot. If you don't do it, you're an effing idiot. Check this out.
According to a new report from the United Nations, our planet is in worse shape than at any other time in human history. They say 1 million animal and plant species are on the verge of extinction.
There's a fear-monger statement.
And climate change. And yet our federal government, not only did they do nothing about it, they seem to like it. The Secretary of State today said, Mike Pompeo said, melting sea ice presents new opportunities for trade. Great. It would be very good for the kayak industry.
Cherry picking data right there, by the way. They didn't talk about the rest of his statement.
But everyone else is screwed. And the Trump administration has done everything they can to do nothing about climate change. They just don't listen to the scientists.
No, they do listen to the scientists. They're not wasting taxpayer monies. There's nothing to do about climate change but prepare and act. That's why they've rolled back regulations, because the Obama administration was going about this the wrong way. So there's nothing man can do to stop or start it. We just have to be ready. All right, I'll stop interrupting.
A lot of people don't, not just when it comes to climate change. Scientific fact is suddenly seen as some kind of partisan scare tactic, and it endangers all of us. So one major celebrity is spearheading a new initiative to raise awareness of this foray into ignorance, and what he has to say is important. So please listen.
Hi, I'm actor, director, and two-time sexiest man alive, George Clooney. Science has given us unprecedented knowledge of the natural world, from subatomic particles to the majesty of space. Science enables us to cure diseases, to communicate across great distances, even to fly.
Note how Clooney is trying to act as if he is in favor of science, okay? And if that was true, then he would not be even talking about climate change and man-made cause and all this other shit, okay? I'm sorry. I'll leave the cussing to the liberals here.
Tragically, though, the volumes of invaluable knowledge gathered over centuries are now threatened by an epidemic of dumb idiots saying dumb.
You know what this is? It's a snowball. So it's very, very cold out.
Dumb is highly contagious, infecting the minds of even the most stable geniuses.
If you have a windmill anywhere near your house, they say the noise causes cancer.
Okay, so maybe Trump isn't all the way 100% accurate about his claim, but the noise does cause a frequency issue. Mari has talked to me about this many, many times, and what she talks about is very fascinating, what it does to mental health, your sleep patterns. Mari, I mean, what was it you were telling me about what the wind turbines do? That you say you could actually hear them in the distance?
It's like...
It's a weird droning noise. It's subtle.
It's EMF poisoning.
EMF poisoning. Okay. So, I mean, Trump's on the right track. I don't know. Have you heard cancer cases from this?
I haven't heard.
Yeah.
It's more. Let me get over here so people can hear me. It's more about the sound and vibration. It makes people sick. If you do any research on EMFs, there's a slew of other things that are wrong with windmills. You do the research, it's sort of shocking how bad it is. But there's a few documentaries out there, people who actually live near these turbines, and
right.
just lack of sleep, insomnia.
So bottom line is
arrhythmia problems.
It does cause sickness.
It does.
It does cause sickness. All right, let's listen on.
Tell me that one, okay?
Wow. As a result, rampant dumb now threatens our health, our security, and our planet. Fortunately, there is hope. At United to Defeat Untruthful Misinformation and Support Science. You Dumbass. Your generous contribution to You Dumbass will provide desperately needed knowledge to dumb idiots on Facebook and Twitter all around the world. Just $20 will convince one idiot that climate change is real. $50 will teach 5 brainless dumb to vaccinate their kids. And $200 will teach 10 knuckle draggers that dinosaurs existed, but not at the same time as people. Together, we can win the fight against dumb-ness, but we can't do it alone. Call this number today. Operators are standing by. Don't be an idiot. The world needs your support, you dumbass.
All right. So how do you feel out there, folks? How do you feel about being called a dumb ass or an effing idiot or a mother effer or grow the F up? I tell you, never in my life would Valentina Zarkova speak to anyone with that kind of language. Same with John Casey. I mean, those are trusted people of sources there. And surely you will never catch them in a presentation or even a playful commercial that's insulting anyone's intelligence whatsoever. I mean, look, this is just proof that Hollywood would do anything for money. Anything. And this goes back to that article, or not the article, the email from the teacher, where in 1996 they really ramped it up. Workshops all over the world, I'm sure. But to drive it in that this is man's fault. And I love how George Clooney makes the claim that people don't believe that climate change isn't real. Oh, that's not the case. Climate change is real. It's just not caused by man. Carbon dioxide, CO2 is not causing climate change. And Bill Nye will tell you that the SUVs and all that are causing emissions, and that's why they're taxing it. So we use less, and our climate gets better because we can't afford to use cars anymore or heat our homes. According to Bill Nye, he says that the coal and driving SUVs are causing the planet's temperature to rise, wildfires to increase, and more floods. Funny how he doesn't talk about the record-breaking snowfall in the northern hemisphere this year. Funny that he doesn't talk about rapid ice growth in the Arctic this year. Funny how he's not talking about this glacier in Greenland. Funny how he doesn't talk about all the cold records that were broken this year. Funny how he's not talking about how last year in the spring, the soil temperature was too cold and seeds were rotting in fields. Growth seasons are getting shorter. Plantings are starting later. Food crises are popping up all over the world. And he wants to blame it on you and your SUV and your furnace running because you're using natural gas. It's just frustrating when channels like us, people like the Starman, Scott Chapman, DAP 2030, other guys that are helping out and doing the message of service, we try to keep it together. The integrity is the most important thing about this topic. That when we present the information, that it's accurate and correct and understandable. And I think that's the primary function of these kinds of information channels, is that we have to protect the integrity of this topic. So we're already fighting an uphill battle. And then top it off, the people that are opposing the work that we're doing, like George Clooney and Bill Nye, are cursing at the people who deny what the consensus is saying. Because we're starting to hear that the consensus was never the consensus. It was just taught to our instructors that it was consensus. There is no consensus in science. The point of science is to keep testing it over and over and over again. You don't settle on anything when it comes to science. Just as that glacier in Greenland did a complete opposite of what was predicted. So you can't have settled science. There's no consensus. And that even means we got to continue to test this theory of low sunspots equaling cooling temperatures, cosmic rays equaling historic floods and snowfall and cloud nucleation. That has to be continually tested. But I'll tell you, That's what I feel like we do every time we do a broadcast, when we show these articles that relate to those topics, those situations. That is more proof that we're pouring in to the bowl of science that's here at the Grand Solar Minimum channel and all of the community. There's nothing but science information that we report on a by daily basis. So we're not science deniers. We're not climate deniers. We're man-made climate change deniers. Get that straight, Mr. Clooney and Mr. Nye. Nobody's denying climate change. We're just denying your propaganda that you're trying to feed and force feed it. In fact, the reason why they're cursing at us now, people, is because we're rejecting this regurgitated information and throwing it right back in their faces. So it's angering these guys because they get paid a lot of money to lie to you about man-made global warming. So they're protecting their investment by ad hominem attacks on people like me and you. If I were you guys, I wouldn't watch another George Clooney movie from here on out. I'd boycott anything that even involves him. I liked Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Not anymore. I'm getting away from these people who want to go out there. Look, if he just would have came out and said he believes in man-made global warming and we have to do something about climate change, and if you don't help, it's your children it's going to affect. I don't know if I'd have the same kind of reaction to his plea, because at least he's not ad hominem attacking anybody and attempting to act like he knows what's happening with the climate. At least the other points I just mentioned, you sympathize a little bit. Poor little guy, he doesn't know any better. It's okay. But this right here, this is completely disinformation to scare people. Point blank. I think I've said enough, guys. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We got some weather to talk about, folks.
Do you like this show? Give us a thumbs up. Want to support us more? Share to your favorite social media platform. Buy a t-shirt or become a Patreon. All links are in the description below.
So there's our buddy, and he went to Australia, by the way. And what's awesome is that he went to Australia to preach about global warming. Here's an article talking about how much money was spent. Australian government pays Al Gore $320,000 to conduct climate training as a rare snowfall hits. Now, how, somebody woke up that morning, looked out the window, the person who's responsible for cutting that check, and he looks and he sees snow flurries falling. And he's got to be thinking to himself, what is going on? Here we have Mr. Gore coming to Australia to train people. A gentleman who once told us that our children's children won't see snow, that our children probably won't see much snowfall past 2013. Here in 2019, we broke records with Northern Hemisphere snow mass. Unprecedented snows, off the charts. Now we're talking about a rare snowfall to hit Queensland, Australia. Al Gore is in Australia to train 1,000 useful idiots, it says here at Mark Morano's Climate Depot. I love this guy. Basically, the man with no climate science expertise and huge vested interest is being paid by taxpayers to train people to chant consensus and pretend that wind and solar can stop storms and hold back the tide. These obedient fools help to destroy any conversation about science by reciting anti-science bumper stickers like "the science is settled," "gravity is real," and "tobacco, tobacco, tobacco." Because, hey, the tobacco industry funded merchants of doubt, and they were wrong. So therefore, ergo propter upchuck, all government scientists are right on everything, all of the time, and you are an idiot denier. Now, a little bit of good news for us folk here at the Grand Solar Minimum channel. There is a couple of reports out there that are talking about President Trump set to review the climate science and the processes and the theory of CO2. And I skimmed the article. I didn't get real deep into it, but I did see that our good friend John Christie over there at the University of Alabama, Huntsville, is going to be part of this climate science review. Now, for those of you who follow this channel, you know that we follow a lot of the work of Roy Spencer, and John Christie works side by side with Mr. Spencer on this, John Christie and Spencer. So to hear that John Christie is going to have a part in the climate science already makes me delighted, because this isn't about politics here. In fact, Dr. Roy Spencer is probably the most neutral person as far as politics go when it comes to climate science. So he doesn't have a political agenda. He's just here to unveil the truth. Now, here is a double-headed dragon right here. I want to mention this first. All right, Earth's carbon dioxide has jumped to the highest levels in human history. I'm not going to read everything, but I want to read a couple of parts here, guys. Where is it at? Oh, why it matters. Carbon dioxide is the most long-lived greenhouse gas, with a single molecule lasting in the air for hundreds to around thousands of years. The continued buildup of carbon dioxide due to human activities such as burning fossil fuels for energy is driving climate temperatures up and instigating harmful impact worldwide. Okay, so here's a couple things I want to pick on with this article already. We're talking about carbon dioxide being really present right now, building up. In fact, this article is trying to picture or make you picture that CO2 is being trapped in our Earth's atmosphere, and it's causing us to heat up. Two problems with that statement. The first problem is the buildup of CO2. Too many reports from NASA saying that CO2 is greening the planet. There are large amounts of nitrogen in the atmosphere and the bedrock. And when you're talking about CO2 levels being as high they are right now, well, the mixture of large amounts of nitrogen allow plants to absorb more CO2. And I think a lot of you guys last year saw this, and maybe some of you in parts of the country that aren't getting flooded out right now, but the CO2 is noticeable because last year's plants in front of our house were amazingly green, bloomed, huge flowers. I mean, just growth that we had never seen before. So to me, I think it's starting to become relevant that CO2 is definitely present in our atmosphere. But what it's doing to our planet and what these articles say are two different things. So this article says, though, there's a buildup of carbon dioxide. But the science over here on our side says that the nitrogen levels are higher in the bedrock and the atmosphere, which allow plants to absorb more CO2. So that to me means that CO2 is strengthening plants, trees, whatever. And those of you who are not underwater, you can clearly see that right now. Some of you have mowed your lawn several times since April. And a lot of that has to do with the high amounts of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere. Now, let's take a look at this graph. Right now, as of today, we are, well, actually, this is for June 3rd. Everything here is June 3rd. Look at that. It's off the charts. Unbelievable. An all-time history, human history here. It's off the charts. All right. So what does that mean? Obviously, in my opinion, if this chart would go back tens of thousands of years, we would see, this is in the hundreds of thousands of years. So, but maybe when they talk about 3 million years of our history of ice cores, if this has been higher, I'd like to see that 3 million year timeline all the way back. But nevertheless, here we are currently. That's where we are. That line is no joke. It's going over the 400 parts per million. We're sitting at 414.75 parts per million. That's the highest ever. Okay? In 2016, we were sitting at 402 parts per million. And let me show you that real quick, because that's right here at my fingertips as well. And this is relevant why I'm showing you guys this. So bear with me just for a brief moment here. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is when we were talking about, okay, I'll just go ahead and show you this one here. This is from 2015. This was right during a maximum, okay? So here we have, basically a chart from March 9th of 2015. Now notice that the CO2 is at 401.84 parts per million. And let's go back here to Dr. Roy Spencer. I want to point this out, guys. This is important. So let's zoom this in real quick so we can get a good look. Right here, what I'm showing you, here's the years down at the bottom. So we're focusing in on 2016, which is right here with our peak. And I know I show this a lot. But here, we're looking at 2016, 2015. Our CO2 is at 302 parts per million. Right there. This is 2015. So it's still lower in 2015. And we peaked that year. The temperature peaked out at 0.88 degrees Celsius above baseline. Today, I just showed you an article that claims we are at record levels. And here's where our average temperature is right now. It is 0.32 degrees Celsius above baseline. It dropped 0.12 degrees Celsius from April to May. All right. So we are at record level high CO2, and we have dropped over 50.56 degrees Celsius in just 3 years. Just a little over 3 years' time. So there's something wrong with this CO2 theory. There's something wrong with Al Gore, who is being paid $320,000 to go train some people about climate change. You're getting snow in Australia. We're at record level CO2, and we're cooler. And you don't have to be a meteorologist to figure it out for yourself, folks. Temperatures here in the Northeast, 60 degrees yesterday. Didn't get past 58. Hey, I get it. I'm in upstate New York, but it's still the average temperature in May going into June is 79 degrees. Last night, we almost broke a record in low temperature. We had a frost advisory. June 3rd, frost advisory. I mowed grass today in a hoodie and a pair of jeans on June 4th. Sun was out, beautiful day. And usually when you get sunlight like what we had today,